Driving, not surviving. Modus Operandi for Achievement. Written by Joe Carter. Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be used or produced in any manner whatsoever without written permission except for brief quotations embodied in critical articles or reviews. Prologue. Attitude versus direction. What is more important? Attitude or direction? Like many, I once believed a positive attitude could make up for a lack of direction. But experience taught me otherwise. Without a clear map, even the best outlook will not prevent you from veering off course. As I wrote and rewrote the words of this book, I found myself frequently reaching out to colleagues, friends, peers, and mentors. These conversations were invaluable, offering clarifying insights and ensuring I stayed on track with the concepts I wanted to share. During these conversations, I was often asked, "Why did you decide to write a leadership book?" After I answered, I would get a response like, "If all these other books worked for you, wouldn't those same books be enough for other people to use?" There are some tremendous books out there, especially those by my favorite authors, John C. Maxwell and Stephen Covey. This book does not aim to replace those classics, rather, it builds upon the foundation they laid, showing how I have applied and evolved those concepts in my own journey. This is how I have used some of the concepts taught within those to gain my success and some areas where those concepts could be enhanced. I have read countless leadership and self-help books over the years, and many shares common themes. One widely accepted concept discussed in many of these books is that attitude or perception, specifically a positive one, is the first and most important step to achievement. This belief, that my attitude toward a person, a goal, a situation, a task, etc., is vital to coming out with a win. Many of the books I have read over the years detail how poor attitudes delay, if not eliminate, achievement and how positive attitudes or perceptions help individuals achieve at a high level. Attitude is vital, but without a solid plan, it will not guide you to your goals. Let me explain. Have you ever felt like you were doing everything right, but still getting nowhere? In today's world, we rarely need a traditional paper map to find our way. Most of us rely on GPS systems, Google Maps, Apple Maps, or similar tools to get to destinations we have never been to before. Now, imagine you are driving from New York City to Boston, a route you have never taken. You pull up Google Maps, type in your destination, and trust the directions it provides. It tells you when to turn, what exits to take, and the highways to follow. You do not second-guess it, you follow the map. But what if your GPS has a glitch? What if, instead of directing you toward Boston, it sends you on a detour toward Chicago? It might take you a while to realize you are heading in the wrong direction. By the time you do, you are frustrated, wasting time and energy to backtrack. No matter how positive your attitude was at the start of your trip, it would not change the fact that you were following the wrong map. This is the crux of leadership. While a positive attitude can set the tone for success, it will not compensate for a lack of direction. You can have all the optimism in the world, but if you do not have a solid plan, your personal roadmap, you may end up far from your intended destination. This book is your roadmap. What makes this roadmap different? It is not theory, it is built from real-world application, battle-tested in boardrooms, job sites, and tough conversations. It is designed to provide clear, actionable steps to help you avoid the wrong turns and keep you on course as you develop your leadership skills. With the right plan in place, your attitude becomes a powerful engine driving you toward real, lasting success. Would it have mattered if you had an excellent attitude throughout that situation? No. A great attitude would not have saved you from the wrong path, it only makes the detour feel more bearable. Even with a good attitude, you would still have been told the wrong way to go and would have wasted time and energy doing so. While attitude sets the tone for success, a strong plan provides the route. One without the other leads to frustration, like following faulty GPS directions toward the wrong city. In leadership, the wrong map is not always just bad advice, sometimes it is outdated strategies, lack of self-awareness, or even self-imposed limitations. This book is designed to help you with that plan, guide, navigation, or those were driving directions, outlined as simplistic steps as you move through your leadership development. In addition, as you will see in upcoming chapters, the other true hope of this book is that it will help you answer the question, how can I grow to the point where I live far beyond my personal lifetime and personal reach? This book does not just teach leadership principles. It offers the step-by-step strategies I have personally refined, allowing anyone, from entry-level professionals to CEOs, to apply them in real time, without the guesswork. I have seen firsthand how these concepts have transformed careers, businesses, and personal relationships. If you approach them with an open mind, I am confident you will experience meaningful results, too. Now, let us get started on building your personal leadership roadmap, one that will guide you not just to the next milestone, but toward lasting success and impact. In the first chapter, we will dive into the first steps of building your personal roadmap, starting with understanding where you are now. Acknowledgement section. An acknowledgement section of a book is where an author expresses gratitude toward individuals who contributed meaningful support to the book's development. I owe a deep debt of gratitude to the authors and thought leaders who paved the way before me. Their wisdom has shaped both my leadership philosophy and this book. I am especially thankful to John C. Maxwell, Stephen Covey, Stephen Mr. Covey, Joseph Michelli, Simon Sinek, Jim Collins, Miyamoto Musashi, and the Franklin Covey Company. Many great leaders, peers, team members, and mentors have played a role in this journey. They have offered wisdom when I needed clarity, challenged me when I needed growth, and believed in me before I believed in myself. But my greatest inspiration, my unwavering anchor, has always been my family. I must pay tribute to my true inspiration, my wife, the piece that holds us together. My wife, Holly, is my twin flame. You may or may not have heard of this phrase before. If not, I encourage you to look it up. A twin flame is more than a soulmate. It is someone who mirrors your soul, who completes your fire, also referred to as your mirror soul. I could not do anything, not even take one step out of bed, without my wife who inspires me, encourages me, picks me up when I am down, fights battles for me I may never even know about, prays for me daily, looks to me for guidance even when she is the one guiding me. You are my calm, my courage, my daily miracle. Writing this book was a 10-year journey filled with starts, stops, doubts, and obstacles. I never lacked vision, but I often lacked the spark to push through. You were that spark. This book exists because of you. You are my driving force through all things, including those above challenges. Finding the words to express my love for you may be challenging. But if I were forced to choose between loving you and breathing, I would use my last breath to say I love you so that I could do both. My love for you is not a fleeting emotion but a constant presence in my life. Thank you to my twin flame, my inspiration, my one and only, my rock, and my supporter. I love you forever and always, and then some. Of course, Holly and I have built this life together with the blessings of our children, each of whom has brought their own light into our lives. To our children, Kayla, Cassidy, and Cody, and to our granddaughter Kylie, you are the lights of my life. Kayla, the day you were born was a day that changed me forever. I did not have a blueprint for fatherhood, but I knew I had to be the best one possible for you. I wanted to be more than a father to you, I also wanted to be a dad. To me, a father is the individual who brings your life, a dad is the one who shows you how to live that life. Being a first-time dad, I did not do everything right and made plenty of mistakes, but I enjoyed every mistake because I watched in sheer amazement how you have grown into an amazing young lady. A daughter may indeed outgrow your lap, but she will never outgrow your heart. When I am at my best, I am my daughter's father and her dad. I love you 3000. Next, my daughter Cassidy. I did not say stepdaughter because I do not have one. I have a daughter born before I was blessed to meet her. To me, family is not defined by a last name or by blood, it is characterized by commitment and made by love, loyalty, and connection. I mentioned my distinction in the difference between a father and a dad. I may not be your father, but I am lucky to be your dad. That is a gift that I thank God for daily. I genuinely love you and will be there for you, no matter what. Cody, my son, your life followed a different path, one I would never have chosen, yet one I treasure. Life is not according to our timing, it is according to God's. A father should never have to bury his son, which is why the Lord chose the path we both took to get to each other. Though life took you from me far too soon, I feel your presence every day. Whether it is a purple butterfly or a sudden spark from an electronic device, in unexpected moments of grace, you always find ways to remind me you are by my side. To my granddaughter Kylie, I am Papa Joe, and that name is one of my greatest joys. Grandchildren give us a second chance to do things better, to love even more deeply. Someday, when the final pages are written in the book of my life, I know you will be one of the most cherished chapters. I am inspired daily by your intelligence and your sincere love for everyone around you. You have a model's affinity for the camera and are destined for fame. As I write these pages, you are just 6 years old. I cannot wait to see how you continue to grow up. A papa and a granddaughter always share a special bond in their hearts. To my wife, children, and grandchildren, those here and those who have gone before, I leave these words for you to hold on to. Life is not about the destination, but the journey. You will face challenges, but in those moments, learn dance in the rain and find the good in every day. You may not see me by your side, but I will always be with you. And though I cannot promise to be there for the rest of your lives, I promise to love you for the rest of mine. This love, this unwavering presence, is the same foundation that this book is built upon, a roadmap for enduring impact, both in life and leadership. Chapter 1. Establishing a benchmark. Before any journey begins, you need to know where you are starting from. This chapter will help you identify your leadership benchmark, the person, principle, or purpose that defines the standard you are aiming for. This book is designed to help you identify your benchmarks, goals, and passions, and guide you with practical strategies and inspiring stories along the way. One great way to start? Choose a person you admire, a role model, if you will. Think of them as your benchmark, a standard you can measure your growth and progress against throughout your leadership journey. The goal is not to compare yourself negatively, but to learn from their qualities and achievements to grow into the best leader you can be. A person whose example can serve as a consistent reference point, someone you can learn from, strive toward, and measure your growth against. Even the most successful people today have idols they look up to. And if you ask them how they stack up against those idols, the most honest among them will admit they fall short. That is the beauty of having a benchmark, it pushes you to aim higher. That thought process goes along with a quote from Norman Vincent Peale, 1952, page 276, I heard many years ago, set my goals higher than you can imagine. Shoot for the stars, even if you fall short, you can still land on the moon. In the world of leadership, setting ambitious goals is crucial. And when it comes to picking someone to emulate, why not choose the best? So, who do you consider the greatest leader of all time? Take a moment to think about it. Your answer says a lot about what you value in leadership. In the context of this book, when I talk about leadership, I am referring to a set of principles and practices that define effective leaders. This leadership paradigm is what we will explore together. So, if we are aiming for the stars, why not aim for the very best? Maybe you are thinking of John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Napoleon, or Alexander the Great. Or maybe someone else comes to mind. Let me tell you a story about a leader I have always admired, a man whose perseverance and resilience have inspired millions. Despite facing incredible obstacles, he never gave up on his dream, and his journey serves as a powerful reminder that true leadership is often born out of adversity. This story begins with a 7-year-old boy whose family was forced from their home, and who immediately had to work to help support his siblings. At 9, he lost his mother. Though his childhood was marked by hardship, this boy was determined to rise above his circumstances and one day attend law school. With little formal education, he took it upon himself to study and, through sheer perseverance, passed the entrance exam to a local college. At 22, he was working full-time to cover tuition while continuing his studies. Despite the challenges of balancing work and education, he graduated at 23, driven by a relentless desire to achieve his dream of becoming a lawyer. After finishing school, he entered the political arena and ran for state legislature, only to lose. Undeterred, he started a small business that failed, leaving him in debt for 17 years. At 27, he suffered a nervous breakdown and was hospitalized for over a year. Yet even this did not stop him. By 31, he tried again to enter politics and lost. At 35, he ran for Congress, lost. Ran again at 37, lost again. When he finally won a seat in Congress at 39, he was defeated for re-election just 2 years later. Tragedy struck again when, at 41, he lost his young son. In the same year, he was rejected for a land officer position. At 45, he ran for Senate and lost. 2 years later, he lost the vice presidential nomination. He ran for Senate again at 49 and lost again. And yet, at 51, after decades of personal and professional defeats, Abraham Lincoln was elected the 16th President of the United States. His presidency would become one of the most challenging in American history, navigating a civil war that threatened to tear the nation apart. But his leadership, vision, and unwavering commitment to unity helped preserve the country, cementing his legacy as one of the greatest leaders of all time. Who is this man who continued to pursue his dream after failing so many times and enduring such personal anguish? What would it take to keep going after that many defeats? What kind of vision, resilience, and belief would you need? If you know your history and can recall who the 16th president was, you will know his name is Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln, 1872, page 73. President Lincoln is widely known as one of the most influential leaders in American history. He started the All Men Are Created Equal movement, laid the groundwork for the railroad that would see us through the Industrial Revolution, and fought to ensure the country remained one, despite a civil war that nearly separated the United States when it was only in its infancy. Abraham Lincoln. 2024, June 23. In Wikipedia. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Abraham_Lincoln. I know what you might be thinking. Wow, that is a compelling story of never giving up, despite all obstacles, to realize one's dream. The next thought that crosses your mind is, how could I measure up to that? So, ask yourself, could you honestly look in the mirror and say that you would continue to fight for that dream if you were met with the extreme opposition as Lincoln did? If your answer is no, do not feel down on yourself, most of us feel that same way. I look back at these past exceptional examples of leaders such as Lincoln and hold them with such notoriety that it is nearly impossible for any living human being to hold a candle to them. Lincoln's journey was not just about leadership, it was about relentless belief in a better future. That is what true benchmarks do for us, they remind us what is possible, even when the path seems impossible. In today's world, it is easier than ever to get distracted or discouraged by social media and fleeting trends. But the lesson Lincoln teaches us is timeless. True leadership and success are born from persistence, not from chasing every new opportunity that comes your way. 1. Chapter 2. Defining your dream or passion. Now, for the purposes of this book, we have my benchmark, President Lincoln. It is time to continue. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, "I have a dream, you must have one also." King Jr., 1963, page 3. What is your career, your personal, and your spiritual dream? What is your lifelong passion? Do you dream of moving up in your organization to a higher position? Do you want to start your own company and work towards building your team? Do you wish to transition into politics and become an elected official? Do you want to become more involved in your church and a better father or mother to your children? Before any outline, plan, guide, or teaching can assist you, you must first recognize where you want to go. This is why the book is called Driving, not Surviving, but you must input your destination first. Though I figured out my dream a long time ago, that I wanted to be someone who helps people in any way that I can, trust me when I tell you, it was not something I knew my whole life. It took multiple jobs, 3 different colleges, pursuing my different possible degrees, and roughly 10 years for it to click with me, so do not be discouraged if you do not yet know your true dream or passion. If you are struggling to know your dream or passion, Here is one concept I learned many years ago from the fantastic book Developing the Leader Within You by John C. Maxwell, which I enhanced for my personal use. Maxwell, 2000. Once I took the time to do the exercise from start to finish, it was the point in my career where I mentally changed from simply wanting to do what I was good at to what I was genuinely passionate about. Before I outline the process, understand first that there is no absolute timeline for this that applies to everyone. One person may do this in 10 minutes and be done, someone else may take a day, a third person, it may take a week, a fourth, possibly a month. Heck, it may even take some people a year or more to truly get through this and come out with the passion in their heart that can be applied in their life. Start by finding a quiet space where you will not be interrupted for a few minutes, whether that is your office, car, or even a bathroom with the door closed. Once you have this place, go there and take out a blank sheet of paper and a pen or pencil. Read this next paragraph from start to finish, then try it. Close your eyes and take 5 deep, slow breaths. Inhale through your nose, hold for a few seconds, and exhale through your mouth. Let your mind clear. Once you have opened your eyes, take your pen, in your mind, or out loud if you prefer, ask yourself this question: what is it that I would do gladly for free? And write down the very first thing that pops into your head, just the very first thing. This could be anything, anything at all. I have asked this question countless times since I first heard it in the book and have never gotten the same response from anyone. I have heard, I would teach children, I would be a sports announcer for a basketball team, I would open my restaurant, and so forth. I still vividly remember asking one of my daughters this question after asking her to close her eyes and do the breathing exercises. Her answer was almost immediate: I would be a counselor for those who struggle with mental illness. Clarifying your dream is essential because it provides a guiding light, a sense of purpose that will shape your decisions, actions, and growth as a leader. Without a dream, you might be surviving, but with one, you are driving toward a meaningful destination. In his book, The Book of Life, Change Your Mind and Change Your Life, Joe Roderick explains that within the realm of psychology, it is the very first thought that is the thought of truth, and then a more suitable answer is constructed within my mind. The second thought is usually what Joe calls the press release. Roderick, 2018, page 17. Metaphysically speaking, your first thought when asked a question is often your deepest truth, the instinctual answer before doubt and outside influences cloud your judgment. Joe Roderick explains this as the thought of truth, while subsequent thoughts become filtered through societal expectations and personal insecurities. Now, once you have your answer written down on your piece of paper, put it somewhere where you will see it, and read it to yourself at least once every day for however long you need to. This might mean setting a calendar reminder, making it your phone wallpaper, or folding it into your wallet, wherever you will see it often, etc. After you have let this sink in, which could be a day, a week, a month, whatever time it takes to become your mantra, your rallying cry, something you can think of without any hesitation, you are now ready for the second step. For the second step, find the original paper on which you wrote your first answer. On that or another sheet of paper, answer this next question: what did I do today that made me smile? This could be anything, anything at all. Maybe you got to go for a walk on a nice weather day or see a family member you have not seen in a long time. Perhaps you saw a child playing with a smile on their face that brought one to yours. Maybe you are like me and remember back upon the best day of your life. I mentioned my wife in the acknowledgement section. She brings a smile to my face daily, but there is one memory I can recollect whenever I need to do or think of something to smile about. I always think of my wedding day, especially the moment when my future wife, beaming with joy, practically sprinted down the aisle toward me. That memory brings a smile to my face, inside and out, every time. Depending on how many, if any, other things come to your mind after your first, you should decide whether to continue immediately or let that sit with you for a short time. By taking time to reflect on what drives you and what brings you joy, you are laying the groundwork for your leadership journey. With this foundation, you are ready to take the next step, creating a roadmap that will help turn your dreams into reality. Once you have clarified your dream, the next step is to identify what brings you joy, because your passion should be rooted in what truly lights you up. 2. Chapter 3. Defining leadership to you. Before you can grow as a leader, you need to know what leadership truly means to you. Not a textbook definition, not a quote from a best-selling author, but your personal truth. That is what this chapter is about. But before we dive in, I want to share something personal with you. This is about the time in many books I have read where I have taken a quick inventory of what I have taken away thus far from the author and decided if it were a book I would like to continue reading or if it is taking me on a path I do not wish to continue. Rarely have I stopped reading a book I have started, even if I think I am not connecting with the author. I push myself to finish it despite that if there is some nugget of information somewhere in the upcoming pages that will make it all worthwhile. I know not everyone is like that. Some read a book, get to a certain point, put it down for one reason or another, and never pick it up again. The only time I have ever stopped reading a book after starting it was when I felt like I was reading the words of a know-it-all who was writing in a way that made me, the audience, feel like less than the author because it came across in a manner I am sure was not intended. I have consumed well over 100 books and countless speeches on leadership over the last 2 decades, but there is one truth I have come to accept: I do not know it all, and I never will. I do not know it all and likely never will. I sincerely hope that in reading my words until now, you are not taking me as a know-it-all and putting this book down, never to pick it back up again. Though I openly admit that I am a learning, growing, and developing person, there are things that I have seen, read, witnessed, experienced, tried, failed at, and persevered beyond that. If I can share even one hint of that with another person, I will feel my life has been worth meaning. That inherent need to teach someone something, with the hopes that they one day will pass that knowledge on to another, is how we can live far beyond our own lives. What steps do I take to ensure that what I truly want to pass on is remembered for myself, as you are the only person who can answer that question for you? What is certain is that there are prevalent principles, practices, and visions of how many great men and women we have all shared to have that question answered correctly, so let us explore those together. This is the third exercise I would like you to do before we move forward. It is simple, but powerful. 1. Ask yourself, what does leadership mean to me? Not the textbook definition. What does your experience say leadership is? Who has led you before? Was it a teacher, parent, coach, boss, or mentor? What did they do that made you want to follow them? 2. Identify 1 to 3 traits or actions they demonstrated consistently. Maybe they listened without judgment. Maybe they pushed you beyond what you thought possible. Maybe they showed up every time. 3. Flip the mirror. What are 1 to 3 things you do consistently that might influence others? Even if you do not feel like a leader, chances are someone is already watching how you live. As John C. Maxwell says, leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. If you are unsure whether you are leading, reframe the question, what are the things I do consistently that influence others? Reflect on your strengths and your opportunities. Be honest with yourself. Where are you strong? Where do you need to grow? You do not need all the answers now. What matters is that you are asking the right questions. In the third portion of the book, we will learn how to take that vision together and, through specific applications, turn the concept into a reality. Finally, what I just stated together as my goal is to live far beyond my reach, we will learn together how to teach that which I want to be remembered. Chapter 4. How strategy impacts achievement. Leadership is about influence. But influence alone will not move the needle, results will. Whether you are improving KPIs, hitting financial goals, or helping your children grow, the true challenge of leadership is not crafting a plan. It is executing one consistently. In this chapter, we will explore a practical, proven framework that bridges the gap between setting a strategy and actually achieving it, one that you can apply across business, family, faith, or personal growth. This is where the real transformation begins. The strategy versus achievement gap. There are 2 core areas every leader must master. 1. Creating a strategy. 2. Achieving that strategy. For this reason, I will focus on the methodology of obtaining consistent, highly productive, and measurable results with easy to understand, simplistic to implement, and repeat consistent steps. As you follow and apply this guide, you will see yourself and, by proxy, your team, congregation, and children develop and grow as leaders. Why strategy is easier than execution? There are two principal things a leader can influence when it comes to producing results: your strategy, or plan, and your ability to achieve that strategy. Leaders often find that creating a strategy is the easy part, achieving it is where the real challenge lies. Time and again, when I've asked fellow leaders where they struggle most, the answer is unanimous: achievement. Now, ask yourself a second question: if you have an MBA or have taken business classes, what did you study more, achievement or strategy? When leaders are asked this question, the response, once again, is immediate: strategy. It is perhaps not surprising that the area with which leaders struggle most is also the one in which they have the least education. I have learned this after working with hundreds of leaders and teams in numerous industries. Even with a clear strategy, achieving consistent, high-level execution is the hardest part of leadership. You may assume that once the plan is in place, your team will naturally follow, but in reality, achievement is far more complex. The book you are reading represents the most actionable and impactful insights I have learned. I have followed this same outline countless times over 2 decades at numerous companies across various industries, with extensive and tiny teams. Each time, this plan accelerated achievement 100% of the time. In it, you will discover a modus operandi or method of operation, MO, embraced by thousands of leaders and frontline workers, enabling them to produce extraordinary results. My turning point, the Radio Shack meeting. I once received a calendar invite for a 3-hour meeting later that same day. I will admit, at first, I was skeptical. As a newly promoted store manager for a company, you may have heard of Radio Shack. I was swamped with many things on my to-do list. I remember looking at the calendar invite with skepticism. A 3-hour meeting? On a day packed with tasks and deadlines? But that meeting changed the trajectory of my leadership journey. I realized I was seeing something memorable within the first few minutes of the meeting. The 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement, Intro. That meeting introduced me to a framework that would change the trajectory of my career, a framework I eventually developed and named the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement. Over the years, I have refined these 4 key principles, which have consistently led to remarkable results for leaders and teams across various industries. The 4 modus operandi are not just abstract ideas, they are practical, actionable steps designed to bridge the gap between strategy and achievement. These principles will help you align your team's behavior with your goals, ensuring that everyone is fully engaged and committed to the mission. In this book, I will take you through each of the 4 steps in detail, providing real-world examples and proven methods for implementation. These steps helped me inspire my team to reach new heights, and I am confident they will do the same for you. When applied correctly, the 4 modus operandi will equip you to not only set ambitious goals but achieve them with consistency and excellence. Why emotional connection drives behavior. This experience underscored a lesson I have carried with me ever since: strategy is essential, but the ability to execute that strategy, through emotional connection and behavioral change, is what truly drives results. As a leader, I quickly realized that achieving results was about more than setting a clear strategy. It was about engaging the hearts and minds of my team. It is not enough to simply tell people what to do. To achieve lasting success, you must make them want to do it. This requires emotional connection and commitment. When I first introduced the new goals in my store, dramatically increasing dollars per transaction and improving the accessory attachment rate on cellular phone sales, I encountered mixed reactions. Some of my sales associates embraced the changes eagerly, while others resisted. Those who resisted were not necessarily unwilling to do the work, they simply did not see themselves in the bigger picture yet. And that is where I needed to step in, not as a manager giving directives, but as a leader who inspired trust and belief in the vision. One of the most powerful lessons I have learned is that people need to feel seen and valued before they can commit to a new direction. I knew I had to invest time in understanding my team's personal motivations. I started having one-on-one conversations, not just about their sales numbers, but about their goals and challenges, both inside and outside of work. I asked them about their career aspirations, what success looked like for them, and what obstacles were holding them back. These conversations helped me see that, for some, the resistance was not about the goals themselves, it was about fear of change, fear of failure, or simply not feeling capable. By listening, I found ways to connect the store's success to their personal success. I explained how hitting our targets could lead to more opportunities for everyone, whether that meant promotions, skill development, or even financial bonuses. More importantly, I framed these goals not just as a company initiative, but as a shared achievement that would reflect on the pride they could take in their work. Compliance versus commitment. In leadership, emotional commitment is everything. Compliance might get you short-term results, but commitment is what drives long-term excellence. Once my team felt like they were part of something bigger, the atmosphere shifted. They began to take ownership, not just of their sales numbers, but of the store's overall success. They went from thinking, "How much do I have to do today?" to "How much more can I do?" It was not just about achieving a higher transaction total or selling more accessories, it was about instilling a mindset where each team member saw themselves as a key contributor to the store's success. When they saw their efforts directly linked to tangible results, their attitudes transformed. They started walking and talking like winners, holding their heads high and feeling proud of their accomplishments. This shift was not accidental, it was the result of building trust and emotional investment. Leadership is deeply personal. When you ask someone to change their behavior, you are not just giving them a task, you are asking them to take a risk. You are inviting them to step out of their comfort zone, try something new, and face the very real possibility of failure. This is where emotional connection becomes not just helpful, but essential. People do not change because they are told to, they change because they trust the person asking them to change. They need to believe that their leader genuinely cares about their growth, not just the bottom line. When you invest in building trust and emotional rapport, you are doing more than just driving results, you are cultivating belief. You are showing your team that you believe in their abilities, and in turn, they start to believe in themselves. True commitment comes from feeling valued, understood, and supported. When your team feels this connection, they do not just comply with instructions, they take ownership of their roles. They start to see their individual contributions as vital to the collective success of the team. They no longer ask, "How much do I have to do today?" Instead, they ask, "How much more can I do to make this successful?" This shift in mindset, from compliance to commitment, is what drives long-term excellence. It is not about micromanaging or enforcing rules. It is about creating a sense of purpose and belonging where each team member feels invested in the outcome. And when people are emotionally connected to the mission, the results will follow naturally. They will not just follow orders, they will take initiative, innovate, and push the boundaries of what they thought possible. Building that kind of connection requires more than just charisma or speeches, it takes intentional effort, consistent communication, and a willingness to listen and respond to your team's needs. When you lead with empathy and a genuine desire to see your people succeed, you will find that they do not just work harder, they work smarter, and with a sense of ownership that no amount of authority can mandate. At times, the progress was slow. Some days felt like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But I realized that setbacks were not failures, they were opportunities to strengthen the emotional bond between me and my team. I would remind them of the bigger picture, celebrate small wins, and acknowledge their efforts, even when the numbers were not perfect. Those moments of genuine recognition built a deeper sense of trust and loyalty. As leaders, we often focus on the strategy, the what and the how. But it is the why that truly moves people. When your team feels connected to the mission and believes in their role in achieving it, they do not just follow orders, they take initiative. They bring their best selves to work because they know they are working toward something that matters. And when you achieve that emotional connection, the results will follow. During this same period, there was a larger initiative throughout my district to increase DirecTV sales. I often reflect on the decision to attend that initial meeting and, more importantly, on my journey to create great business results and a high-performing culture. It was a pivotal decision for me, one that changed me forever. Christopher DeClark, my new district manager, had ambitious goals and understood that success in his role depended on developing high-performing teams across the district. He knew that to achieve most of his goals, he needed to be successful in this role first. Furthermore, for him to be successful in that role, he needed every manager of his to be successful so the trickle-down effect would be present. Before Christopher, from what I am told, as I was not promoted until after he was in place, the previous district manager had a completely different leadership style. Under that person's leadership, for months, all the employees operated under constant fear of making a mistake, which only worsened their poor productivity and led to some of the lowest performance scores in the company. Christopher needed a way to bring focus and direction to his team, and he knew that the clock was ticking. Less than 18 months later, my district team had improved cell phone sales by a stunning 60%, improved accessory attachment rate by 40%, and increased DirecTV sales by 75%, but it was not all sunshine and rainbows. Many times, I took one step forward only to take 2 steps back. Some managers immediately got on board with the changes, while others resisted change. I saw this same thing occur in my store. Some of my sales associates embraced, and some fought, which resulted in mixed results for a few months. The second part of the equation for achieving these high-level results involves directly engaging associates so they feel ownership, which is a strategy dependent on new behaviors. All leaders struggle with this challenge, even if they do not realize it. If you are leading people right now, you are probably trying to get them to do something different. Whether you lead a small work team, a whole company, a family, or a factory, no significant result is achievable unless people change their behavior. However, to be successful, you will need more than just their compliance, you will need their commitment. As every leader knows, getting the commitment of hearts and minds, the loyalty that will endure during the daily grind is not easy. When you execute a strategy that requires a lasting change in other people's behavior, you face one of the most significant leadership challenges you will ever meet. With the 4 modus operandi of achievement, you are not experimenting with an interesting theory, you are implementing a set of proven practices that meet that challenge successfully every time. The real challenge. Whether you call it a strategy, a goal, or simply an improvement effort, any initiative you as a leader drive to move your team or organization forward significantly will fall into one of 2 categories. The first requires mainly a stroke of the pen. The second requires behavioral change. The 2 types of strategy, stroke of the pen versus behavioral change. Stroke of the pen strategies are those that you execute just by ordering or authorizing them to be done. Simply put, if you have the money and the authority, you can make them happen. It might be a significant capital investment, a change in the compensation system, a realignment of roles and responsibilities, adding staff, or a new advertising campaign. While executing these strategies may require planning, consensus, guts, brains, and money, you know it will ultimately happen. Behavioral change strategies are very different from stroke of the pen strategies. You cannot just order them to happen because executing them requires getting people, often many, to do something different. Moreover, if you have ever tried to get other people to change their ways, you know how tough it is. Changing yourself is hard enough, helping others to change is an entirely different level. For example, you may have to get all your store employees to greet every customer that enters the store within 30 seconds, get your entire sales force to begin using the new customer relationship management (CRM) system, or get your product development team to collaborate with the marketing team. It could be changing routines that have been entrenched for decades. This stuff is hard, but it can absolutely be done. What's next? In the following chapters, we will dive deeper into the 4 modus operandi of achievement, exploring proven practices that will not only help you develop strategies but also ensure you can achieve them. By focusing on both strategy and behavioral change, you will unlock the full potential of your leadership. Chapter 5. Stroke of the pen versus behavior change. Strategies that require behavioral change are fundamentally different from those that can be executed with the stroke of a pen. A stroke of the pen strategy, like approving a budget or launching a new product, can be quickly set in motion, but when a strategy requires people to change their behavior, the real challenge begins. As Jim Stewart, a best-selling author, once summarized this challenge, to achieve a goal you have never achieved before, you must start doing things you have never done before. Stewart, 2024. Behavioral change is hard because it forces people out of their comfort zones and into new ways of working. Whether it's a new sales approach, improving patient satisfaction, or adopting a new manufacturing process, these strategies require a shift in how people think and act. And that's where many leaders stumble. One of the most common mistakes leaders make is assuming the problem lies with the people. How often have you thought, for the love of heaven, can't they just do this one thing? But as W. Edwards Deming, the father of the quality movement, once taught, when most people behave a particular way, the issue isn't the people, it's the system. Lack of clarity is one of the key reasons why behavioral change initiatives fail. In one of my early studies, I found that only 1 in 7 employees could name even one of their organization's top 3 goals. The further employees were from leadership, the less clarity there was. Without clarity, it's impossible to expect employees to align their behavior with the company's strategy. In a critical study on organizational change, the ferocious management consulting firm Bain & Company reports these findings. About 65% of initiatives required significant behavioral change on the part of frontline employees, something that managers often fail to consider or plan for in advance. Bain & Company, 2024. So why is this so often missed? Most leaders don't sit around saying, "I wish I were better at driving behavioral change." What you're more likely to hear is, "If only Tom, Paul, and Sue would just get with the program." It's natural to think the people are the problem, but I'm telling you, it's not them. As W. Edwards Deming, one of the pioneers of quality management, once said, when most people behave in a particular way, the problem isn't the people, it's the system. Deming, 2024. One of the biggest reasons behavioral change fails is lack of clarity. I've seen it firsthand. In one of my early studies, I found that only 1 in 7 employees could name even one of their organization's top 3 goals. That's right, 1 in 7. The further away employees were from leadership, the worse it got. If people don't understand what they're working toward, how can you expect them to change their behavior? As a leader, you have responsibility for the system. Although a particular person can be a big problem, if you blame the people, you should look again. When I began to study this challenge several years ago, I first wanted to understand the root causes of a 7-year-old boy whose family was forcefully pulled from their home, and the boy immediately had to go out and work to support research. I found problems everywhere I looked. One prime suspect behind the achievement breakdown was the clarity of the objective. People simply did not understand the goal they were supposed to execute. In my initial surveys, I learned that only 1 employee out of 7, on average, could name even one of their organization's most important goals. That is right, 15% could not name even one of the top 3 goals their leaders had identified. The other 85% named what they thought was the goal, but it often did not remotely resemble what their leaders had said. The further from the organization's top, the less clarity. Moreover, that was just the beginning of the problems I uncovered. Even when employees understood the goal, they often lacked commitment. My surveys revealed that only 51% of employees said they felt passionate about their team's objectives. Without this passion, nearly half the team was just going through the motions. And passion isn't the only issue, accountability is equally lacking. Responsibility was also an issue. A staggering 81% of the people surveyed said they are not held accountable for regular progress on the organization's goals. Furthermore, the goals were not translated into specific actions. 87% had no clear idea of what they should do to achieve the goal. No wonder achievement is so inconsistent. In short, people are not sure what the goal is, are not committed to it, do not know what to do about it specifically, and are not held accountable for it. These are only the most obvious explanations as to why achievement breaks down. With this combination, poor clarity, weak commitment, and lack of accountability, it's no wonder that achievement breaks down. People aren't sure what the goal is, they aren't committed to it, and they don't know what actions to take or how they'll be held responsible. At first, my instinct was to fix everything at once. But trying to tackle every problem simultaneously is like trying to boil the ocean. As I dug deeper, I began to realize that these issues, lack of clarity, commitment, and accountability, were just symptoms of a bigger, more fundamental problem. Have you ever heard the expression, fish discover water last? It perfectly describes my realization. The real issue behind achievement breakdown wasn't just clarity or commitment, it was that we had been ignoring the deeper behavioral shift needed for lasting change. This fundamental problem had been hiding in plain sight all along. As leaders, it's crucial that we focus on this deeper issue, rather than getting distracted by surface-level challenges. Chapter 6. The Whirlwind. The real enemy of achievement is your day job. Many people have called it many things, but the whirlwind is the most accurate way I have seen to describe it. The whirlwind is the massive amount of energy necessary to keep your operation going on a day-to-day basis, and ironically, it also makes it so hard to execute anything new. The whirlwind robs you of the focus required to move your team forward. Leaders seldom differentiate between the whirlwind and strategic goals because both are necessary for the organization's survival. However, they are different, and more importantly, they compete relentlessly for time, resources, energy, and attention. I do not have to tell you which will usually win this fight. The whirlwind is urgent, and it acts on you and everyone working for you every minute of every day. The goals you have set for moving forward are important, but when urgency and importance clash, urgency will win every time. Once you become aware of this struggle, you will see it playing out everywhere, in any team trying to execute anything new. Essential goals that require you to do new and different things often conflict with the whirlwind of the day job, which is made up of urgencies that consume your time and energy. Consider your own experience. Can you remember an important initiative that launched well and then died? How did the end come? Was it a loud crash and a tremendous explosion? Or did it go down quietly over time, suffocated by the whirlwind? Through my research, I have read thousands of leaders who were asked this, or a very similar question, and the answer was always the same: slow suffocation. It is like finding that faded t-shirt in the bottom of your drawer and saying, "Oh yeah, Operation Summit. I wonder what happened to that." It died, and you did not even have a funeral. Executing despite the whirlwind means overcoming its powerful distraction and the inertia of the way it has always been done. I am not saying that the whirlwind is terrible. It is not. It keeps your organization alive, and you cannot ignore it. If you ignore the urgency, it can kill you today. It is also true, however, that ignoring the important things can kill you tomorrow. In other words, if you and your team operate solely from within the whirlwind, you will not progress. All your energy will be spent trying to stay upright in the wind. The challenge is executing your most important goals amid the urgent. Different leaders experience the whirlwind in various ways. A senior executive with one of the world's largest home improvement retailers describes it this way: "I do not have dragons swooping down and knocking us off our priorities. What I have are gnats. Every day, I have gnats getting in our eyes, and when I look back over the last 6 months, I have not accomplished any of the things I said I was going to." You have almost certainly faced the whirlwind when explaining a new goal or strategy to someone who works for you. Can you remember the conversation? Your mind is centered clearly on the goal, and you explain it in easy-to-understand terms. Nevertheless, while you are talking, the person you are talking to is backing slowly out of the room, all the while nodding and reassuring you, but trying to get back to what they would call the actual work, another name for the whirlwind. Is that employee fully engaged in achieving that goal? Not a chance. Is he trying to sabotage your goal or undercut your authority? No. He is just trying to survive in his whirlwind. To illustrate, here is one story I read from a collegiate graduate. I was chair of the community council for my local high school, and I, as a committee member, developed a serious goal of improving test scores. My job was to orient the teachers to the new goal, so I made an appointment with crucial teachers to explain what they were doing and get things started. At first, I was baffled. They did not seem to be listening to me. Slowly, I learned why. On one teacher's little desk was a stack that looked like 1,000 papers. It was just one day's collection of essays she would have to evaluate and grade. She had a parent conference to attend and plan the next day's lessons. She looked helpless while I babbled on, but she was not listening. There was no room in her brain for this, and I did not blame her. Let us summarize what I have said so far. First, if you create significant results, you will eventually have to execute a behavioral change strategy. Stroke of the pen moves will only take you so far. Second, when you undertake a behavioral change strategy, you will be battling the whirlwind, and it is a very worthy adversary, undefeated in many organizations. The 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement is not designed to manage your whirlwind. It is a set of rules for executing your most critical strategy amid your whirlwind. Chapter 7. Modus Operandi. This phrase, modus operandi, or method of operation, is seldom used outside of the criminal justice system. Some of you may only know it as an MO from crime shows on television. However, in my opinion, it is the best framework to express the commitment necessary for the systematic approach required to achieve success. Modus operandi, according to the Oxford Dictionary, is a particular way or method of doing something, especially one that is characteristic or well-established. For example, a burglar begins his career by entering houses from the roof. He will probably continue this method for as long as he can work. Some burglars become so attached to their modus operandi that they repeatedly burglarize the same places or people. This is a discernible pattern, repeated in a specific order, that can also adapt to new experiences and changing values. The modus operandi, MO, for a seasoned criminal is what the offender must do to commit the crime. For example, the killer must have a means to control his victims at the crime scene, such as tying them up. Significantly, the modus operandi, MO, is a learned behavior subject to change. A serial killer will alter and refine his MO to accommodate new circumstances or to incorporate new skills and information. For example, instead of using rope to tie up a victim, the offender may learn that bringing handcuffs to the crime scene is easier and more effective. Modus operandi. One business world example is Warren Buffett, who has stuck to a similar investing pattern his whole life. He has made this pattern well known through speaking engagements, interviews, and books he has written. If one were to study all this material and eventually understand Buffett's investing MO, one could guess his investing moves in certain economic conditions and perhaps apply the same strategies to their portfolios. Buffett, 2024. A straight-A student's goals might include completing homework assignments before they're due, maintaining a perfect attendance record, and visiting with professors weekly during their office hours. Modus operandi is Latin, making it as simple as possible, where it may be translated literally as way of operating. Using this analogy, a way of operating will be our guiding principle throughout the remainder of this book. Chapter 8. The 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement. Tim Harford, the author of The Undercover Economist, said, "You show me a successful complex system, and I will show you a system that has evolved through trial and error." Harford, 2024. He is right about the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement. It benefited from poorly researched ideas, but evolved through trial and error. In my initial research, I read a survey from Harris Interactive via Franklin Covey. They surveyed nearly 13,000 people internationally across 17 industry groups and completed internal assessments with 500 companies. Franklin Covey, 2024. This research has been valuable as a foundation for the principles and guiding my early conclusions, but the real insights did not come from analysis. They came from working with people like you at multiple companies, in various industries, for numerous different types of leaders and sizes of teams ranging from 6 people to over 300 people. This effort has enabled me to develop principles and methods and validate their universal applicability. I am confident that these principles and methods will work regardless of the industry or the nation in which they are implemented, providing a sense of reassurance and confidence in your potential success. There is good news and bad news here. The good news is, there are rules for executing in the face of the whirlwind. The bad news? The bad news is, there are rules, the kinds of rules that have immediate consequences if you violate them, such as decreased productivity, missed opportunities, and increased stress. Although the modus operandi may seem simple at first glance, they are not simplistic. They carry a transformative power that will profoundly change how you approach your goals. Once you adopt them, you will never lead in the same way again, whether you are a project coordinator, lead a small sales team, or run a Fortune 500 company. This emphasis on transformation will inspire and motivate you to adopt these principles. They represent a breakthrough in moving teams and organizations forward. The 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement is a set of principles and methods that, when applied, can significantly improve your team's focus, productivity, and goal achievement. Here is a quick overview of these 4 principles. Modus Operandi 1. Focus on the ferociously important. The more you try to do, the less you accomplish. This is a stark, inescapable principle that I live with. Somewhere along the way, most leaders forget this. Why? Because intelligent, ambitious leaders do not want to do less, they want to do more, even when they know better. Isn't it difficult for you to say no to a good idea, much less a great one? However, there will always be more good ideas than you and your teams have the capacity to execute. That is why your first challenge is focusing on the most important. This focus is not just a principle, it is a guiding light. The sun's scattered rays are too weak to start a fire, but they will bring paper to flame in seconds once you focus them with a magnifying glass. The same applies to human beings, they cannot accomplish little once their collective energy is focused on a challenge. This emphasis on the ferociously important will enlighten and guide your leadership journey. Modus Operandi 1. Focus on the ferociously important requires you to go against your basic wiring as a leader and focus on less so your team can achieve more. When you implement Modus Operandi 1, you start by selecting 1, or, at the most, 2, significant goals instead of trying to improve everything significantly all at once. I call this a ferociously important goal, FIG, to make it clear to the team that this goal matters most. Failure to achieve it will make every other accomplishment seem secondary or possibly even inconsequential. I use those words, which are ferociously important, on purpose. There can be many important things, even many important goals, but add that word ferociously in front of important ones, taking it to another level. Ferocious means many things, but the one that best suits it, in my opinion, is extreme determination. Take Olympic champion swimmer Michael Phelps. Phelps began swimming at the age of 7 to channel his excessive energy. 3 years later, he held the national record for his age group in the 100-meter butterfly. At one point in his career, he dedicated himself to winning 8 gold medals at a single Olympic Games. Phelps, 2024. His FIG was to win across multiple medleys, again and again. Achieving that goal meant that even when he competed in other non-Olympic races, they were always in service to his FIG of winning at the Olympics, no matter how important or prestigious they may have been. It also meant constant specialized training, going over every centimeter of the route and planning precisely how to execute every race stage. The result of this powerful focus? Michael Phelps is the most decorated athlete in Olympic history, with 28 medals, including a record 23 gold. At the 2008 Games in Beijing, he became the first athlete to win 8 gold medals in a single Olympics. He continued winning until retiring in 2016. By then, he was regarded as the most excellent swimmer ever. Many consider him the most outstanding athlete of all time. Michael Phelps and his success are a product of his otherworldly ability to set and create goals. In a recent interview that Phelps did with Fox Sports' Joe Buck, 2024, for the show Undeniable, the swimmer shared a goal sheet that he had crafted at 8 years old. What I like most about the goal sheet is not necessarily the goals or that he had precise targets in mind, versus writing something like, "I want to be the fastest." The goals were clear, but most importantly, they included a plan of action. Even at that age, Phelps seemed to grasp that having a goal is not enough, you must also have a vehicle for that change. In his case, it was working hard and attending every practice. In an article by Olivier Poirier-Leroy, 2024, page 2, Michael details his process and goal-setting tips. 1. Write it down. 2. Post it somewhere prominent. 3. Write out what it will take. 4. Work with your coach. 5. Bounce back. In this book, I will outline how these 5 tips from Phelps above are perfectly woven into the 4 modus operandi of achievement. If you are currently trying to execute 5, 10, or even 20 essential goals, the truth is that your team cannot focus. This lack of focus magnifies the intensity of the whirlwind, dilutes your efforts, and makes success almost impossible. This is especially problematic when there are too many goals at the highest levels of the organization, all of which eventually cascade into dozens and hundreds of goals as they work their way down throughout the organization, creating much complexity. However, when you narrow your team's focus to one or two ferocious goals, the team can easily distinguish between what is truly a top priority and what is the whirlwind. They move from a loosely defined and difficult to communicate collection of objectives to a small, focused set of achievable targets. Modus Operandi 1 is all about narrowing down your focus. Without it, you will never get the desired results. It is only the beginning. Modus Operandi 2, act on the lead indicators. This is the modus operandi of leverage. It is based on the simple principle that not all actions are created equal. Some activities have more impact than others when reaching a goal. Furthermore, it is those you want to identify and act on to reach your goal. Whatever strategy you are pursuing, your progress and success will be based on two measures, lag and lead. Lag measures are the tracking measurements of the ferocious goal, usually the ones you spend most of your time praying over. Revenue, profit, market share, and customer satisfaction are all lag measures, meaning that when you receive them, the performance that drove them is already in the past. That is why you are praying. You cannot fix it by the time you get a lag measure. It is history. Lead indicators are quite different because they measure the most high-impact things your team must do to reach the goal. In essence, they measure the new behaviors that will drive success on the lag measures, whether those behaviors are as simple as offering a sample to every customer in the bakery or as complex as adhering to standards in jet engine design. A good lead indicator has two fundamental characteristics: it predicts achieving the goal, and the team members can influence it. To understand these two characteristics, consider the simple goal of losing light. While the lag measure is pounds lost, two lead indicators might be a specific limit on calories per day and a specific number of hours of exercise per week. These lead indicators are predictive because by performing them, you can predict what the scale, the lag measure, will tell you next week. They are influenceable because both new behaviors are within your control. Acting on the lead indicators is one of the little-known secrets of achievement. Most leaders, even some of the most experienced, are so focused on lag measures that the modus operandi to focus on the lead indicators feels counterintuitive. Do not misunderstand. Lag measures are ultimately the most important things you are trying to accomplish. Nevertheless, true to their name, lead indicators will get you to the lag measures. Once you have identified your lead indicators, they become the critical leverage points for achieving your goal. Modus Operandi 3, keep a captivating scoreboard. People play differently when they are keeping a score. If you doubt this, watch any group of teenagers playing basketball and see how the game changes the minute scorekeeping begins. However, the truth of this statement is more clearly revealed by a change in emphasis. People play differently when they are keeping score. It is not about you keeping score for them. Modus Operandi 3 is the modus operandi of engagement. In principle, the highest level of performance always comes from emotionally engaged people, and the highest level of engagement comes from knowing the score, whether people see whether they are winning or losing. It is that simple. Bowling through a curtain might be fun initially, but if you cannot see the pins fall, it will soon become boring, even if you love bowling. If you have narrowed your focus on modus operandi 1, your FIG with a lag measure, and determined the critical lead indicators that will keep you on a course toward that goal in modus operandi 2, you have the elements of a winnable game. The next step is to capture that game on a simple but captivating scoreboard. The kind of scoreboard that will drive the highest levels of engagement with your team will be designed solely for, and often by, either players. This player's scoreboard differs from the complex coach's scoreboard that leaders love to create. It must be so simple that team members can determine instantly if they are winning or losing. Why does this matter? If the scoreboard is unclear, the game you want people to play will be abandoned in the whirlwind of other activities. Moreover, if your team does not know whether they are winning the game, they are probably on their way to losing. Modus Operandi 4, create a tempo of responsibility. Modus Operandi 4 is where achievement happens. The first three modus operandi set up the game, but until you apply modus operandi 4, your team is not in the game. It is based on the principle of responsibility. Unless I consistently hold each other accountable, the goal naturally disintegrates in the whirlwind. The tempo of responsibility is a rhythm of regular and frequent meetings of any team with a ferocious goal. These meetings happen at least weekly and ideally last no more than 20 to 30 minutes. In that brief time, team members held each other accountable for producing results despite the whirlwind. Why is the tempo of responsibility so important? Consider the experience of someone with whom I have worked. He and his teenage daughter agreed she could use the family car if she washed it every Saturday morning. He would meet with her each Saturday to ensure the vehicle was clean. They met on Saturday for several weeks, and everything went well, but then he had to go out of town for 2 Saturdays in a row. When he returned, he found that the car had not been cleaned. He asked his daughter why she had not taken care of her job. "Oh," she replied. "Are we still doing that?" It took only 2 weeks for the responsibility system to break down. If this was the case in a one-on-one situation, think how much more it applies to a work team or a whole organization. The magic is in the tempo. Team members must be able to hold each other accountable regularly and rhythmically. Each week, one by one, team members answer a simple question: what are the 1 or 2 most important things I can do in the next week, outside the whirlwind, that will have the biggest impact on the scoreboard? Then, members report on whether they met the previous week's commitments, how well they are moving the lead and lag measures on the scoreboard, and their commitments for the coming week, all in only a few minutes. In addition to the repeated tempo, the secret to Modus Operandi 4 is that team members create their commitments. It is common to find teams where the members expect, even want, to be told what to do. However, because they make their commitments, their ownership of them increases. Team members will always be more committed to their ideas than to orders from above. More importantly, making commitments to their team members, rather than solely to the boss, shifts the emphasis from professional to personal. Simply put, the commitments go beyond their job performance to become promises to the team. Because the team commits to a new set of objectives each week, this modus operandi creates a just-in-time weekly achievement plan that adapts to challenges and opportunities that can never be foreseen in an annual strategic plan. In this way, the plan adapts as fast as possible. The result? The team can direct enormous energy to the ferocious goal without getting blocked by the shifting whirlwind of change all around them. When your team begins to see the lag measure of a big goal moving directly from their efforts, they will know they are winning. Moreover, I have found nothing that drives the morale and engagement of a team more than winning. A remarkable example is a world-class luxury hotel chain that set a FIG with a lag measure of 97% guest retention. Their mantra was, "If you stay here once, I want you back." Furthermore, they executed that goal with excellence. They chose to achieve their goal through lead indicators of individualized personal service. So, what did they do differently? Every staff member had a role in achieving that goal. Housekeepers, for example, carefully recorded the individual preferences of each guest on computers so they could provide the same services each time the customer came back. One guest asked the maid to leave his partially smoked cigar in the ashtray because he would return to the room. When he returned, a new cigar of the same brand was in the ashtray. He thought that was nice, but he never expected to find a new cigar of that brand waiting for him in his room in another hotel in the chain months later. He says, "Now, I must go back to see if the cigar will exist. They own me." In addition to their whirlwind, the housekeepers had quite a few new tasks: note guest preferences, enter and retrieve guest preferences from a computer, and fulfill guest preferences. The housekeepers would not have done all those new things if they had not known without question that the goal of customer retention was the top priority. That a few new activities are vital to achieving that goal. That they would track those activities carefully. That they would account for their commitments daily, in other words. They knew the goal, modus operandi 1. They knew what to do to achieve the goal, modus operandi 2. They always knew the score, modus operandi 3. They held themselves accountable regularly and frequently for the results, modus operandi 4. These are the characteristics of organizations that practice the 4 modus operandi of achievement. People want to win. They want to contribute in a way that matters. However, too many organizations lack this kind of modus operandi, the conscious, consistent regimen needed to execute critical goals with excellence. The financial impact of a failure to execute can be huge, but it is only one of the impacts. Another is the human cost to people who want to give their best and be part of a winning team. By contrast, nothing is more motivating than belonging to a team of people who know the goal and are determined to get there. The 4 modus operandi succeed because they focus on timeless principles, core values that don't change, rather than temporary practices. This makes them adaptable across industries and organizations. Practices are situational, subjective, and constantly evolving. Principles are timeless and self-evident, and they apply everywhere. They are natural laws, like gravity. Whether you understand or agree with them does not matter, they still apply. One of the best-selling business books of all time is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen R. Covey, 1989. In his book, Stephen identified some core principles that govern human behavior and effectiveness, such as responsibility, vision, integrity, understanding, collaboration, and renewal. Just as there are principles that govern human behavior, there are principles that govern how teams get things done or execute. I believe the principles of achievement have always been focus, leverage, engagement, and responsibility. Are there other principles at play when it comes to achievement? Yes. However, is there something special about these four and their sequencing? Absolutely. I did not invent them and freely acknowledge that understanding them has never been a problem. The challenge for leaders has been finding a way to implement them, especially when the whirlwind is raging. Chapter 9. How to organize. The 4 modus operandi of achievement is organized into 3 parts to provide a progressively more profound understanding of the 4 modus operandi and its application to any team. Section 1, The 4 modus operandi of achievement, thoroughly explains the 4 modus operandi for MO. This section also explains why these simple concepts are so complex to practice and why they are the key to successfully meeting any leader's greatest challenge. Section 2, Installing for MO with your team, is designed like a field guide. It provides detailed, step-by-step instructions for implementing the modus operandi within your team. A separate chapter is devoted to each modus operandi. The final chapter of this section introduces you to a system for managing the 4 modus operandi with your team. Section 3, Installing for MO in your organization, provides some rules of the road that have evolved from the hundreds of implementations I have guided over the past decade. You will gain insights from the leaders of top companies who are successfully using 4MO to drive strategy and create breakthrough results in their organizations. From our direct experience, this section also answers many questions about executing strategies in various industries. At the end of the book, I have included a chapter on frequently asked questions and a short chapter that shows how the 4 modus operandi can help you accomplish personal or family-oriented goals. This book differs slightly from most other business books you have read. Most business books share many helpful ideas and theories but are shallow in application. In this book, I am heavy on application and will tell you precisely what you can do to implement these modus operandi, the specifics, the tips, the watch-outs, and the must-dos. I will share everything I know. Section 1 will teach you the 4 modus operandi of achievement. Sections 2 and 3 will vividly detail how to apply them. I hope you will find this approach refreshing. Before you begin, I have learned that there are 3 things to watch out for when you begin studying the 4 modus operandi more deeply, for MO says easy, does hard. First, the modus operandi may sound deceptively simple, but it requires sustained work to implement. As a former colleague said, say easy, do hard. Do not be misled by this simplicity. The 4 modus operandi are powerful in part because they are easy to understand. However, successful implementation requires significant effort over an extended period and sustained commitment. If the goal you seek is not one you must achieve, you might not make the necessary sustained commitment. The payoff, however, is that you will not only achieve this goal but also build the organizational muscle and capability to achieve the next goal and the next. For MO is counterintuitive, but sustained commitment can lead to significant achievements. Second, Each of the 4 modus operandi is paradigm shifting and might even fly in the face of your intuition. They require sustained effort and long-term commitment to deliver transformative results. If you want to achieve a particular goal, do not focus on the goal itself, but on the lead indicators that drive it. As you implement each modus operandi, at least initially, you will be doing things that, at first glance, might not seem to make sense and that run counter to your instincts. Let us emphasize, though, that the 4 modus operandi result from severe and intense experimentation, and their power is in how they work together in sequence. This counterintuitive nature is what makes them so compelling and intriguing to implement. Each modus operandi sets the stage for the next modus operandi. Leave one out, and you will have a far less effective result. Think of the 4 modus operandi as a computer's operating system. Once installed, you can run almost any strategy you choose, but you need the whole system to work. The reasons for this will become apparent as I move through the following chapters. Section 1. The 4 modus operandi of achievement. The 4 modus operandi of achievement is all about producing great results. The modus operandi points from right to left because great teams execute from right to left. They hold themselves consistently accountable for performance on lead indicators, which drives the achievement of ferociously essential goals. The captivating scoreboard, modus operandi 3, is central because it displays the success measures of the goals for all to see. The tempo of responsibility, modus operandi 4, surrounds the other modus operandi because it holds everything together. These simple yet powerful principles are the key to achieving excellence. The circling arrow symbolizes the practice of regular, frequent responsibility for the success measures on the scoreboard. Modus operandi 1, focus on the fiercely important ferociously goals, FIGs. The first modus operandi is to focus your finest effort on the 1 or 2 goals that will make all the difference instead of giving mediocre effort to dozens of goals. Achievement starts with focus. Without it, the other 3 modus operandi cannot help you. Why do almost all leaders struggle to narrow their focus? It is not because they do not think the focus is needed. I work with dozens of leadership teams worldwide every week, and almost without exception, they acknowledge that they need greater focus. Despite this desire, they find themselves with too many competing priorities, pulling their teams in many different directions. One of the first things I want you to know is that you are not alone. The inability of leaders to focus is an epidemic problem. I also want you to know that when I discuss narrowing your focus in modus operandi 1, I am not discussing narrowing your whirlwind size and complexity. However, over time, attention to FIGs might have that effect. Your whirlwind includes all the urgent activities necessary to sustain your business daily. Focusing on the fiercely important means narrowing the number of goals you are attempting to accomplish beyond the day-to-day demands of your whirlwind. Practicing modus operandi 1 means narrowing your focus to a few critical goals so you can manageably achieve them amid the whirlwind of the day job. Simply put, modus operandi 1 is about applying more energy against fewer goals because, when it comes to setting goals, the law of diminishing returns is as fundamental as the law of gravity. Your chances of achieving 2 or 3 goals with excellence are high, but the more goals you try to juggle at once, the less likely you will be to reach them. If a team focuses on 2 or even 3 goals beyond the demands of their whirlwind, they can often accomplish them. However, if they set 4 to 10 goals, our experience has been that they will achieve only 1 or 2. They will be going backward. They will lose all focus if they go after 11 to 20 goals in addition to the whirlwind. Confronted with many goals, the team members will stop listening, let alone executing. Why is this so? The fundamental principle in modus operandi 1 is that humans are genetically hardwired to do one thing at a time with excellence. You are probably thinking, proudly, that you are great at multitasking and can get many things done simultaneously. Nevertheless, you want to devote your best effort to the ferociously important goal. Steve Jobs, 2024 of Apple, 2024, had a big company to run, and he could have proudly brought many more products to market than he did, but he chose to focus on a handful of most important products. His focus was legendary. And so are his results. Science tells us that the human brain can give entire focus to only a single object at any given moment. You cannot even give your best effort to driving a car while talking on a mobile phone and eating a burger, let alone juggle multiple important business goals simultaneously. MIT neuroscientist Earl Miller, 2024, says, trying to concentrate on two tasks causes an overload of the brain's processing capacity. When people try to perform similar tasks simultaneously, such as writing an email and talking on the phone, they compete to use the same part of the brain. Trying to carry too much, the brain slows down. If this is true of simple tasks like processing emails and phone calls, think of the impact of losing focus on the goals that could transform your business. The prefrontal cortex, the brain's gateway, cannot handle the daily flood that comes at us because it is designed to deal with teaspoons rather than tidal waves of information. In our culture of multitasking, according to Professor Clifford Nass, 2023, of Stanford University, the neural circuits devoted to scanning, skimming, and multitasking are expanding and strengthening, while those used for reading and thinking deeply, with sustained concentration, are weakening or eroding. What is the consequence? Habitual multitaskers may be sacrificing performance on the primary task. They are suckers for irrelevancy. Another term for the primary task is the FIG. Improving our ability to multitask hampers our ability to think deeply and creatively. The more you multitask, the less deliberative you become, the less you can think and reason out a problem, says Jordan Grafman, 2023, of the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke in the USA. Of course, you do not have to overload the brain. You can leverage the brain's capacity to concentrate superbly on one ferociously goal at a time while being aware of the other priorities. There is no better illustration of this principle than an airport control tour. Right now, more than 100 airplanes might be approaching, taking off, or taxiing around, and all of them are very important, especially if you happen to be on one of them. However, for the air traffic controller, only one airplane is most critical right now, the one that's landing now. The controller is aware of all the other planes on the radar and is keeping track of them, but right now, all her talent and expertise are solely focused on one flight. If she does not get that flight on the ground safely and with total excellence, then nothing else she might achieve will matter much. She lands one airplane at a time. FIGs are like that. They are the goals you must achieve with total excellence beyond the circling priorities of your day-to-day life. To succeed, you must be willing to make the hard choices that separate what is most important from all the many other merely essential goals on your radar. Then, it would be best to approach that FIG with focus and diligence until it is delivered as promised, with excellence. That does not mean you abandon all your other important goals. They are still on your radar but do not require your finest diligence and effort. Still, some of those goals might never be worthy of your finest diligence and effort, some of them never should have taken off in the first place. People who try to push many goals at once usually do a mediocre job on all of them. You can ignore the principle of focus, but it will not ignore you. Alternatively, you can leverage this principle to achieve your top goals, one at a time, again and again. Chapter 10. The Leader's Challenge. All our goals are priority 1. I can multitask and succeed at 5, 10, or 15 critical goals. All I need to do is work harder. Many of our goals are important, but only 1 or 2 are ferociously important. I call them FIGs. They are the goals I must achieve. Our finest effort can only be given to 1 or 2 essential goals at a time. So, here is the big question: why is there so much pressure toward expanding, rather than narrowing, the goals? If you understand the need to focus, why is it so difficult? You might say that, as a leader, it is because you can always see more than a dozen existing things that need improvement and another dozen new opportunities you would like to chase on any given day. On top of that, other people, and other people's agendas, can be added to your goals, especially if they are from higher up in the organization. However, more often than any of these external forces, one real culprit creates most of the problems: you. In the words of the old cartoon Pogo, I have met the enemy, and he is us. Although the tendencies that drive you to the higher side of the scale are well-intentioned, you are often your worst enemy. Being aware of these tendencies is a good place to start. Let us examine a few of them candidly. One reason you may drive your team to take on too much is that, as a leader, you tend to be ambitious and creative. You are precisely the kind of individual organizations like to promote. The problem is that creative, ambitious people always want to do more, not less. If this describes you, you are almost hardwired to violate the first modus operandi of achievement. Another reason you might lead your team to go after too many goals is to hedge your bets. In other words, if your team pursues everything, something seems likely to work. It also ensures that, if you fail, no one can question the level of effort your team gave. Even though you know that more is not better, it looks better, especially to the person above you. So, you may resist the increased responsibility for results that would come with fewer goals and instead rely on the sheer volume of effort to drive your success. However, the most significant challenge you face in narrowing your goals is that it requires you to say no to many good ideas. For MO may even mean saying no to some great ideas, at least for now. Nothing is counterintuitive for a leader than saying no to a good idea, and nothing is a more giant destroyer of focus than always saying yes. What makes it even harder is that these good ideas are not presented all at once, wrapped in a nice little bundle, so choosing among them would be simple. Instead, they filter in one at a time. Alone, each idea seems to make so much sense that it is almost impossible for you to say no, so you fall into a trap of your own making. I believe all leaders facing this challenge should prominently display this quote in their offices: "I cannot overemphasize the importance of focusing on only one or two figs simultaneously." It is counterintuitive, but it must happen. Before Apple was named Company of the Decade in the United States by multiple sources, COO Tim Cook, now CEO, Cook, 2024, said this to the company's shareholders: "I am the most focused company that I know of, have read of, or have any knowledge of. I say no to good ideas every day. I say no to great ideas to keep the number of things I focus on very small in number so that I can put enormous energy behind the ones I do choose." At the table each of you is sitting at today, you could probably put every product that Apple makes on it, yet Apple's revenue last year was $40 billion. Apple's determination to say no to good ideas has had devastating consequences for its competitors. I once worked with a manufacturer that competed directly with Apple's iPhone. He was slightly discouraged when I met with the leader responsible for creating a new interface to compete with the iPhone. "How would you like that assignment?" "It is not fair," he said, shaking his head. "I make over 40 different phones between our domestic and international operations. They only make one." I could not have said it better myself. As in the article Stephen Covey, 10 Quotes That Can Change Your Life by Kevin Cruz, Covey says, "You must decide what your highest priorities are and have the courage, pleasantly, smilingly, unapologetically, to say no to other things. Furthermore, you do that by having a big yes burning inside." Cruz, 2012. Once you understand the importance of saying no to good ideas to keep your team's focus narrow, you can avoid the first of two focus traps. However, the second trap, trying to turn everything in the whirlwind into a FIG, is even more common. Once caught in it, you try to turn everything in the whirlwind into a goal. All your existing measurements for running the organization today are within the whirlwind, illustrated below as dials. It is perfectly appropriate for your team to spend 80% of their time and energy sustaining or incrementally improving the whirlwind. Keeping the ship afloat should be job one, but you will lose focus if they spend 100% of their energy trying to significantly improve all those dials simultaneously. In the organizational whirlwind, people track countless numbers, finances, customer satisfaction scores, product life cycles, etc. A new, ferociously important goal can get lost in this storm. Applying even pressure to all these dials is like trying to make holes in a piece of paper by applying even pressure with all your fingers. You cannot press on any one dial with enough force to drive a change in human behavior. Many of the dials require dozens of changes in human behavior to move them. Focusing on one FIG is like punching one finger through the paper. All your strength goes into making that hole. Unless you can achieve your goal with a stroke of the pen, success will require your team to change their behavior. They cannot change that many behaviors simultaneously, no matter how badly you want them to. Trying to improve every measure in the whirlwind will consume all your time and leave you with very little to show for it. So, what should you do beyond avoiding these two focus traps, refusing to say no to all the good ideas and trying to make everything in the whirlwind a goal? Narrow your focus to one or two crucial goals and consistently invest your team's time and energy. In other words, if you want high-focus, high-performance team members, they must have something ferociously essential to focus on. While you do not lose track of the numbers in the whirlwind, Modus Operandi 1 requires intense focus on one number, the measure of success on the ferociously important goal. Chapter 11. Identifying those goals that are ferociously important. As I move on to Chapter 11, please remember the first chapter about President Abraham Lincoln, specifically his will to overcome all obstacles to realize his dreams. A ferociously important goal, FIG, is a goal that can make all the difference. Because it is your strategic tipping point, you will commit disproportionate energy to it, the 20% not used up in the whirlwind. Nevertheless, how do you decide which of your FIG goals should be? Sometimes, the choice of a FIG is obvious, but at other times, it cannot be apparent. If you try to select your FIG by asking yourself what is most important, you may find your mind running in circles. Why? Because the urgent priorities in your whirlwind always compete to be the most ferociously important, a perfect argument can usually be made when choosing any of them. To illustrate this problem, imagine the leadership team in a manufacturing plant having this conversation. I am telling you, quality is the furiously important thing, and it should be our FIG. Says one person. I will not forget, our production pays the bills around here, says another. I am sorry, but I disagree with both of you, says a third. Safety must be the most important. Have you ever had one of your people seriously hurt in an accident? If you had, you would agree. The result is frustration, confusion, and an inevitable, and paradoxical, loss of focus. The problem in this conversation is that the leaders are asking the wrong questions. In determining your ferociously important goal, do not ask, what is most important? Instead, begin by asking, if every other area of our operation remained at its current level of performance, what is the one area where change would have the greatest impact? This question changes your thinking and lets you identify the focus that makes the difference. Remember, 80% of your team's energy will still be directed at sustaining the whirlwind, so ignore the temptation to worry that by making one or two goals most important, your team will ignore everything else. Moreover, once you stop worrying about everything else going backward, you can start moving forward on your FIG. In the words of Modus Operandi 1, you can focus on the ferociously important. Your FIG will come from one of two categories, within or outside the whirlwind. It could be so severely broken within the whirlwind that it must be fixed, or an essential element of your value proposition that is not being delivered. Poor project completion time, out-of-control costs, or unsatisfactory customer service are good examples. However, it could also be an area where your team is already performing well, and leveraging this strength could significantly impact. For example, increasing patient satisfaction in a hospital from the 85th percentile to the 95th percentile could dramatically increase revenue. Outside the whirlwind, the choices tend to be about repositioning yourself strategically. Launching a new product or service, either to counter a competitive threat or seize a vast opportunity, could be a FIG that would make all the difference. Remember that this type of FIG will require an even more significant behavior change since it will be entirely new for your team. Whether your FIG comes from within or outside the whirlwind, your real aim is to achieve it and make the new level of performance a natural part of your team's operation. In essence, once a FIG is achieved, it goes back into the whirlwind. Every time this happens, the whirlwind changes. It is not as chaotic, chronic problems are resolved, and new performance levels are sustained. It is a much higher performing whirlwind. Ultimately, this enables your team to pursue the following FIG from a stronger foundation. Sometimes, choosing your FIG is more than selecting the aspect of your business where the most significant results are desired. It is about a FIG so fundamental to the heart of your mission that achieving it defines your existence as an organization. I worked with the new president of a sizable thrift store chain during a consulting project, just as he asked himself these questions. His predecessor had put the company on a firm financial and operational footing, updating marketing and advertising, the look and feel of the stores, and the accounting procedures. When I got into the FIG discussion, some of his reports thought this emphasis needed to continue. Others wanted more emphasis on hiring more disabled workers. Still, others argued that their top FIG should be growth. The range of choices was baffling. To help the team find common ground, the new leader asked everyone to ponder the mission of the organization, to promote self-reliance among the disabled and displaced. With the company in a solid financial and operational position, could it be that the area where they now wanted the most remarkable results might be more directly related to their mission? Gradually, a FIG emerged from this experience, one they had not even considered before. It helped disabled workers find jobs outside our organization that can sustain them. While they could not hire every disabled person in their region, they had the operational capacity to train thousands in the retail business and find better jobs to escape dependency. The organization's new measure of success? Increasing the number of disabled people placed in sustainable jobs. This FIG transformed the organization. They helped thousands become self-reliant and find a new sense of self-worth while sustaining the day-to-day financial and operational results that made their mission possible. Chapter 12. Focus on your organization. Up to this point, I have talked a lot about narrowing the focus as it relates to you and your team. This is a considerable challenge. Narrowing the focus for an entire organization or even a large portion of an organization. Please gain a high-level understanding of the rules for applying Modus Operandi 1 organizationally before I move into Modus Operandi 2. Rule number 1. No team focuses on more than 2 FIGs simultaneously. This rule acts like a governor on an engine. When you are deeply into the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement, there may be dozens or hundreds of FIGs across the organization. However, the key is not to overload any single leader, team, or individual performer. Remember, they are all dealing with the incessant demands of the whirlwind. Keep this rule in mind as you consider the remaining 3 rules. If you violate this one, you will lose your organizational focus. In the words of Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid, your focus needs more focus. Rule number 2, the battles you choose must win the war. Whether it is a military conflict or the war on hunger, cancer, or poverty, there is a relationship between battles and wars. The only reason you fight a battle is to win the war. The sole purpose of FIGs at lower levels in the organization is to help achieve the FIGs at higher levels. It is not enough that the lower level FIGs support or align with the higher FIGs. The lower level FIGs must ensure the success of the higher FIGs. For example, a provider of internet financial services I worked with knew they had to increase revenues from $160 million to $200 million by fiscal year end to fulfill the expectations of their investors. A new outside sales team committed to providing $8 million in new revenue, and the major account division committed to the other $32 million. What about the other principal division, the technology team? What role did they play in this revenue FIG? Did they have any role at all? At first, they felt left out of the FIG. After careful research, they determined that the most impactful lower-level FIG they could set for themselves would be to improve their record for continuous, uninterrupted service. New customers would use this primary criterion to choose a provider, perhaps the most critical criterion. As it turned out, this group had to fight the pivotal battle to achieve the FIG, clearing the path for the other divisions. Once the top-level FIG is chosen, the next question is critical. Instead of asking, "What are all the things I could do to win this war?" A common mistake that results in a long to-do list, ask, "What are the fewest number of battles necessary to win this war?" The answer determines which and how many lower-level FIGs will be needed to achieve the top-level FIG. As you begin to choose the battles to win the war, you have begun to both clarify and simplify your strategy. Rule number 3, senior leaders can veto but not dictate. The highest levels of achievement are never reached when the strategy is devised solely by the organization's top leaders and handed down to the leaders and teams below. Without involvement, you cannot create the high commitment levels achievement requires. While the senior leaders will undoubtedly determine the top-level FIG, they must allow the leaders at each level below to define the FIGs for their teams. This not only leverages the knowledge of these leaders but also creates a greater sense of ownership and involvement. Simply put, they become more engaged in a goal that they choose themselves, and that supports a worthy organizational goal. Senior leaders then exercise their right to veto if the battles chosen will not win the war. Implementing Modus Operandi 1 enables an organization to quickly turn a broad strategy into clearly defined FIGs at every level. It is not solely a top-down process, nor is it exclusively bottom-up. Through this process, the senior leader's choice of the overall FIG brings clarity, top-down, and allowing the leaders and teams below to choose their FIGs, bottom-up, brings engagement. In the process, the organization mobilizes around the focus that matters most and takes ownership of driving the result. Rule number 4. All FIGs must have a finish line from X to Y by when. Every FIG at every level must contain a measurable result and the date by which that result must be achieved. For example, a revenue-focused FIG might be increase the percent of annual revenue from new products from 15% to 21% by December 31st. The from X to Y by when format is a powerful tool that recognizes your current position, desired destination, and the deadline for reaching that goal. Though seemingly simple, this format can be a game-changer for leaders. It provides a clear roadmap, empowering you and your team with newfound clarity and direction. Typically, however, goals lack this kind of clarity. I constantly see goals like these that no one can achieve because there is no finish line, no way of telling whether you completed the goal or not, and where you stand at any given point. From a significant global retail company, improve inventory processing. From a British publisher, develop and strengthen new and existing client relationships. From an Australian tourist authority, influence effective tourism workforce development in Queensland. From a European investment firm, successfully convert our portfolio to a lifecycle strategy. From a multinational agribusiness company, identify, recruit, and retain the best employees. These goals lack the measurement to tell the team when they have won the game. Improve inventory processing? How much? Strengthen new client relationships? How do I measure stronger? Successfully convert a portfolio to a life cycle strategy? How will I know if I have done that? Practical, ferociously important goals look like this. Improve inventory processing by increasing per year inventory turns from 8 to 10 by December 31st. Raise our client relationship score from 40 to 70 on the loyalty scale within 2 years. Move 40% of our customers from fixed categories to life cycle categories of investments within 5 years. Launch the new CRM solution at an 85% quality beta rating by the end of our fiscal year. If a goal is ferociously important, surely you should be able to tell if you have achieved it. The formula from X to Y by when makes that possible. In setting a finish line, I often hear, over what period should the achievement of a FIG be spread? My answer is, it depends. Since teams and organizations often think and measure themselves in terms of a calendar or a fiscal year, a 1-year time frame makes a good starting point for a FIG. That said, remember that a FIG is not a strategy. It is a tactical goal with a limited time frame. I have seen some FIGs take 2 years and some take 6 months. The length of a project-based FIG, such as complete the new website within budget by July 1st, will usually correspond with the project's time frame. Use your judgment. Just remember that a FIG should be within a time frame that balances the need to create a compelling vision with the need to create an achievable goal. Shooting for the moon. In 1958, the fledgling National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, had many crucial goals, one of which was the expansion of human knowledge of phenomena in the atmosphere and space. It sounded like many of the goals you hear in business today: become world-class, or lead the industry. Although the leaders at NASA had ways to measure various aspects of this goal, they lacked the clarity of a defined finish line. They also lacked the results that the Soviet Union was producing. Nevertheless, in 1961, President John F. Kennedy shook NASA to its foundations when he declared, "Land a man on the moon and return him safely to the Earth before this decade is out." Suddenly, NASA had a formidable new challenge, the war it would fight for the next 10 years, and it was stated precisely the way FIGs should be stated: X is earthbound, Y is to the moon and back, and when is by December 31, 1969. NASA's goals in 1958. 1. The expansion of human knowledge of phenomena in the atmosphere and space. 2. The improvement of the usefulness, performance, speed, safety, and efficiency of aeronautical and space vehicles. 3. The development and operation of vehicles capable of carrying instruments, equipment, supplies, and living organisms through space. 4. The establishment of long-range studies of the potential benefits to be gained from, the opportunities for, and the problems involved in the utilization of aeronautical and space activities for peaceful and scientific purposes. 5. The preservation of the role of the United States as a leader in aeronautical and space science and technology and in the application thereof to the conduct of peaceful activities within and outside the atmosphere. 6. The making available to agencies directly concerned with the national defense of discoveries that have military value or significance, and the furnishing by such agencies to the civilian agency established to direct and control non-military aeronautical and space activities of information as to discoveries which have value or significance to that agency. 7. Cooperation by the United States with other nations and groups of nations in work done according to this Act and in the peaceful application of the results thereof. 8. The most effective utilization of the scientific and engineering resources of the United States, with close cooperation among all interested agencies of the United States, to avoid unnecessary duplication of effort, facilities, and equipment. NASA's goals as of 1961. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. John F. Kennedy. Kennedy, 1961. Consider the 1958 goals. Are they clear and measurable? How many are there? Is there a finish line for any of them? So, what kind of results were these objectives driving for NASA? Russia entered space first with satellites and cosmonauts, while the United States was still blowing up rockets on launch pads. Contrast the 1958 goals with the 1961 goal, one transparent, measurable FIG. With its reputation at stake on the world stage, NASA had to determine the few key battles to win that war. Ultimately, 3 critical battles are chosen: navigation, propulsion, and life support. Navigation posed the formidable challenge of moving a spacecraft through space at 18 miles per second to a precise location on the Moon, which was also rushing in its elliptical orbit around Earth. Propulsion was no less of a challenge because a rocket heavy enough to carry a lunar module had never yet achieved a velocity sufficient to break free of Earth's gravitational pull. Life support was the most critical because it required developing a capsule and landing module to keep astronauts alive, both for the journey to and from the Moon and while exploring its surface. President Kennedy's speech also included another critical aspect of Modus Operandi 1, saying no to good ideas, when he acknowledged that there were many other worthy objectives that the country would not pursue to achieve this goal. Nevertheless, as he asked, why, some say, the Moon? Why choose this as our goal? That goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that I am willing to accept, one I am unwilling to postpone, and one which I intend to win. In this way, he narrows NASA's focus to a finish line whose achievement became one of the most critical ventures in human history. What do you think happened to responsibility within NASA when the challenge of putting a man on the Moon was publicly announced? It went through the roof. This is particularly clear when you remember that the spacecraft they would use had only a tiny fraction of the smartphone's computing power in your pocket. Even worse, the engineers and scientists still had no operational technology to win the 3 necessary battles. Looking back, you might say humans had no business being on the Moon in 1969. Consider a different question: what happened to morale and engagement when accountability soared? It, too, went through the roof. Most leaders find this surprising. When responsibility is at its highest, the pressure lowers morale. The reality is the opposite: narrowing your focus increases responsibility and your team's engagement. The effect on morale is dramatic when a team moves from having a dozen "I really hope" goals to one or two "no matter what" goals. It is as though a switch exists in every team member's head called "Game On." If you can throw that switch, you have laid the foundation for extraordinary achievement. President Kennedy threw that switch when he said to the moon and back by the decade's end. Can you remember what it is like to be part of a team when the Game On switch is activated? It is a remarkable experience. Even though you still must deal with the whirlwind and its myriad demands, you also have a finish line, something clear and essential at which you can win. Even more meaningful, it is something whereby every member of the team can see that their contribution makes a difference. Everyone wants to feel that they are winning and contributing to something meaningful. Furthermore, when times are tough, they want it even more. When I started this journey years ago, I did not intend to focus on defining or refining strategy. However, I quickly learned that the line separating strategy and achievement is blurry. Applying this first modus operandi will sharpen your strategy more than you think it will, but it will also make it executable. Think of it this way: above your head is a thought bubble, and inside that bubble are all the various aspects of your strategy, including opportunities you wish you are pursuing, new ideas and concepts, problems you know you need to fix, and a lot of what is and how does to get it all done. Your bubble is complicated and chaotic. It is also completely different from the bubbles above every other leader. Modus Operandi 1 requires you to translate your strategy from concepts to targets, from a vague strategic intent to a set of specific finish lines. The 4 rules for implementing Modus Operandi 1, outlined above, give an entire organization a framework for doing this successfully. For more examples and process steps, see sections 2 and 3. Too many organizational goals are hazy and imprecise, leaving people wondering what they are supposed to do and how they are supposed to do it. Modus Operandi 1 provides clear, unmistakable finish lines so people know exactly what success looks like. Finally, remember that the 4 rules of focus are unforgiving. Eventually, you will want to cheat on them, even just a little. I know. I often want to do the same inside our organization. However, I have learned that the rules governing focus are like the rules governing gravity. They are not concerned with what you think or the details of your situation. They yield predictable consequences. Focusing on the vital few goals is common sense, it is not common practice. A young boy puts his hand into a pot full of hazelnuts in one of Aesop's fables. He grasps as many as he can hold, but when he tries to pull out his hand, he finds the neck of the pot is too narrow. Unwilling to lose his catch and unable to withdraw his hand, he burst into tears and bitterly lamented his disappointment. Like the boy, you might find it hard to let go of many reasonable goals until you start serving a greater goal. As Steve Jobs often said, "I am as proud of what I do not do as I am of what I do." Jobs, 2022. Modus Operandi 1 defines a greater goal and is a method of operation, MO. In section 2 of this book, I will guide you on defining an organizational FIG. Modus Operandi 2, target behaviors that drive lead indicators. The second modus operandi is to apply disproportionate energy to the activities that drive your lead indicators. This provides the leverage for achieving the ferociously important goal. Modus Operandi 2 is the method of operation of leverage. Lead indicators are the measures of the activities most connected to achieving the goal. Modus Operandi 1 takes an organization's ferociously important goal and breaks it down into specific, measurable targets until every team has a ferociously important goal that it can own. Modus Operandi 2 then defines the leveraged actions that will enable the team to achieve that goal. The illustration below shows the relationship between lag measures and lead indicators at the team level. While a lag measure tells you if you have achieved the ferociously important goal, a lead indicator tells you if you are likely to achieve the goal. While a lag measure is complex to do anything about, a lead indicator is virtually within your control. For example, while you cannot control how often your car breaks down on the road, a lag measure, you can certainly control how often your car receives routine maintenance, a lead indicator. Furthermore, the more you act on the lead indicator, the more likely you are to avoid that roadside breakdown. Once you have defined your ferociously important goal, it would seem natural, even intuitive, to to create a detailed plan listing all the tasks and subtasks required to achieve it in the coming months. However, with Modus Operandi 2, that is not what you will do. Long-term plans, created by most organizations, are often too rigid. They cannot adapt to the business's constantly changing needs and environment. Not surprisingly, they also end up on your shelf collecting dust after only a few months. With Modus Operandi 2, you do something quite different from that. Modus Operandi 2 requires you to define the daily or weekly measures, specifically the behaviors that impact those measures, the achievement of which will lead to the ferociously important goal. Then, your team identifies the most essential behaviors or actions to drive those lead indicators daily or weekly. This way, your team creates a just-in-time plan to adapt while remaining focused on the FIG quickly. Mark Hortzman, author and management consultant, states, "People and their behaviors deliver results to your organization, not systems, processes, computers, or machines." Hortzman, 2022. Chapter 13. Conventional thinking. Keep your eye on the lag measures, the quarterly results, the sales numbers, and the pounds lost. Stress out. Bite your nails while you wait. Focus on moving the lead indicators. These are your high-leverage actions to move the lag measures. Lag versus lead indicators. Let us drill down into the distinction between lag and lead indicators. A lag measure measures a result you are trying to achieve. I call them lag measures because the result has already happened by the time you get the data. They are always lagging. The formula from X to Y by when in a FIG gives us a lag measure, but FIGs are not the only lag measures in your world. The whirlwind comprises lag measures such as revenue, accounts payable, inventory numbers, hospitalization rates, asset utilization, etc. Lead indicators are different, they foretell the result. They have two primary characteristics. First, a lead indicator is predictive, meaning that if the lead indicator changes, you can predict that the lag measure will also change. Second, a lead indicator is influenceable, the team can directly influence it. The team can make a lead indicator happen without significant dependence on another team. In Modus Operandi 2, you create lead indicators, the movement of which will become the driving force for achieving the FIG. In the months ahead, your team will invest consistent energy toward moving these lead indicators, and, as I have seen with hundreds of teams, this investment will be the key to their success. I firmly believe that understanding lead indicators will be one of the most important insights you take from this book. Let us further explore the two characteristics of a good lead indicator by assuming you have a FIG to increase corn production from 200 tons to 300 tons by September 1st. The X to Y of corn tonnage is your lag measure. You know that rainfall is essential to corn production so that rainfall can predict the corn harvest. Nevertheless, is it a good lead indicator? No, because you cannot influence the weather to produce the right amount of rain. Rainfall is predictive, but not influenceable. It fails the test because both characteristics are equally important. However, other measures, such as soil quality or fertilization rates, quickly meet the test. Now take another illustration with which many people are intimately familiar, a FIG of achieving weight loss. The lag measure will be your weight, as the bathroom scale reflects. If you format this FIG correctly, you might define it as decreased total body weight from 190 pounds to 175 pounds by May 30th, from X to Y by when. This is a good start, but what lead indicators will predict achieving the ferociously important goal and, equally important, that you can influence? You would likely choose diet and exercise and, of course, be correct. These two measures fulfill the first characteristic of being predictive. Reducing calories consumed and increasing calories burned intensely indicates that you will lose light. Just as important, however, you also directly influence these two lead indicators. If you achieve these two lead indicators at the specified level outside your daily whirlwind, you will see your lag measure moving when you step on the bathroom scale. Lastly, understand that lead indicators or measures are not guaranteed. If you reduce calories consumed and increase calories burned, are you guaranteed to lose weight? No, but you are much more likely to do so if you only did one or neither. Look at it like a bet. Betting is putting money behind an outcome of your choice and getting paid if that outcome is achieved. So, if you are going to bet on something when it comes to a ferociously important goal, bet on those critical behaviors that will give you the most excellent chances of success. Chapter 14. Counterintuitive nature of lead indicators. There is a problem with lead indicators. Where do leaders typically fixate on lead indicators or lag measures? That is right. As a leader, you have likely spent your entire career focusing on lag measures even though you cannot directly affect them. Moreover, you are not alone. Think about your last meeting with the other leaders in your organization. What were you discussing, analyzing, planning, and agonizing about? Lag measures and, usually, your inability to move them. For example, it is easy for school teachers to measure students' reading levels with a standardized test. Often, they obsess over these lag measures. However, developing lead indicators that predict how students will do on the test is more challenging. The school might hire tutors or reserve more time for uninterrupted reading. In any case, the school is likely to do better if it tracks data on time spent reading or in tutoring, lead indicators, rather than hoping and praying that the reading scores, lag measures, will rise of their own accord. I see this syndrome every day all over the world and in every area of life. The sales leader fixates on total sales, the service leader fixates on customer satisfaction, parents fixate on their children's grades, and dieters fixate on the scale. Furthermore, fixating solely on the lag measures fails to drive results in virtually every case. There are two reasons why almost all leaders do this. First, lag measures are the measures of success, they are the results you must achieve. Second, data on lag measures is almost always much more accessible and visible than data on lead indicators. It is easy to step on a scale and know exactly how much you weigh, but how easy is it to find out how many calories you have eaten today or how many you have burned? That data is often hard to get, it can take a ferocious mindset to keep getting it. A warning, you might be tempted to oversimplify what I am saying. If you are thinking, so, all you are saying is that if you want to lose weight, you should diet and exercise? What is revolutionary about that? Then you have missed the point of modus operandi too. There is a vast difference between merely understanding the importance of diet and exercise and measuring how many calories you have eaten and how many you have burned. Everyone knows you should diet and exercise, but the people who measure how many calories they have eaten and burned each day are the ones losing weight. Ultimately, the data on lead indicators makes the difference, enabling you to close the gap between what you know your team should do and what they are doing. Without lead indicators, you are left to try to manage the lag measures, an approach that seldom produces significant results. W. Edwards Deming, the management and quality guru, said it best when he told executives that managing a company by looking at financial data, lag measures, is the equivalent of driving a car by looking in the rearview mirror. Deming, 2000, pp. 23-24. I will not pull punches when I say this quote inspired the book's title. When I first read that quote, it was a paradigm shift for me. I looked at everything, professionally and personally, differently because of it. Lead indicators also eliminate the element of surprise that a sole focus on lag measures can bring. Imagine this scenario: you and your team have been working hard on a goal to improve customer satisfaction. It is your furiously important goal and the one on which your bonus is based, and the new customer satisfaction scores have just arrived in your inbox. As my previous colleague expressed, you are about to have one of two reactions: oh, cool, or oh, no. Nevertheless, you can do nothing to change the results either way, they are in the past. I read a book later that illustrated that point even further. If luck is playing a significant role in your career, then you are fixating on lag measures. I could not agree more. Now, imagine instead that you are tracking the two most predictive lead indicators of customer satisfaction, and for the past 3 weeks, your team has performed well above standard on those measures. Do you think your experience will change when the new customer satisfaction results arrive? Absolutely. It will be like stepping on the scale, knowing you have met your daily diet and exercise goals. You already know that the lag measure will change, it is just a matter of how much it has changed. This is a good illustration of the process for defining lead indicators, but it also helps to make an important point. That same company tracks customer satisfaction, getting down to 2 behaviors that drive the result: greeting the customer within 10 seconds of entry into their store and saying thank you before every customer leaves. These behaviors are both predictive and influenceable and, if done consistently, would be a good bet that the satisfaction of every customer would be improved. However, a leader asked an important question: why aren't we already doing those 2 things? The company's leaders already knew the importance of greeting customers and thanking them for visiting, but despite knowing this, they are not doing it. Why? As with most teams, their problem was not that they did not know, it was a matter of focus. They did not do. There are dozens of things that needed improvement and focus, not just customer greetings and thanking them for visiting, and by trying to improve everything, they remained trapped in their whirlwind. They spent each day spreading their energy across many urgent priorities and trying to move all the dials simultaneously, but nothing moved. This problem is not unique to this company's leaders. If I followed you for a few days, I would likely observe 2 predominant activities. 1. You would spend most of your time battling your whirlwind, and 2. You would spend much of your remaining time worrying over your lag measures. The problem with these 2 activities is that they consume enormous energy to validate and produce little, if any, leverage beyond sustaining your whirlwind. Moreover, it is the leverage that you need most. The fundamental principle behind lead indicators is simply this: leverage. Think of it this way: achieving your ferociously important goal is like trying to move a giant rock, but despite all the energy your team exerts, it does not move. It is not a question of effort. If it were, you and your team would have moved it. The problem is that effort alone is not enough. Lead indicators act like a lever, making it possible to move that rock. Now consider the 2 primary characteristics of a lever. First, unlike rock, the lever is something I can move, it is influenceable. Second, when the lever moves, the rock moves, it is predictive. How do you choose the right levers? To achieve a goal you have never achieved before, you must do things you have never done before. Look around you. Who else has achieved this goal or something like it? What did they do differently? Carefully analyze any barriers you foresee and decide together how to overcome them. Use your imagination. What haven't you thought of might make all the difference? Then select the activities you believe will significantly impact achieving the FIG, the 80/20 activities. What 20% of what you do has as much or more leverage on the FIG than 80% of what you do? In the words of consultant and entrepreneur Richard Koch, in business, the massive activity will always be pointless, poorly conceived, badly directed, wastefully executed, and largely beside the point. A small portion of activity will always be terrifically effective. It is probably not what you think it is opaque and buried within a basket of less effective activity. Koch, 2011. Finding the right lever among many possibilities is perhaps the most formidable and intriguing challenge for leaders trying to execute a FIG. A company I once worked for, which I will not name to protect the innocent, had a specific store inside a shopping mall near downtown Houston. It was under heavy pressure from new competitors, discounters, and 2 major national chain stores that had recently moved into the area. Revenues are down over 10% from the previous year. What can be done to stop the bleeding? Adopting for MO, the store managers announced only one FIG for the year to match revenue numbers from the previous year by increasing average transaction rates, the amount purchased in any given transaction. All 11 departments within this large store, including the department I was the supervisor for, came up with supporting figs. However, they had not yet found lead indicators with sufficient leverage to drive the achievement of the overall FIG. It just was not happening. The pressure to achieve the year-over-year lag measure was so intense that managers screamed at everyone, "Sell more! Sell more!" All the energy was poured into raising transaction averages, a lag measure, without knowing what to do differently. One night, I worked a closing shift with a different department supervisor, who seemed to be doing better than the others. He shared the story of his best salesperson, a woman who consistently sold 3 times more than the average. Her success was a beacon of inspiration, showing what was possible with the right approach. She had a unique approach that set her apart. She would immerse herself in the customer's world, paying attention to their conversations, inquiring about their families, and understanding their needs. Then, she would present at least 3 pairs of shoes instead of 1, saying, "Oh, it's spring. How about these open-toed sandals? I noticed your Gucci bag would match these. Do you like these red shoes? How about these?" Another key strategy she employed was with charge accounts. Instead of asking customers if they wanted to set up a charge account and risking a refusal, she would ring up the sale and say, "And you are getting 10% off that purchase by setting up a charge account with us today. All you need to do is sign here." This approach was a game changer, enlightening us on a new way to approach charge accounts. The mental light bulb went on for us. How many of your people do these things? How many pairs of shoes do your people show in a day? I asked. I have no idea. How would our systems monitor that? He replied. Well, they can't, but that does not mean it cannot be measured. So, we set an experimental standard in the shoe department. Each associate would do 3 things consistently. 1. Show at least 4 pairs of shoes to every customer. 2. Write thank you notes, and 3. Invite every customer to set up a charge account. So, how can I tell if they're doing these things? The supervisor asked me. You will not. Your people will track themselves. Behind the cashier's desk, we set up a simple spreadsheet with 3 columns. Each time a salesperson did these 3 things with a customer, he or she would check off a column. How do I know it is accurate? The supervisor asked. What if they lie? I bet he could trust them. Besides, fraud would surface eventually. Transaction averages are tracked for every employee. They could see the correlation when the lead indicators started moving the lag measure. The result? The sales team became ferociously focused on the 3 lead indicators, and these levers worked. It was exciting when the lag measure started to move up. It turned out there was a direct correlation between the leads and the achievement of the lag measure. After we showed this to the store manager, we ultimately introduced these measures across all the store departments. By year-end, we had achieved our FIG of matching the previous year's revenues and surpassed it by 2%. That was a 10-point improvement in 3 months. For us, as supervisors within the departments of a larger store, this opened the doorway to understanding. None of the lead indicators are news to them. Suggestive selling is just retail 101, but some other supervisors did not know if their team members were doing it. I knew we could measure that behavior. I have learned that the lead indicators are usually already there in the business, but no one is tracking them. Management was swimming in data but not focusing on the data that would make a difference. The key is to isolate and consistently track the right levers. Finally, instead of hounding the staff to do better, managers could manage the data. They could see if Jane was showing 100 or 300 pairs of shoes per day. They could track the number of charges accounts each salesperson set up. We became teachers, watching people, demonstrating suggestive selling, and sharing best practices. Our energy went up, and our results followed. After that, I can safely and honestly state that each supervisor will never manage the same way again. Of course, identifying the lead indicators with the most leverage may sometimes take some intense effort. An intriguing example comes from the fantastic turnaround of the Oakland Athletics in the 1990s, one of the poorest teams in Major League Baseball. This story is excellently chronicled in the 2011 movie Moneyball. Film Moneyball, 2011. I admit I am a sports fan, so I dive right in whenever I can add a sports analogy. If you are not a sports fan, I will do my best to provide the full context of what happened with this team and how that applies to the 4 modus operandi of achievement concepts. The Oakland Athletics baseball team played in a dilapidated stadium, attendance was low, and signing great players seemed increasingly out of reach. They could not successfully bid for players against wealthy teams like the New York Yankees, who could dip into a budget 5 times that of Oakland. Caught between financial pressure from the owners and the fans' outcry for better, more expensive baseball players, general manager Sandy Alderson's FIG was to save the team. To achieve that, he had to fill the stadium. But how? Alderson, 2024. He knew that people come to watch baseball for many reasons. Some want to see star players, some enjoy the ballpark atmosphere, and some want a night out. Nevertheless, people always come to see a winning team. It is winning that matters most. So, he began to ask himself what produces wins in baseball. No one had asked this question seriously before. Most people assume that great players are essential to a winning team. If you had stars, you would win. However, Alderson thought, suppose there is more to it. He and his assistant manager, Billy Beane, brought together the best thinkers they could find. What produces wins? Beane, 2024. They formed an unorthodox alliance, bringing together statisticians and computer scientists to delve into the game's intricacies. Their ultimate goal was to understand the lead indicators that create a run, the key to scoring the highest number of runs in baseball. Through their intricate research, they unearthed a revelation that had always remained unnoticed. They discovered that the mighty sluggers, known for their home runs, were not always the most productive. The true game changers were the players who could consistently get on base. If they could get to one base and then another, they could score runs much more reliably than the poor hitters everyone valued so much and who commanded astronomical salaries. As in the old fable, the tortoises provided much more leverage than the hares. After Alderson left, Billy Beane became the new manager. He did the unthinkable, going on a binge to recruit nobodies. The players he hired were some of the most awkward and unvalued prospects, and he paid relatively little for them. Oakland became a laughingstock. What was Beane thinking? Then, a sort of magic developed on the field. Unaccountably, Oakland started winning games again. The poorest team in the league, at least financially, won the division title. The following year, they did it again. Soon, they are locked in battle with the mighty, wealthy Yankees for the pennant. Although they did not quite make it, Oakland astonished everyone in baseball by regularly beating teams much more gifted in money and talent. Stirred by victory, the fans returned, and little Oakland, with its dingy stadium, consistently finished near the top of the standings year after year. For a decade, the Oaklanders maintained the fifth best record in Major League Baseball while ranking 24th of the 30 Major League teams in player salaries. Instead of falling to the bottom where they belonged, they rarely stood lower than first or second in their division. Billy Beane tracked the on-base record of players across the league and then recruited from those who were very good at getting on base. These players are usually not flashy, are not big-name athletes, and do not pull down big money. However, they were dependable workhorses who could be relied on to get on base. Getting on base was the best predictor of producing runs. Furthermore, in baseball, runs are the name of the game. The Oakland management team reframed the game by acting on the lead indicators that produced wins. Through complex research and sifting through endless statistics to get at the key factors that produce runs, they discovered that no one had noticed high-leverage lead indicators. In Section 2, I will provide more guidance on arriving at effective lead indicators, drawing from the lessons I have learned firsthand over many years and countless hours of research into other companies. Over the years, thousands of leaders have learned that an essential key to achievement is putting disproportionate energy against the leverage points by focusing on moving lead indicators. If you have a big rock to move, you will need a highly predictive and controllable lever. The bigger the rock, the more leverage you will need. Chapter 15. How to track lead indicators daily. Another company I previously worked for, Target, is where tracking lead indicators daily was, quite frankly, the key and the only reason for success. I worked in various positions at Target for multiple years in 2 different periods of my career. I held the ETL, Executive Team Leader, position in the logistics department. This was one of my very first leadership opportunities, very early on in my career, so I was very excited and motivated to perform at a high level of achievement. This department is responsible for truck delivery, freight processing, backstock sorting and organization, and other related tasks. The company, Target, had particular goals for me as the ETL for the logistics department. Speed of truck processing, average number of pieces stocked per hour. Backstock accuracy percentage, % of items scanned and located properly into system. Retention rate, Turnover percent. Incident rate, accidents as an average of accidents per number of hours worked. When I first stepped into this role, I was greeted by an exceptional logistics team. We consistently outperformed our district and region, setting a high standard for others to follow. However, our incident rate was a cause for concern, with a report coming in every month around the 7th, which I fondly referred to as my "oh no" report. Every month, within a day or two of the report being released, I had to get onto a conference call and explain to my supervisor, the district team lead, and all my peers across the district, everyone else who was an ETL for logistics, why our accidents continued, what I was doing to improve the team, etc. To put this into context, we were averaging nearly 3 times as many accidents per labor hour than the district and regional averages. After this occurred for the first 2 consecutive months of being promoted in this new department, I remember the 3rd monthly report was about to come out later that day. I sat at the computer just before I clicked to open this report, saying, "Pretty please, let this be a good month in accidents." I had let luck take over the role of my success or failure. What would you do if you were me in that role and wanted to improve incidents, reduce number of accidents? What would be your lead measures? Training? Stop the smallest minor incidents to fix the low-hanging fruit? My response was clear: I needed to start with training. I organized a comprehensive safety training meeting for the entire team, focusing on ladder safety, box cutting techniques, proper lifting techniques, and forklift operation. The state recertified all our forklift operators, and everyone on the team redid the company's safety training computer course. I committed my supervisor to complete this before the 4th month report was released, demonstrating our dedication to improvement. We did all those things and accomplished every one of them within that 1 month. Do you think it worked? No, it did not. The 4th report came out, not only did we not get any better, but we also got worse. Why did the training not work? Ultimately, the breakdown or root cause of the problem was not that my team members did not know how to work safely, they absolutely did. They chose not to do it safely because they thought they could do it faster by cutting corners. Being fast was something they were great at, and therefore, they received much recognition. Ask yourself the question now: if you were me in that role, you tried all this training, and it did not work, you ask questions to the team and find out the perception is faster is more important than being safe, what would you do next? Hold everyone accountable? Run around writing everyone up who did not do things safely? Truthfully, this crossed my mind. Again, I was a new leader. I cannot say for 100% certainty if that would have worked. Based upon the many years of leadership since, I highly doubt it, but I did not do that, so I cannot tell you if it would have worked or not. Ultimately, I chose not to do it because it likely would have damaged the morale of the rest of the team, and turnover was still one of the 4 goals for which I was held accountable. I did not want to sacrifice one goal for another. If I had done this, my team would not be working safely because it was the right thing to do, they would be doing it because they did not want to get in trouble. So, after that 4th report came out, I called a brainstorming meeting with my 2 team leaders. For about an hour and a half, we wrote everything we could think of that we could do to improve safety on a dry erase board, then one by one, we went through the list until we picked one thing to focus on. We can come up with a list of 7 pieces of safety equipment: goggles, gloves, back braces, hard while on the forklift, straps on the forklift to keep from falling, keys for the forklift attached to their name badge, etc. My team leaders and I, the 3 of us together, decided to focus strictly on compliance with these 7 pieces of safety equipment. This was our bet. We were betting that the number of incidents would reduce if the team members continued to do tasks without safety techniques or if they were at least wearing the proper protective equipment. Our ferociously important goal, FIG, was to reduce incidents by 10% by the end of the month. Our lead measure was to ensure all team members always wear their safety equipment when performing tasks. Returning to the previous example, the shoe department supervisor asked, "How do I measure this if our system will not do it for me? Could I go to the same computer where I got the incident report and get the compliance to the 7 safety standards report somewhere?" No, I could not. So, we had to solve the same issue at Target regarding compliance with the safety equipment. Guess what, however? I had a whirlwind there, too, and on any given day, that whirlwind was over 100 miles per hour. Our shift started at 5 a.m. every morning, and much of my team was college students. As a result, every day, I had call-ins or no-shows for shifts, meaning I had to flex people into positions of stocking in target they were usually working in, reducing speed and decreasing the number of people I had to perform the work. I had a mispicks during every single shipment, which are items that our distribution center put the incorrect label on, so they tried to be stocked somewhere but needed to be in another area of the store. At this time with Target, the logistics ETL was also in-stock captain. I had to go around the entire store with a handheld scanner and scan the barcode on the shelf of every out-of-stock throughout the store after every shipment was stocked fully. My backroom team lead or I had to pull any special or online orders daily, print out the receipt, and take it to customer service for pickup. We had vendors, Coke, Pepsi, etc., showing up throughout the day to deliver products. When that happened, we had to stop what we were doing because they had to manually scan item by item into the system before that vendor could stock the shelves. My whirlwind was absolute, but I was committed to achievement here. It was my ferociously important goal, FIG, so I made time. I had to put forth the effort, walking up and down every single aisle while stocking was happening, going to the back room while people were putting up backstock and watching and observing how they did it, to answer the question of whether they were wearing their safety equipment the entire shift, or only at the beginning of their shift, taking them off and not wearing the rest of the day. We made a list of every team member, their area of work, and what safety equipment they needed to wear. Then, we would check each person 4 times during their shift. I would calculate who, if anyone, was not using their equipment and have a short conversation with them before they clocked out for their shift. At the beginning of every week, every employee got a report card for how they did the prior week. After about 3 weeks, 15 stocking shifts, most of those not doing well initially started being very consistent after only 1 or maybe 2 of these short talks. However, 2 individuals were still consistently only 50% compliant with using the safety equipment they needed. By the time all this occurred, it was time for the next month's report to come out. The incident rate had decreased, but we were still too high. On that call with my supervisor and peers, the plan I outlined to my district team lead was simple. I am going to work with Johnny and Jerry for the next 3 straight shifts. I have reordered all their safety equipment, ensure they know how to use them, are using them consistently, or they will be held accountable. At the end of the following week, I did have to hold those people accountable. I eventually lost those employees, replacing them with new team members who consistently used safety equipment. This worked exceptionally well. We continued to lead the district and region in speed of processing and backstock. Our turnover rate ultimately flattened out, and we won the Target Award for the highest reduction of incidents across the entire company the following year. Here is the eye-opener. Going back just 3 weeks earlier, when we first made the list of safety equipment, could I have seen the future and known exactly which 1 to 2 employees would not be compliant, when I would need to change my approach, working hand in hand with that person's, when to replace them, etc.? No, I could not have. By having a lead measure of safety equipment compliance and committing to measuring it daily, I could adjust my strategy in the middle of the game, before the goal or lag measure result was in. Without data, you cannot drive performance on the lead indicators. Without lead indicators, you do not have leverage. Furthermore, when the FIG is truly ferociously important, you have got to have that leverage. The FIG for every airline flight is a safe landing. Flying today is remarkably safe, but that was not always true. In the 1930s, many airplane crashes were caused by pilot error. In 1935, Major Pete Hill, a very experienced test pilot with the U.S. Army, crashed one of the largest airplanes ever built because he forgot to ensure the tail elevators were unlocked before taking off. Hill, 2023. As a result, pilots got together and adopted a clear set of lead indicators called a pre-flight checklist. After that, there are far fewer crashes due to pilot error. Today, the pre-flight checklist is the most significant predictor of arriving safely. It is a perfect example of what I mean by a high-leverage activity. Going through the checklist takes a few minutes but can have an enormous impact. 100% compliance with the checklist is also an excellent example of a lead indicator. It predicts a safe landing and can be influenced by the pilots. Once you and your team develop lead indicators in Modus Operandi 2, you will greatly appreciate your work in narrowing your focus in Modus Operandi 1. Driving the lead indicators for a single FIG is a challenging enough objective amid your whirlwind. Leaders who insist on more than 2 FIGs in Modus Operandi 1, despite advice, constantly change their minds once they understand lead indicators in Modus Operandi 2. Chapter 16. Driving Engagement. Once a team is clear about its lead indicators, their view of the goal changes. Let us look at what happened when Beth Wood, a grocery store manager, set out to achieve a challenging goal of increasing year-over-year sales. Beth called in Bob, her bakery manager, to get his support in improving their sagging year-over-year sales numbers. Bob is a good-natured manager. On a typical day, he would likely have said, "Sure, Beth, I would be glad to help," even if he did not know how to drive more sales. On this day, however, Bob had reached his limit and was not in the mood to go along. "You want improved sales?" he said sarcastically. "Knock yourself out, Beth." Startled by Bob's response, Beth returned quickly, "Look, Bob, I cannot do this alone. You are closer to the customers than I am, and you are closer to your employees than I am." Now, Bob was frustrated. "What exactly would you like me to do? It is not like I can hit people over the head and drag them into the store. I run the bakery. If you want a bagel, I am your guy." If you do not know Beth and Bob well, you might think that Bob has a chronically bad attitude, does not respect Beth, or is lazy. Nevertheless, none of these things are true. Bob likes Beth and would also like to help the store improve sales. However, 2 things are holding him back: 1, he does not know how, and 2, he does not think he can. At this moment, what is going through Bob's mind is, "I am a 30-year-old store that just had a Walmart supercenter move in down the street. I am also on the wrong side of the intersection, and all the traffic must make a left to get in here if they can even see our sign. Moreover, Beth wants me to improve store sales?" Bob continues, "If I knew how to improve sales, don't you think I would already be doing it? I am not holding out on you." Understanding Bob's perspective is critical to grasping his reaction to this frustrating situation. In this regard, Bob is a representative of many. They can see the rock all too clearly, but the lever eludes them. Let us replay this scenario, but Beth uses a lead indicator this time to drive her goal. She calls her managers together and asks, "Above sustaining our day-to-day operation, what is the one thing your teams could do to improve year-over-year sales the most?" In effect, she asks them what influenceable outcome or behavior is the most predictive of moving the lag measure of sales, but she limits it to a very narrow focus. They discuss many possibilities, such as raising customer service, improving store conditions, or giving away more free samples. After a lot of back and forth, they finally agree that the most significant thing they can do to improve sales in their store is to reduce the number of out-of-stock items. This lead indicator of reducing out-of-stock is highly predictive of better store sales. This is well known in the retail world. Equally important, out-of-stock is a highly influenceable lead indicator. Now, Bob sees what he can do in the bakery to drive sales. He and his team can influence reducing out-of-stocks. They can perform extra shelf reviews to check for items that are sold out and organize their back room so that fast-moving products are more accessible to restock, or change the frequency and volume of reordering. In other words, it is a game he and his team can win, and now he is engaged. When a team defines its lead indicators, it makes a strategic bet. It says, "I am betting that by driving these lead indicators, I will achieve our global goal." It believes that the lever will move the rock, and because of that belief, it engages. Modus Operandi 3 and 4 are designed to help the team focus on moving the lead indicators. However, the true power and beauty of effective lead indicators in Modus Operandi 2 is that they directly connect your team to achieving the FIG. Ultimately, the front line of an organization creates the bottom line result you are aiming for. Creating the right lead indicators is about helping everyone see themselves as strategic business partners and engaging them in dialogue about what can be done better or differently to achieve the FIGs. An example is the Savannah Morning News Advertising Department, a venerable American South newspaper. Savannah Morning News, 2024. After researching their company, I found their goal was to close a severe revenue gap. They had fallen into the trap of focusing on everything at once, including pushing new products, daily inserts, specials, and other add-ons to move the revenue number incrementally. Their focus was spread across so many initiatives that they had taken their eye off their main product. So, they began with Modus Operandi 1, setting a global goal to increase advertising revenue by refocusing on their core product. Everything changed when they started practicing. Modus Operandi 2, act on the lead indicators. Everybody on the team was involved in the dialogue. After thinking through ways to increase advertising dollars, they agreed together on 3 key actions to increase their number of contacts with new customers and potential advertisers who had not done business with the newspaper, to reactivate customers who had not advertised with the paper for 6 months or more, and to upsell to their existing clients, finding ways to add value to the message, maybe adding color to an ad, giving it better placement, or increasing the size of an ad. In practice, the plan broke down into simple lead indicators. In the weekly FIG sessions, people committed to hitting a certain number of new customer contacts, reactivation calls, and upsell offers. The following week, they reported the results. Individual salespeople manage their businesses more effectively and regularly communicate with each other about best practices, approach refinements, and ways of overcoming barriers. The advertising director said, "I have been in this business for 20 years, and I have spent my entire career praying over lag measures and putting out fires." For the first time, she felt able to help her people achieve their goals in tangible ways. The newspaper closed its revenue gap and shot past its goals for the year. Acting consistently on the right lead indicators made it all possible. Morris Communications, the Savannah Morning News parent company, implemented for MO with 40 other newspapers based on her success. In Section 2, I will discuss selecting the right lead indicators. Modus Operandi 3, keep a compelling scoreboard. The third modus operandi ensures that everyone knows the score to determine whether they are winning. This is the modus operandi of engagement. Remember, people play differently when they are keeping score. The difference in performance between a team that understands its lead and lag measures as a concept and a team that knows its score is remarkable. If the lead and lag measures are not captured on a visual scoreboard and updated regularly, they will disappear into the distraction of the whirlwind. Simply put, people disengage when they do not know the score. They become profoundly engaged when they can see whether they are winning. Modus Operandi 3 translates the strategic bet for your team, their lead, and lag measures into a visible, persuasive scoreboard. Several years ago, I read an article about a group of Northrop Grumman leaders who applied for MO concepts to designing and constructing Coast Guard cutters. The project began only a few months after Hurricane Katrina significantly damaged their facility. As I introduced Modus Operandi 3, they offered an example that perfectly illustrated the importance of having a persuasive scoreboard. The local high school team played a vital football game the previous Friday night. As expected, the stands were full, and the usual excitement led up to the kickoff. Nevertheless, as the game progressed, something was missing. No one was cheering or seemed to be paying attention to the game. The only sound from the stands was the dull hum of conversation. What was happening? The scoreboard had blown down during the hurricane and had not yet been repaired. The fans could not see any numbers. No one could tell you what the score was, what down it was, or even how much time was left. A game was going on, but it was like no one even knew. This story caught my attention. Have you ever wanted to shout in frustration to your team, "Don't you get it? There is a game going on here, and it matters"? If you have, it is likely your team is missing the same critical element that affected the fans at the game, a clear and persuasive scoreboard. Great teams know at every moment whether they win because they keep score. A former colleague, Sandy Pippin, said at least 1,000 times, "Winners keep score." They must know. Otherwise, they do not know how to win the game. A persuasive scoreboard tells the team where they are and where they should be, information essential to team problem-solving and decision-making. A great team cannot function without a scoreboard that compels action. Without it, energy dissipates, intensity lags, and the team returns to business as usual. I need to be very clear here. Visually displaying data is not new to you or your team. You may think you already have a scoreboard or even many scoreboards, all captured in complex spreadsheets inside your computer. Furthermore, the data keeps coming in, and most of this data is in the form of lag measures accompanied by historical trends, forward projections, and detailed financial analysis. The data is essential and serves your purpose as the leader. Your spreadsheets are what I would call a coach's scoreboard. However, what we are after in Modus Operandi 3 is quite different. In implementing Modus Operandi 3, you and your team need to build a player's scoreboard, one that's designed solely to engage the players on your team to win. Chapter 17. Creating a persuasive scoreboard. The traditional scoreboard in business is for leaders. The coach's scoreboards consist of complex spreadsheets with thousands of numbers. The big picture is somewhere, but few, if anyone, can easily see it. Team. To drive achievement, you need a player's scoreboard with a few simple graphs indicating, here is where I need to be and where I am right now. Anyone can determine whether I win or lose in 5 seconds or less. I am saying it, Mom, 5-second rule. To understand the impact of this kind of scoreboard, imagine that you are at a park where a group of teenagers is playing basketball. You are not close enough to hear them, but you can see them. Can you tell, just by watching, if they are keeping score? You can, and the indicators are obvious. First, you will see a level of intensity in their play that you would not see if they were not keeping score. You will also see teamwork, better shot selection, aggressive defense, and celebration each time they make a basket. These are the behaviors of a fully engaged team, and they only play at this level when the game matters, in other words, when it matters enough that they are keeping score. If your scoreboard includes complicated data that only you, the leader, understand, it represents a leader's game. However, for maximum engagement and performance, you need a player's scoreboard that makes it the team's game. Jim Stewart said it best, the fundamental purpose of a player's scoreboard is to motivate the players to win. I began this chapter with a critically important statement: people play differently when they are keeping score. Stewart, 2011. Now, I need to shift the emphasis to be even more apparent: people play differently while keeping score. This creates a very different feeling than when you keep score for them. When team members are keeping score, they genuinely understand the connection between their performance and reaching their goal, which changes the level at which they play. When everyone on the team can see the score, the level of play rises because they can see what is working, what adjustments are needed, and because they want to win. You see here the contrast between a coach's scoreboard and a player's scoreboard. A coach's scoreboard is complex and data-rich, but it requires careful study to determine whether the team is winning. In this player's scoreboard, the goal, represented by the blue line, is to increase revenue. The grey boxes are the actual performance. At any moment, team members can see if they are winning, whether they are above or below the blue line. The player's scoreboard is essential to motivating the players to win. There are 4 questions I always ask when determining if a scoreboard is likely to be compelling to the players. 1. Is it simple? It must be simple. Think about the scoreboard in a football game. Usually, only 6 distinct pieces of data are displayed: score, time, quarter, down and distance, and timeouts. Now, think about how much data the coach tracks on the sideline: yards per carry, completion percentage, third down conversions, pass distribution, and even hang time and yardage for punts. The list goes on forever. Coaches need this data to manage the game, but the scoreboard on the field shows only the data needed to play the game. Can I see it easily? It must be visible to the team. The scoreboard at a football game is vast, and the numbers are gigantic, so everyone can tell immediately who is winning. If your scoreboard sits on your computer or hangs on the back of your office door, it is out of sight and mind for the team. Remember that you are always competing with the whirlwind, and it is a formidable adversary. Without a visible scoreboard, the FIG and lead indicators could be forgotten in weeks, if not days, in the constant urgency of your day-to-day responsibilities. Visibility also drives responsibility. When the scoreboard is displayed where everyone can see it, the results become personally meaningful to the team. I have observed this repeatedly. I have read about a union shift at a giant juice bottling plant in Michigan who chose to skip their lunch break to increase the number of full truckloads they delivered so they could move the scoreboard. Why? So they can move past other shifts on the scoreboard. In another instance, I observed the night shift come to work at midnight and saw that the first thing they looked at was the scoreboard to see how their team was doing compared to the day shift. The scoreboard should be visible on your desktop computer or mobile phone if your team is geographically dispersed. Does it show lead and lag measures? It should show both. This helps a scoreboard come to life. The leading indicator is what the team can affect, and the lag measure is their desired result. The team needs to see both, and they will quickly lose interest. They can watch the bet play out when they see both the lead and lag. They can see what they're doing, the lead, and what they're getting, the lag. Once the team sees that the lag measure is moving because of their efforts on the leads, engagement dramatically decreases because they know they are directly impacting the results. Can I tell immediately if I am winning? It must tell you directly if you are winning or losing. If the team cannot quickly determine if they are winning or losing by looking at the scoreboard, then it is not a game, it is just data. Check your following report, graph, scorecard, or scoreboard before you dismiss this as evident. Glance at the spreadsheets that show the weekly financial data. Can you instantly tell if you are winning or losing? Could other people tell? I call it the 5-second rule. If you cannot tell within 5 seconds whether you are winning or losing, you have not passed this test. This simple illustration comes from one of our clients, an events management company responsible for booking trade shows for outdoor retailers. The FIG was to book a certain number of exhibitors by a specific date. As essential as this may seem, when I ask leaders across multiple organizations to report this data on the spot, they often say, "I think I can get most of that, but I will need a few minutes to pull it together." After implementing 4MO in hundreds of teams, I can assure you it will. Like Modus Operandi 1 and 2, Modus Operandi 3 is not intuitive for most leaders. You do not naturally create a player's scoreboard. Your instinct will be to create a coach's scoreboard, a complex scoreboard with lots of data, analysis, and projections designed for the coaches, not the players. Moreover, you are not alone. Scoreboards in the end, it is not the scoreboard that's compelling. Although teams enjoy creating their scoreboards, what ultimately drives engagement is the game the scoreboard represents. You will never hear a sports fan saying, "Did you see that game last night? What an amazing scoreboard!" The scoreboard was necessary, but it was the game that interested them. One of the whirlwind's most demoralizing aspects is that you do not feel you can win. If your team operates exclusively in the whirlwind, they give everything they have to sustain their daily operation and survive. They are not playing to win, they are playing not to lose. Moreover, the result is a big difference in performance. However, with 4MO, not only do you create a game for your team, but you also create a winnable game. Furthermore, the secret to that game being winnable is the relationship between the lead and lag measures that play out on the scoreboard every day. In essence, you and your team make a bet that you can move the lead indicators and that those lead indicators will move the lag measure. When it starts to work, even people who have shown little interest become very engaged as the entire team starts to see that they are winning, often for the first time. Remember that their engagement is not because the organization is winning or even because you, as their leader, are winning, it is because they are winning. The player's scoreboard is a powerful device for changing human behavior anywhere, even deep in the woods. In Section 2, I will guide you through creating and maintaining a compelling scoreboard. Chapter 18. Team Engagement. I would love to say that I understood the connection between the implementation of 4MO and team engagement, but I did not. I learned it through experience. As I began implementing 4MO with teams over the last 2 decades, I saw significant increases in morale and engagement, even though our FIGs were not about morale and engagement. That outcome might not surprise you based on how I have described 4MO so far, but it did to me at the time. In my early implementations, the increase in engagement I observed as teams began to feel they were winning was not subtle. It was palpable. I would have had to have been blind to miss it. These implementations usually involved several days of intensive work with my leaders, during which I explained the concepts and why I believed they would work for us. More often than I care to admit, this included a fair share of naysayers and resistors. All too often, I had to say, "Can we just give it a shot for 30 days?" to get agreement. After that short 30 days expired, those initial resistors and everyone else on the team were excited about the progress and loved showing others what we were accomplishing. Many believe that engagement drives results, and so do I. However, I know now and have consistently witnessed results drive engagement over the years. This is particularly true when the team can see their actions' direct impact on the results. In my experience, nothing affects morale and engagement more powerfully than when a person feels he or she is winning. In many cases, winning is a more powerful driver of engagement than money, benefits packages, working conditions, whether you have a best friend at work, or even whether you like your boss, all of which are typical measures of engagement. People will work for money and quit over money, but many teams are filled with people who are both well-paid and miserable in their jobs. In 1968, author Frederick Hoesberg published an article in the Harvard Business Review titled, "One More Time, How Do You Motivate Employees?" In it, he emphasizes the powerful connection between results and engagement. People are most satisfied with their jobs, and therefore most motivated, when those jobs allow them to experience achievement. Hoesberg, 2003, page 1. 43 years later, in another Harvard Business Review article, The Power of Small Wins, authors Teresa Amabile and Stephen Kramer emphasize the importance of achievement to team members. The power of progress is fundamental to human nature, but few managers understand it or know how to leverage progress to boost motivation. Amabile, Kramer, 2011, page 2. I have learned that scoreboards can be a powerful way to engage employees. A motivating player's scoreboard drives results and uses the visible power of progress to instill the winning mindset. If you still have doubts about the impact of winning on team engagement, think of a time in your career when you were the most excited and engaged in what you were doing, a time when you could not wait to get out of bed in the morning, when you were consumed with what you were doing professionally. Now ask yourself, did I feel like I was winning at that time? If you are like most people, your answer will be yes. For MO enables you to set up a winnable game. Modus Operandi 1 narrows your focus to a ferociously important goal and establishes a clear finish line. Modus Operandi 2 creates lead indicators that give your team leverage to achieve the goal. This makes it a game. The team is making a bet on their lead indicators. However, without Modus Operandi 3, without a persuasive player's scoreboard, the game would be lost in the whirlwind, and no one would also care. A winning team does not need artificial morale boosting. All the psyching up and rah-rah exercises companies do to raise morale are not nearly as effective in engaging people as the satisfaction that comes from executing with excellence, which is a goal that matters. Modus Operandi 1, 2, and 3 are potent drivers of achievement, yet they are only the story's beginning. The first 3 modus operandi set up the game, but your team may still not be in the game, as you are about to learn. Modus Operandi 4, create a tempo of responsibility. The fourth modus operandi is to create a tempo of responsibility, a frequently recurring cycle of responsibility, and account for past performance while also planning to move the score forward. Modus Operandi 4 is where achievement happens. As I have said, Modus Operandi 1, 2, and 3 set up the game, but until you apply Modus Operandi 4, your team is not in the game. This is the modus operandi that brings the team together, which is why it encompasses the other modus operandi. Many leaders define achievement simply as the ability to set a goal and achieve it. After years of teaching these principles, I can tell you that this definition is insufficient. However, as discussed above, what is complex and rare is the ability to achieve a ferociously important goal while living amid a raging whirlwind. Moreover, it is even more complicated when achieving the goal requires changing the behaviors of many people. Great teams operate with a high level of responsibility. Without it, team members go off in all directions, each doing what she thinks is most important. Under this approach, the whirlwind soon takes over. Modus Operandi 1, 2, and 3 bring focus, clarity, and engagement, which are powerful and necessary elements for success. However, with Modus Operandi 4, you and your team ensure the goal is achieved, no matter what is happening around you. In most organizations, results responsibility generally only comes up during the annual performance review, which is hardly an engaging experience whether you are giving or receiving the review. It can also mean being called on the carpet for something you failed to accomplish. On the other hand, in a 4MO organization, responsibility means making personal commitments to the team to move the scores forward and following through in a modus operandi way. Responsibility on our team is always top-down. I meet with the boss periodically, and he lets us know how we are doing. The responsibility for our team is shared. I make commitments, and then I am accountable to our boss, but more importantly, to each other for following what I should focus on next. In a previous chapter, I talked about my experience with Target as the leader of the logistics department. I mentioned it slightly when detailing that example, but purposefully left out one key ingredient until now, the tempo of responsibility I created for the team. Yes, I mentioned that I would have a short talk at the end of each shift with the team members who were not wearing their safety equipment that day, but that is only boss to subordinate responsibility. The real magic happens when peer-to-peer responsibility takes over. In this very same situation involving the safety equipment at Target, at the beginning of every stocking shift, we would have a short meeting with the team where we would say who is working in what department, how large the shipment was that day, share the goal of how quickly we needed to get it stocked on the shelves, etc. We always bought one drink for each employee, usually caffeine, since it started at 5 a.m. This meeting was in place well before my arrival as the logistics leader and continued well beyond my departure. In this daily meeting, I changed one thing, and one thing only, that caffeinated drink. I did not stop giving it out. I got 2 packets of construction paper, one with all green sheets and one with all red sheets. By then, I was in my 4th month with the team, so I knew who drank what kind of soda. I would wrap their soda cans in green or red construction paper based on how well they wore safety equipment on their previous shift. As we started the meeting, I called each person's name and handed them their soda. I did not say anything to anyone, not even my other leaders, about what the green and red sodas meant. Although several people asked, I never gave a clear answer, doing so on purpose. It took the team not long, maybe a couple of meetings, to figure it out. Green meant I wore my safety equipment yesterday, and red meant I did not. This is where the magic happened. I never said anything negative to the team members who got red soda. I also never said anything positive about the team members who got a green soda. However, most of the team naturally did not want to be the one that got the red soda can the next day. It was that peer-to-peer responsibility, not even verbal responsibility. You can call it peer pressure, maybe, but I prefer to look at it from the vantage point that no one wants to be the one to let the team down. After a month, the entire team reached a moment of pride when, for the first time, no one received a red soda. The room erupted in cheers, a simple, yet powerful sign that peer accountability was truly taking root. The team cheered and clapped without provocation when the last person came up and got their green soda. Every day, handing out a green or a red soda can to each person, that tempo of responsibility pushed us from one of the worst performing teams to the absolute best performing team in our ferociously important goal. Chapter 19. Personal responsibility through weekly sessions. In Modus Operandi 4, your team meets at least weekly, sometimes daily, as mentioned in the previous chapter, with the logistics team at Target in an FIG session. This meeting lasts no longer than 20 to 30 minutes, has a set agenda, and goes quickly. It establishes your weekly tempo of responsibility for driving progress toward the FIG. This modus operandi makes the difference between successful and failed achievement. In May 1996, noted author John Krakauer tried climbing Mount Everest with a group of paying climbers. Krakauer, 2024. The group began to fall apart as they encountered obstacles such as blizzards, 62 mph winds, and high-altitude sickness. Some more headstrong climbers decided to try for the summit and struck out independently. Modus operandi was abandoned. They all had the same goal, but the loss of modus operandi and sense of responsibility for each other in a highly unforgiving environment turned out to be lethal. 8 people died. 5 years later, another group set out to climb Mount Everest. Their goal was to help a blind climber, Eric Weihenmayer, reach the summit. Weihenmayer, 2024. The team carefully planned the route, just as Krakow's group had. A significant difference, however, was that at the end of each day, Weihenmayer's group huddled together in what they called the tent meeting to discuss what they had accomplished and what they had learned, which helped them plan and adjust for the next day. Faster climbers on the team cleared the path, fixed ropes, and then worked their way back to meet Eric along the trail. Eric said, "Our team stuck together and cared for each other, which gave me just enough courage to finish." At one critical point, it took 13 hours for their blind leader to cross the aluminum extension ladders that spanned the bottomless crevasses of the extremely dangerous Khumbu icefall. The team knew they would have to get across in 2 hours on summit day. In nightly tent meetings, a form of FIG session, they shared lessons learned and committed to the next day's strategy. It took days and days of practice and night after night of tent meetings. The result? On summit day, they passed sighted teams as they worked to get the entire team to the other side of the icefall in record time. This tempo of responsibility for each other was the key to achieving the goal. On May 25, 2001, Eric Weihenmayer became the first blind person to stand on the summit of Mount Everest. His team's other remarkable first was the most significant number of people from one team to reach the top of Everest in a single day, 18 in all. In the end, Eric and almost everyone on his team reached the highest peak on the planet and returned safely. The focus of the FIG session is simple: hold yourself responsible for taking the actions that will move the lead indicators, resulting in achieving the FIG despite the whirlwind. It is easy to say, but hard to do. 2 rules of FIG sessions must be followed to ensure this focus is achieved every week. First, the FIG session should be held on the same day and at the same time every week, sometimes even more often, daily, for instance, but never less often than weekly. This consistency is critical. Without it, your team can never establish a sustained performance rhythm. Missing even a week causes you to lose valuable momentum, impacting your results. This means that the FIG session is sacred every week, even if the leader cannot attend and must delegate the role of leading it. It is genuinely unique what you can accomplish by the simple modus operandi of meeting around a goal every week over an extended period. There is nothing quite like it. Frankly, I am dumbfounded that this modus operandi is not practiced more frequently. In a study performed by Franklin Covey, hundreds of thousands of employees in various industries around the globe responded to the statement, "I meet at least monthly with my manager to discuss my progress on goals." To my surprise, only 34% responded positively to this statement, even when the review is only once each month, let alone weekly, the best practice of high-performing teams. It is no wonder that high responsibility is absent in so many organizations. What is so special about holding a FIG session each week, you may ask? I have found that for most organizational units, the week embodies a perfect slice of life. It is short enough to keep people focused and remain highly relevant, but long enough to allow for commitments made in these meetings to be made. In many operating environments, weeks represent a natural rhythm of organizational life. I think in weeks. I will talk in weeks. They have beginnings and ends. They are a staple of the human condition and make for a perfect tempo of responsibility. Second, the whirlwind is never allowed into a FIG session. No matter how urgent an issue may seem, discussion in the FIG session is limited solely to actions and results that move the scoreboard. If you need to discuss other things, hold a staff meeting after the FIG session, but keep the FIG session separate. This high level of focus makes the FIG session not only fast but highly effective at producing the results you want. It also reaffirms the importance of the FIG to every team member. It sends a clear message that, as it relates to achieving the FIG, no success in the whirlwind can compensate for failing to keep the commitments made in last week's FIG session. Keeping your FIG sessions to 20 to 30 minutes is a standard to strive for. When you first start holding FIG sessions, they may take more time. However, ultimately, as you increasingly focus your time and attention on moving the scoreboard and nothing more, your sessions will become increasingly effective and efficient. I also recognize that depending upon the function or nature of your team, they may take more time. Nevertheless, even then, any team in any function can learn to conduct fast, efficient sessions centered on the ferociously important goal in place of protracted meetings covering everything under the sun. Often, to keep your FIG sessions fast and focused, you may need to schedule other meetings to resolve issues that grow out of the FIG session. For example, you might say, "Bill, you bring up an important problem that must be resolved this week. Why don't I set up another meeting this Thursday to do a deep dive into this problem to see if I can solve it, and then continue with your FIG session?" FIG sessions might vary in content, but the agenda is always the same. Here is the 3-part agenda for a FIG session, along with the kind of language you should be hearing in the session. 1. Report on last week's commitments. A. I committed to making a personal call to 3 customers who gave us lower scores. I did, and here is what I learned. B. I committed to book at least 3 prospects for a site visit and got 4. C. I met with our VP but could not get the approval I wanted. Here is why. 2. Review the scoreboard, learn from successes and failures. A. Our lag measure is green, but I have a challenge with one of our lead indicators that fell to yellow. Here is what happened. B. We are trending upward on our lead indicators, but our lag measure is not moving yet. I have agreed as a team to double our efforts this week to get the score moving. C. Although we are tracking toward achieving our FIG, I implemented a great suggestion from a customer this week that improved our lead indicator score even further. 3. Plan, clear the path, and make new commitments. A. I can clear your path on that problem. I know someone who. B. I will ensure the inventory issue impacting our lead indicator is resolved by next week, no matter what I have to do. C. I will meet with Bob about our numbers and come back next week with at least 3 ideas for helping us improve. A FIG session is a short, intense team meeting devoted to these, and only these 3, activities. The purpose of the FIG session is to account for prior commitments and make commitments to move the FIG scoreboard. Staying focused despite distractions. In a FIG session, you and every team member are responsible for moving the metrics on the scoreboard. You accomplish this by committing each week, in the FIG session, to 1 or 2 specific actions that will directly affect your lead indicators and then reporting your results to each other in the next week's FIG session. To prepare for the meeting, every team member asks, "What are the 1 or 2 most important things I can do this week to impact the lead indicators?" I need to be very careful here. The team members are not asking themselves, "What is the most important thing I can do this week?" That question is so broad that it almost always takes their focus back to something in their whirlwind. Instead, they ask a more specific question, "What can I do this week to impact the lead indicators?" As discussed above, this focus on impacting the lead indicators each week is critical because the lead indicators are the team's leverage for achieving the FIG. The commitments represent what must happen beyond the day-to-day to move the lead indicators. This is why so much emphasis is placed on Modus Operandi 2, which ensures that the lead indicators are influenceable so that the team can move them through their performance each week. Keeping weekly commitments drives the lead indicators, and the lead indicators drive the achievement of the FIG. By keeping their weekly commitments, team members influence the lead indicator, predicting success on the FIG's lag measure. Each commitment must meet 2 standards. First, the commitment must represent a specific deliverable. Because this type of commitment does not make you responsible for a specific result, it usually gets lost in the whirlwind. Second, commitment must influence the lead indicator. If the commitment does not directly target the lead indicator, it will not advance the team toward achieving the FIG. As you begin to understand the FIG session, you will also see more clearly the importance of the 2 characteristics of lead indicators I discussed in Modus Operandi 2. If the lead indicators are influenceable, the weekly commitments can move them. If they are predictive, moving them will lead to achieving the FIG. The FIG session is like an ongoing science experiment. Team members do their best to think about how to influence the scoreboard. They commit to trying new ideas, testing hypotheses, and reporting the results. While the leader of the FIG session is responsible for ensuring the quality of commitments, the commitments must come from the participants. I cannot emphasize this strongly enough. If you tell your team what to do, they will learn little. However, when they can consistently tell you what is needed to achieve the FIG, they will have learned a lot about achievement, and so will you. Having team members generate their commitments may seem counterintuitive, especially when you can see what should be done and when your team may even expect or want you to tell them what to do. However, ultimately, you want each team member to own their commitments personally. As a leader, you may still coach people who are struggling to make high-impact commitments, but you want to ensure that, in the end, the ideas are theirs, not yours. Finally, the FIG session saves your ferociously important goals from being engulfed by the whirlwind. When I introduce Modus Operandi for in process, some leaders mistakenly picture that the weekly commitments create a calendar packed chiefly full, meaning that the commitments are the predominant focus for the week. This seldom represents reality. Most of your energy will still be spent managing your day-to-day priorities, as it should be. Nevertheless, the critical value of the 4 modus operandi is ensuring that the black, your investment over and above your day, to the day, stays consistently focused on your FIG. Weekly commitments. Think about the last time you were relieved to learn that a meeting had been cancelled, freeing an hour in your schedule. How long before 3 other meetings and 5 urgent requests compete for that one open spot? Regarding the diagram we discussed, how long would it be before the whirlwind devoured that open time, turning it grey? When asked this question, virtually every leader says the same answer: immediately. In other words, the whirlwind will consume every moment and every ounce of energy it can. Parkinson's law states, work expands to fill the time available for its completion, and nowhere is this principle of expansion and time and energy consumption more authentic than with your whirlwind. If you keep the tempo of responsibility week after week, your team will unleash this focused energy against the lead indicators that directly affect the FIG. This weekly modus operandi also naturally affects morale. Think about the last time you had a fully packed week, a week of long hours consumed by the endless crises of the whirlwind. The worst part of it was the sickening feeling in the pit of your stomach that, despite killing yourself all week, you did not accomplish anything. If your all-packed weeks become a regular experience, you will feel your life draining out as a leader. Even worse, you will see the same feeling reflected in your team's engagement and performance. FIG sessions are the antidote to all-packed weeks. When the modus operandi of holding FIG sessions is sustained, when you and your team force the black into the grey every week, not only will you make consistent progress toward your goals, but you will also begin to feel that you, rather than the whirlwind, are in charge. In The 3 Signs of a Miserable Job, Patrick Lencioni brilliantly describes 3 reasons individuals disengage from work. 1. Anonymity, they feel their leaders do not know or care what they are doing. 2. Irrelevance, they do not understand how their job makes a difference. 3. Mismeasurement, they cannot measure or assess for themselves the contribution they are making. The good news is that modus operandi 4, if done right, is the cure for all 3. Individual members are not anonymous on a team that keeps the tempo of FIG sessions. On the contrary, they are in the spotlight at least once a week. They are also not irrelevant because they can see precisely how their commitments are moving the lead indicators that drive a ferociously important goal. Moreover, they are not suffering from mismeasurement, they have a clear and public scoreboard updated weekly to reflect their performance. The full impact of the FIG session will not be felt right away. It often takes 3 to 4 weeks before a team establishes an effective rhythm in which they learn to stay focused on the FIG and avoid talking about the whirlwind. Nevertheless, the meeting soon began to feel more productive. Something important happened after a few more weeks. The lead indicators move the lag measure, and the team starts to feel they are winning. You report your results individually, not only to the boss, but also to each other. The question you ultimately answer in a FIG session is, did I do what I committed to each other I would do? When the answer is a yes, when team members see their peers consistently following through on their commitments, they grow in respect for each other. They learn that the people they work with can be trusted to follow through. When this happens, performance improves dramatically. However, you must understand one additional point to reach this level. I have said that the first 3 modus operandi set up the game, but until you apply modus operandi 4, your team is not in the game. However, now I want to say it even more clearly, your importance in the FIG session will directly determine the results your team produces. Based on your consistency, focus, and modeling of making commitments and following through, you will establish the FIG session as either a high-stakes game or a low-stakes game in the minds of your team. Think of this point applied to a game played in the preseason versus the playoffs. You want to win but lose in the playoffs in preseason, and your team goes home. Which type of game drives the highest level of play? If the game does not matter, why should your team care? This is why real responsibility inspires the team to engage at the highest level of play. Chapter 20. Culture of Innovation. Some people do not like the fact that FIG sessions are so structured. When done right, FIG sessions are also highly creative. Eminent brain scientist Dr. Edward Hollowell has discovered that structure and creativity produce engagement. The most motivating situations, he says, are those that are highly structured and full of novelty and stimulation. Hollowell, 2014. The tempo of accountability can release the team's creativity. When you think of a team with a culture of modus operandi and achievement, you do not expect to hear that they are also creative and innovative. However, I have regularly seen all these characteristics in teams that apply for MO well. The FIG session encourages experimentation with fresh ideas. It engages everyone in problem solving and promotes shared learning. It is a forum for innovative insights on moving the lead indicators, and because so much is at stake, it brings out the best thinking from every team member. What is critical to understand is that this level of engagement seldom, if ever, comes from a command and control approach, that is, one that relies exclusively on the leader's formal authority. Authority alone, at best, yields only compliance from a team. By contrast, for MO produces results not from the exercise of authority but from the fundamental desire of each team member to feel significant, to do work that matters, and, ultimately, to win. Furthermore, only that kind of commitment produces extraordinary results. In Section 2, I will give you precise guidance on achieving that kind of commitment through the tempo of accountability. The power of 4MO. Now that we have examined the 4 modus operandi of achievement, I hope you sense their power to transform your culture and business results. When introducing leaders to 4MO, they often believe they already do most of what I teach. After all, goals, measures, scoreboards, and meetings are familiar topics. However, once 4MO is implemented, these leaders report a dramatic paradigm shift to their teams that produces predictable results, often for the first time. If you contrast 4MO with the familiar practices of annual planning, you can see how different this paradigm is from the typical mindset about goals. The annual goal-setting process usually begins with creating a master plan for the year, focused on many objectives. Then, each objective is broken down into the many projects, milestones, tasks, and subtasks that must be accomplished over the coming months for the plan to succeed. The deeper the planning process goes, the more complex the plan becomes. Despite this growing complexity, the leaders may feel symptoms of this planning high. They get that hopeful feeling as they say, "This could work." Finally, they create a set of colorful PowerPoint slides to explain the plan and then deliver a convincing formal presentation. Sound familiar so far? If so, there is only one step left after the plan is presented. Watching it slowly falls into obscurity as the changing needs of the business, none of which are accounted for, make the plan less and less relevant. Now, in contrast, think back to my experience at Target and our FIG to reduce the incident rate. No matter how detailed or strategically brilliant our plan might have been, it could never have foreseen that in week 6, I, as the leader, would need to meet with 2 specific individuals to focus on safety glasses. In other words, the information needed to drive the highest results that week would not be in the plan, and it never is. However, in Modus Operandi 4, the team plans weekly against their lead indicators, creating a just-in-time plan based on commitments they could not have imagined at the beginning of the month, let alone the beginning of the year. The constant weekly energy applied against the lead indicators creates a unique form of accountability that repeatedly connects the team to the goal. Imagine the leader's perspective. Can you hear them saying in frustration, "These are all adults who have been doing this for years. What should I do if they do not care about their safety?" Once people give up on a goal that looks unachievable, no matter how strategic it might be, there is only one place to go: back to the whirlwind. After all, it is what they know, and it feels safe. When this happens, your team is officially playing not to lose instead of playing to win, and there is a big difference. Simply put, 4MO gets an organization playing to win. Think of 4MO as your computer's operating system. A powerful operating system allows you to execute whatever programs you choose to install. No matter how beautifully designed the program, if the operating system is not up to the task, it will not work consistently on your computer. Likewise, no matter how beautifully designed your strategy is, it will not work consistently without an operating system to execute your goals. Even if you achieve results, you will not be able to sustain or surpass them year after year. 4MO ensures the precise and consistent achievement of any goal you choose to install in your team or organization and creates a foundation for tremendous success in the future. One key reason that 4MO works so powerfully is that it is based on timeless principles. It is proven to work with virtually any organization in any environment. I did not invent the principles of 4MO, great leaders such as Stephen Covey before me did. I uncovered and codified them. Others have used the same principles to change human behavior in service of a goal effectively. In 1961, Jean Nidetch of Queens, New York, was losing patience with dieting. Nidetch, 2024, she was uncomfortably overweight and found it challenging to stay on a diet. She failed to achieve her goal every time she tried. So, when she decided to try a diet she obtained from the NYC Board of Health, she decided to try a new approach. She invited a few friends who are also fighting their weight to meet each week and check on each other. They set reasonable, bite-sized goals to lose a pound or two weekly. NYC Health, 2024. They carefully monitored their calorie intake and gauged the amount of exercise they were getting. Over about 2 years, they achieved their weight loss goals, and they did it together. Jean's Weight Loss Club continued to add members and, in 1963, was incorporated as the Weight Watchers organization. Weight Watchers, 2024. Since then, Weight Watchers has grown into an international network of clubs, with a product line of diet drinks, sugar substitutes, and publications. "My little private club has become an industry," said Jean Nidetch. No other program has matched their record for helping many people maintain a healthy weight. The success of Weight Watchers is due to the same principles that underlie the 4 modus operandi. Modus operandi 1, careful focus on a precise lag measure, losing a certain amount of weight within a specific time frame, from X to Y by when. Modus operandi 2, acting on the high leverage lead indicators of calorie intake and output through exercise, measures that the participants can control. These lead indicators are expressed in terms of easily tracked points. Modus operandi 3, regular scorekeeping and monitoring of the lead indicators and the lag measure. A compelling scoreboard engages people and keeps them on track toward the goal. Modus operandi 4, the tempo of responsibility, the weekly meeting with others who share your goal. They share stories, check the scoreboard, the scale, celebrate successes, and discuss lapses and what to do about them. Many participants say that the weekly weigh-in is the most motivating part of the program. The principles underlying 4MO are universal and timeless, a conclusion I have repeatedly confirmed when working with some of the best companies in the world. Installing 4MO will require your finest efforts, but the payoff will be a team performing consistently and excellently. This section is designed to guide you in installing 4MO. It is a field guide with all the information to ensure success. If you are a senior executive who will lead the efforts of others in implementing 4MO, you will find it a valuable overview of the journey. If you are a leader implementing 4MO with your team, you will find a detailed roadmap of that journey. You will appreciate its value once you begin. In either case, you will likely refer to this section many times during implementation and over the years as your experience with 4MO grows. What to expect? The famous Greek myth of Sisyphus tells of a man whom the gods punish by requiring him to push a boulder up a mountain. Sisyphus, 2024. Each time he reaches the peak, the stone rolls back down, and he must push it back up the mountain for eternity. It is a little like leaving work at the end of an exhausting day without being able to point to a single significant accomplishment and knowing that tomorrow, you will begin pushing that boulder all over again. Chapter 21. What if you need to revisit your lead indicators? Before you and your team develop lead indicators, I want you to understand more about the types and characteristics of these powerful achievement drivers. To begin, there are two types of lead indicators: small outcomes and leveraged behaviors. Small outcomes are lead indicators that focus the team on achieving a weekly result but give each member of the team latitude to choose their method for achieving it. Limit out of stocks to 20 or fewer per week is a small outcome lead indicator where various actions could be applied. Whatever actions they choose, with a small outcome lead indicator, the team is ultimately accountable for producing the result. Leveraged behaviors are lead indicators that track the specific behaviors you want the team to perform throughout the week. They enable the entire team to adopt new behaviors at the same level of consistency and quality and measure how well they are performed. With a leveraged behavior lead indicator, the team is accountable for performing the behavior rather than producing the result. Both types of lead indicators are equally valid applications of Modus Operandi 2 and powerful drivers of results. This example is drawn from our implementation at Target, where the global goal was a lower incident rate. We chose the small outcome of compliance to safety standards, which involved driving multiple new behaviors. If we had believed that our team would be unsuccessful focusing on this many behaviors, we could have chosen to begin with a single leverage behavior, such as wearing safety boots, one of the 6 safety standards, and over time incorporated the additional behaviors as new habits for the team. It is not a question of which is a better lead indicator. It is a question of which is a better lead indicator for your team. Here are the steps for arriving at high leverage lead indicators. Step 1. Consider the possibilities. Begin by brainstorming possible lead indicators. Resist the temptation to choose quickly. Our experience has taught us that the more ideas generated, the higher the quality of the lead indicators. I have found these questions helpful in discovering the lead indicators. What could I do that I have never done before that might make all the difference to the FIG? What strengths of this team can I use as leverage on the FIG? Where are our pockets of excellence? What do our best performers do differently? What weaknesses might keep us from achieving the FIG? What could I do more consistently? For example, a grocery store has this FIG: increase year-over-year sales by 5%. Here is some candidate lead indicators: identify new and better actions. Greet people at the door between 5 and 7 p.m., rush hour, and offer to help them find what they are looking for. Take grocery orders by text and email and have them ready for customers to pick up. Leverage pockets of excellence. Build creative new product displays in every department every month. Adapt the customer service checklist the bakery uses to all departments in the store. Fix inconsistencies. Conduct shelf reviews for out-of-stock items every 2 hours. Minimize queues for 2 customers at any time. Stay solely focused on ideas that will drive the FIG. Do not drift into a general discussion of good things to do rather than things that will impact FIG, or you will end up with a long list of irrelevancies. Author Jim Collins comments, "No one is told what products to work on, just how much to work." Step 2. Rank by impact. When you are satisfied with your list of candidate lead indicators, you are ready to identify the ideas that promise the most significant potential impact on team FIG. In service of the hotel's FIG to increase profitability, the event management team has set this FIG: increase revenue from corporate events from $22 million to $31 million by December 31st. In a FMO work session, Susan led her team in brainstorming lead indicators for this FIG. Now, Susan and her team have narrowed the focus to 3 ideas that would have the most significant impact on achieving their team FIG. 1. Increase the number of site visits. Susan's team knew from experience that whenever they could influence a customer to visit the hotel, their success at winning the contract for the event was significantly higher. 2. Upsell the premium bar package. Since margins are highest on products in the premium bar package, every event that upgraded to this option increased revenue and profitability. 3. Generate more high-quality proposals. The proposal was the last step in the sales process, so the more often prospects advanced to this stage, the more likely they would buy. The idea was to ensure that each proposal went through a checklist of winning quality standards. Event Management Team (FIG) increased revenue from corporate events from $22 million to $31 million by December 31st. Lead indicator ideas. Increase the number of site visits I conduct. Develop contacts at new local corporations. Explore additional opportunities for events with existing clients. Attend trade shows for corporate events. Develop and implement a new marketing program. Improve our banquet food options. Upsell our premium bar package. Upsell our expanded audio-visual package. Generate more high-quality proposals. Join meeting planner associations and attend meetings. Contact former clients lost to other hotels and win them back. Watch out! After producing the list of candidate lead indicators, I often hear team members say, "I need to do all of these things." No doubt they are all good things to do, but the more you try to do it, the less energy you must give to any one thing. Narrowing the focus to a few lead indicators also permits more substantial leverage. I often say, a lever must move a lot to move the rock a little. In other words, the team must press hard on the lead indicator to move the lag measure. Too many lead indicators, and you dissipate that pressure. Step 3. Test top ideas. Once you have identified a couple of high-leverage lead indicators, test them against these 6 criteria. Is it predictive? Is it influenceable? Is it an ongoing process or a once and done? Is it a leader's game or a team game? Can it be measured? Is it worth measuring? Is the measure predictive of achieving the FIG? This is the first and most crucial test for a candidate lead indicator. If the idea fails this test, even if it is a good idea, eliminate it and choose the next most impactful idea from the brainstorming list. Can the team influence the measure? By influence, I mean to ask if the team has at least 80% control over the measure. As in Modus Operandi 1, this test eliminates significant dependencies on other teams. These are candidate lead indicators that Susan's event management team might have proposed as an alternative to uncontrollable lag measures. Uninfluenceable lag measures influenceable lead indicators. Is it an ongoing process or once and done? The ideal lead indicator is a behavior change that becomes habitual and continuously improves the lag measure. Although an action taken once might bring temporary improvement, it is not a behavior change and has little effect on the team's culture. Here are some examples that might have been used by Susan's team and that illustrate the critical differences this test reveals. Ongoing process, do this. Ensure every client knows our audiovisual capabilities and receives a customized setup. Maintain 100% compliance with the banquet table setting checklist. Attend all Chamber of Commerce meetings and contact all companies opening new locations in our city. Once and done, not this. Upgrade our entire audiovisual system. Holding a training session on the standards for setting up banquet tables. Join the Chamber of Commerce. Although the once and done ideas can make a temporary difference, possibly a big one, only the behavioral habits the team develops can drive permanent improvements. Chapter 22. What type of game am I playing here? As I move on to Chapter 22, please think back to the first chapter about President Abraham Lincoln, specifically his will to overcome all obstacles to realize his dreams. The team's behavior must drive the lead indicator. If only the leader, or one individual, can move it, the team will quickly lose interest in the game. For example, a quality initiative requires the leader to audit the process frequently, and the outcome is continuously improving audit results. If the proposed lead indicator is more frequent audits, it fails this test because only the leader can do audits. Nevertheless, if the proposal is to respond promptly to all audit findings, it becomes a team game. The actions to drive an audit score involve everyone on the team. In the same way, Candidate measures such as filling open positions, reducing overtime hours, or improving scheduling are usually examples of a leader's game in most organizations. Remember, lead indicators connect the team to the FIG, but only if it is the team's game to play. Can it be measured? As I have said, lead measure data is hard to get, and most teams do not have systems for tracking lead indicators. Nevertheless, success on lag measures requires successfully tracking the lead indicators. If the FIG is truly ferociously important, you must find ways to measure the new behaviors. Is the lead indicator worth measuring? If it requires more effort than its impact is worth or has serious unintended consequences, it fails the test of a lead indicator. For example, one large fast food retailer hired inspectors to visit each franchise regularly to measure compliance with the company's standards. The inspectors are considered spies, and team members feel disrespected. Company leaders could add the cost of mounting distrust and sinking morale to the direct cost of hiring this army of inspectors. Ultimately, the lead indicators Susan's event management team developed passed all the tests. In the testing process, they discovered that nearly every site visit they conducted resulted in a successful proposal. So, they decided to focus on conducting more site visits and following up with proposals. Step 4. Define the lead indicators. Answer these questions as you put the lead indicators in final form. Eye tracking team or individual performance. This choice will affect your scorekeeping, the design of your scoreboard, and, ultimately, how the team is held accountable. Tracking results for individual performers creates the highest level of responsibility and the most challenging game to win because everyone demands the same performance. Tracking team results allows individual performance differences while enabling the team to achieve the outcome. Eye tracking the lead indicator daily or weekly. To reach the highest level of engagement, team members need to see the lead indicator scores moving at least weekly, otherwise, they will lose interest fast. Daily tracking creates the highest level of accountability because it demands the same performance from every associate every day. In contrast, weekly tracking allows for varying performance each day if the overall result for the week is achieved. Here is an example of the same lead indicator with individual and daily scoring, as well as daily and weekly tracking. Individual score, team score, engage. 20 customers per associate per day with a warm greeting. Engage 100 customers per day as a team with a warm greeting. Engage 100 customers per associate per week with a warm greeting. Engage 700 customers per week as a team with a warm greeting. These considerations should play a part in your decision-making, individual score, team score. Every team member must achieve the lead indicator. Personal accountability is very high as a person does tracking. Scorekeeping is very detailed. The team can win even when individual members underperform. Results from high performers can mask those from low performers. Measured daily. Individuals can win for the week even if some daily goals are missed. The team can win for the week even when daily goals are missed. Results from high measured. The team wins only when every member performs. Scorekeeping is detailed. Performers can mask those from low performers. The team wins or loses together weekly. Does it start with a verb? Simple verbs focus the mind immediately on the action. FIG lead indicator. Make $2 million in new revenue by quarter end. Complete 500 more outbound calls per week. Raise our win rate on bids from 75% to 85% this fiscal year. Ensure all proposals achieve 98% compliance with our quality writing standards. Improve customer loyalty score from 40 to 70 within 2 years. Achieve 99% server availability each week. Increase inventory turns from 8 to 10 this year. Send 3 emails to contacts for every particular offer. Is it simple? State your lead indicator in as few words as possible. Eliminate opening explanations, such as in order to achieve our FIG and exceed our customers' expectations, I will. What comes after the words I will is the lead indicator, and it is all you need to say. A clear FIG statement captures most of what you would say in a prefacing statement. People play differently when they are keeping score. People give less than their best and finest effort if no one is keeping score. It is just human nature. Furthermore, note the emphasis: people play differently while keeping score. There is a remarkable difference between a game where the leader scores against the team and a game where the players score against each other. It means that the team takes ownership of the results. It is their game to play. A coach's scoreboard is not a player's scoreboard. A coach's scoreboard is complex and full of data. A player's scoreboard is simple. It shows a handful of measures that indicate to the players if they are winning or losing the game. They serve different purposes. As a leader, you can guide but cannot build a player's scoreboard without their involvement. The purpose of a player's scoreboard is to motivate the players to win. If the scoreboard does not motivate energetic action, it is not compelling enough for the players. All team members should be able to see it and watch it change moment by moment, day by day, or week by week. They should be discussing it all the time. They should never really take their minds off it. In this chapter, you will learn how to involve the team in creating a compelling scoreboard and see how different scoreboard designs drive different behaviors. I have found that the more the team is involved in designing the scoreboard, illustrated in this graphic by giving the team more distinct responsibilities, the more the scale is tipped to instill their ownership. Step 1. Choose a theme. Choose a theme for your scoreboard that displays clearly and instantly the measures you are tracking. You have several options. Trend lines. By far the most valuable scoreboards for displaying lag measures, trend lines easily communicate from X to Y by when. The GOAT shows you where you should be if you plan to get Y by a particular time and whether you are winning. Speedometer. Like an automobile speedometer, this scoreboard instantly shows the measure's status. It is ideal for time measures, cycle time, process speed, time to market, retrieval times, etc. Consider other standard gauges such as thermometers, pressure meters, rulers, or scales. Bar chart. This scoreboard helps compare the performance of teams or groups within teams. ANDON. An and-on chart consists of colored signals or lights that show a process is on track: green, in danger of going off track; yellow, or off track; red. This kind of scoreboard helps show the status of lead indicators. Personalized. When team members can personalize the scoreboard, it is often more meaningful to them. They can add a team name, photographs of team members, cartoons, or other items representing the team. Personalizing the scoreboard is fun and serves an essential purpose. The more they feel it is their scoreboard, the more they will take ownership of the results. Achieving the FIG becomes a matter of personal pride. I have seen even the most serious-minded individuals jump into this effort. Cardiac nurses put surgical instruments on a scoreboard, engineers set up flashing lights, and motorcycle-riding chefs add leather chaps. When the scoreboard becomes personal, they become engaged. Step 2. Design the scoreboard. Once you have determined the theme or type of scoreboard you want, the team should design the scoreboard with these questions in mind. Is it simple? Resist the temptation to complicate the scoreboard by adding too many variables or supporting data such as historical trends, year-over-year comparisons, or future projections. Please do not use the scoreboard as a communication board to post reports, status updates, and other general information that distracts the team from the results they need to see. Amid the whirlwind, simplicity is the key to keeping the team engaged. Team members can immediately see if they are winning from the scoreboard on the left, but they would have to study the scoreboard on the right to understand it carefully. There are too many variables to interpret. Can the team see it easily? Post the scoreboard where the team will see it often. The more visible the scoreboard, the more the team will stay connected to the game. If you want to motivate the team even more, post it where other teams can see it as ill. If your team is dispersed geographically, the scoreboard should be visible remotely. Does it contain both lead and lag measures? Include both actual results and target results. The scoreboard must answer not only where am I now? However, where should I be? If the team can see only the units they produce each month, they cannot tell if they are winning or losing. They need to see the number of units planned. This also helps them do the math and show whether they are up or down on the goal, net gain or loss. Include both the FIG lag measure and the lead indicators. Include legends and other minimal labels to explain the measures. Do not assume everyone knows what they are. Remember, 85% of team members I surveyed could not name their most important goals. Can I tell at a glance if we are winning? Design the scoreboard so that in 5 seconds or less, the team can determine whether it is winning or losing. This is the actual test of a player's scoreboard. Step 3. Build the scoreboard. Let the team build the scoreboard. The greater their involvement, the better. They will take more ownership of it if they build it themselves. Of course, the size and nature of your team will make a difference. If they have very little discretionary time, the leader needs to take more of a role in producing the scoreboard. Still, most teams embrace the opportunity to create their scoreboard and often volunteer their time. Finally, what medium you use for the scoreboard does not matter much. You can put up an electronic sign, a poster, a whiteboard, or a chalkboard if it meets the design standards discussed here. Step 4. Keep it updated. The design of the scoreboard should make it easy to update at least weekly. If the scoreboard is hard to update, you will be tempted to put it off when the whirlwind strikes, and your ferociously important goal will disappear in the noise and confusion. The leader should make very clear: who is responsible for the scoreboard? When will it be posted? How often will it be updated? I can tell you if we are winning or losing at a glance. Because every graph displays actual and target results, team members can instantly tell whether they are winning or losing on each lead indicator and the FIG. Green and red colors can make it even easier to tell how they are doing. Note that with the lead indicator, the team wins only when every member performs. The team truly wins when everybody shows green, indicating the completion of 2 or more site visits that week. The deliverable. The deliverable for Modus Operandi 3 is a scoreboard that keeps the team engaged. There is a vast difference in performance between a team that knows about figs and measures as a concept and a team that knows the score. As Jim Stewart said, without clear, visible measures, the same goal will mean 100 different things to 100 different people. Stewart, 2024. If the measures are not captured on a highly visible scoreboard and regularly updated, the FIG will disappear into the distraction of the whirlwind. Simply put, people disengage when they do not know the score. The sense of winning drives achievement, and nothing drives results more than a fully engaged team. You will see that every time you update the scoreboard. You have designed a clear and winnable team game by practicing Modus Operandi 1, 2, and 3. However, that game is still on the drawing board. In Modus Operandi 4, you put that game into action as everyone becomes accountable to each other for high performance. Try it. Author John Case described this perfectly in an article in Inc. magazine. Managers put up whiteboards, chalkboards, and corkboards. They crank out data on defects per 1,000, average time spent on hold, and dozens of other performance measures. Case, 2021. You cannot walk into a plant, warehouse, or office without seeing a metric or 2 charted on the wall. For a while, the numbers on the charts improved. People pay attention to the boards and determine how to improve their performance. Nevertheless, then, something funny happens. A week goes by when no one updates the scoreboard. Or maybe a whole month. Somebody finally remembers to enter the new numbers and notices there has not been much improvement. So, nobody is eager to update the board next time. Before long, the boards fall into disuse. Eventually, they are taken down. With hindsight, that outcome is not so surprising. What gets measured does get done, but only for a while. Then questions arise. Why are they always measuring us? Who cares if I make those numbers, anyway? Are we still doing that? A scoreboard can feel like a dreaded reminder of something I should be doing, but are not. Modus Operandi 4 breaks this cycle by constantly reconnecting team members to the game, and more crucially, it reconnects them personally. Because they are frequently and regularly accountable to each other, they become invested in the results and play to win. When leaders hear about Modus Operandi 4, they are understandably skeptical. Another meeting every week. Can you accomplish that much in such a short meeting? These leaders often tell us after only a few weeks, "I thought another meeting was the last thing I needed. It is the one meeting I will not cancel because it is the most important thing I do." Modus Operandi for asks teams to meet frequently and regularly in FIG sessions where each member makes personal commitments to drive the lead indicators. Because a FIG session might sound like just another quick meeting, you might see nothing new about it. You are about to see that the tempo of responsibility requires real skill and a degree of precision if you want your team to perform at the highest level. Chapter 23. Are you committing to the weekly sessions? A FIG session is unlike any other meeting you will ever attend. It has a singular purpose: to refocus the team on the FIG despite the daily whirlwind. It takes place regularly, at least weekly, and sometimes more often. It has a fixed agenda, as illustrated in the model below. A FIG session is a short, intense team meeting devoted to these three, and only these three, activities. The purpose of the FIG session is to account for prior commitments and make commitments to move the FIG scoreboard. 1. Account, report on last week's commitments. Each team member reports on the commitments to move the lead indicators he or she made the prior week. 2. Review the scoreboard, learn from successes and failures. The team assesses whether their commitments are moving the lead indicator and whether the lead indicator is moving the lag measure. They discuss what they have learned about what works and what does not and how to adapt. 3. Plan, clear the path, and make new commitments. Based on this assessment, each team member makes commitments for the coming week that will raise the lead indicators to the required level of performance. Because team members create the commitments themselves and are publicly accountable for them to each other, they go away determined to follow through. It becomes personally meaningful. Although this tempo of accountability is simple in concept, it takes focus and modus operandi to maintain amid the whirlwind. FIG huddles. Some teams, such as the emergency room team in an inner-city hospital, with little to no discretionary time, will need to hold an alternative meeting called a FIG huddle. FIG huddles take place once each week for 5 to 7 minutes with the entire team in a circle around the scoreboard where they do three things. 1. Review the scoreboard, reinforcing their accountability for results. 2. Report on last week's team commitment, making a single team commitment to raise their performance. 3. Make commitments for the coming week. Why hold FIG sessions? The sessions keep the team's focus on the FIG despite the constant whirlwind of other urgent demands. The sessions enable team members to learn from each other about how to move the lead indicators. If one person succeeds, others can adopt his or her approach. On the other hand, if a course of action is not working, the team finds out early. The sessions give team members the help they need to keep their commitments. The team decides how to clear the path if someone encounters a barrier. The sessions enable the team to adapt on the fly to the changing needs of the business. The session ends with a just-in-time plan that addresses challenges impossible to foresee through annual planning. The sessions provide an opportunity to celebrate progress, re-enlist the team's energies, and re-engage everyone. After learning from successful business leader Stephen Cooper, I started thinking hard about FIG sessions. Cooper, 2024. When Cooper took over a small company called ETEC in Silicon Valley, it generated $1 million in red ink every month. eTech, 2024. Cooper set the goal to increase revenues tenfold within 7 years. He asked each team to identify a few enabling goals with metrics and reduce their plan to a single sheet of paper to achieve that goal. This exercise provided clarity for each team, but the real key to Cooper's ultimate success was his weekly reviews. He instituted 3 rules to keep those reviews fast and focused. People should limit their status reports to 4 minutes. People should cover each goal's objectives, status, issues, and recommendations. Finally, the reviews should encourage joint problem solving rather than just reporting. One of Cooper's team leaders said of these weekly sessions, they stop problems from becoming crises. People have time to react comfortably instead of chaotically. Each manager takes a few minutes to present and review progress charts and surface problems and try to solve them. These routines help you keep your eye on the ball. People move forward with a minimum of direction. It gives everyone their marching orders. Inspired by Cooper, I experimented for years with different formats for the FIG session. Today, it is a sleek and highly developed concept hundreds of organizations use to advance their most important priorities. Make high-impact commitments for the coming week. The FIG session's effectiveness depends on the tempo's consistency, but the score's results depend on the impact of the commitments. It would be best if you guided the team in making commitments with the highest possible impact. Start with this question: what are the 1 or 2 most important things I can do this week to impact the team's performance on the scoreboard? Let us break down this question so you understand its significance to FIG. 1 or 2, in Modus Operandi 4, following through on a few high-impact commitments is far more critical than making many commitments. You want the team to do a few things with excellence, not many with mediocrity. The more commitments, the less likely follow-through is. In this context, it is better to make 2 high-impact commitments and fulfill them precisely than to make 5 commitments and keep them badly. Ferociously important, do not waste time on peripheral activities. Invest your attention and effort in those commitments that will make the most significant difference. All commitments made in a FIG session are personal responsibilities. You are not committing others to do things, you are committing to things you will do. Although you will be working with others, commit to being accountable only for that part of the effort you can be personally responsible for. This week, Modus Operandi 4 requires at least a weekly tempo of responsibility. Only those commitments can be completed within the coming week to maintain accountability. If you commit to something for 4 weeks in the future, you are not responsible for 3 of those weeks. If it is a multi-week initiative, commit only to what you can do this week. Weekly commitments create a sense of urgency that helps you stay focused when your whirlwind is raging. Performance on the scoreboard: this is critical. Every commitment must be directed at moving your scoreboard's lead and lag measures. Without this focus, you will be tempted to commit to the whirlwind. The leader should make sure the commitments meet the following standards. Specific. The more specific the commitment, the higher the responsibility for it. You cannot hold people accountable for vague commitments. Commit to precisely what you will do when you do it and what you expect the outcome. Align to moving the scoreboard. Make sure the commitments move the scoreboard, otherwise, you commit more energy to the whirlwind. For instance, the week before your annual budget is due, you might be tempted to commit to completing it because it is both urgent and important. However, if the budget has little to do with the lead indicators, it will not affect the FIG, no matter how urgent it seems. Timely. High-impact commitments must be completed within the coming week, but they should also impact the team's performance in the near term. If the real impact of your commitment is too far in the future, it will not help to build the weekly rhythm of winning. Watch out. Avoid these common pitfalls that undermine the tempo of responsibility, competing whirlwind responsibilities. This is the most common challenge you and your team will face when applying Modus Operandi 4. Do not mistake whirlwind urgencies for FIG commitments. A practical question for testing a commitment is: how will fulfilling this commitment impact the scoreboard? The tempo of responsibility will collapse without Modus Operandi's adherence to the FIG session agenda. Every FIG session needs to account precisely for prior commitments and result in clear commitments for the future. You are repeating the same commitment for more than 2 consecutive weeks. Even a high-impact commitment can become routine if repeated week after week. The best approach is to look for new and better ways to move the lead indicators. They are accepting unfulfilled commitments. The team must fulfill their commitments regardless of their day-to-day whirlwind. When a team member fails to keep a commitment, regardless of all your work to install for MO, you face the moment that matters most. If you can instill the modus operandi of responsibility in your team, they will beat the whirlwind weekly. However, the whirlwind overwhelms the global goal if you are casual about responsibility for commitments and results. Weekly commitments. Hiram Smith, one of the founders of Franklin Covey, has said, if your entire paycheck were based on this one commitment, 2 things would happen automatically. You would be more careful in committing and be certain to follow through. Smith, 2024. The purpose of the FIG session is to make commitments intelligently and with the determination to keep them regardless of the whirlwind. Keys to successful FIG sessions. Hold FIG sessions as scheduled. Regardless of the whirlwind, keep FIG sessions on the same day at the same time in the same place every week, including electronically. If you are gone, delegate the session's leadership to another team member. Keep the sessions brief and maintain a brisk and energetic pace. A rule of thumb is that sessions should not run for more than 20 to 30 minutes. It takes too long, and the session risks becoming a whirlwind meeting. Set the standard as the leader. Begin every FIG session by reviewing the scoreboard's overall results and reporting on your commitments. By reporting first, you show you are not asking for anything from the team that you are unwilling to do yourself. Post the scoreboard. Update the scoreboard before the session and make sure it is present. You cannot hold a FIG session without the scoreboard. It reconnects the team to the game and indicates what is working and what is not. Without it, the FIG session is just another meeting. Celebrate successes. Congratulate the team and individual members on successfully keeping commitments, moving the measures, and reinforcing commitment to the FIG. Share learning. People will discover what does and does not move the lead indicators through the week. They will also discover that some measures work better than others. Everyone needs this information. Refuse to let the whirlwind enter. Limit discussion to commitments that can move the scoreboard. Defer dialogues about the whirlwind, the weather, morning traffic, or sports for other settings. Clear the path for each other and remove obstacles for each other. Clearing the path does not mean passing a problem to someone else but leveraging the team's strengths. If you agree to clear the path for someone, it becomes one of your weekly commitments and requires the same follow-through as any other commitment. Execute despite the whirlwind. Hold team members unconditionally accountable for their commitments regardless of the whirlwind. 1 week must be accounted for the following week if a commitment is missed. Capturing the game. Any automated system should fully capture the game you have built in for MO. Here are the 5 major components of your for MO game that you need from any system. 1. Your team's organizational structure and team members. 2. Your FIG and from X to Y by when a lag measure, as well as your week-by-week targets for performance. 3. Your lead indicators and their daily or weekly performance standard. 4. Your team's commitments from last week and status on follow-through, as well as commitments for next week. 5. At-a-glance summary tracking of FIGs, lead indicators, FIG sessions, and commitments. Although most organizations are data-rich, these things are rarely tracked. If so, they are spread across multiple systems so that the data can only be consolidated manually. In keeping with Modus Operandi 3, your team will develop a physical scoreboard to create public accountability and team engagement. The program provides an achievement dashboard to monitor the entire FIG effort in detail. Chapter 24. Make sure these components are in place. For MO component number 1, the leader and each team member, with specifics about their role and personalization elements such as photos. For MO component number 2, the FIG, a lag measure, X to Y by when, targets for week-to-week performance. Knowing the score is the only way to tell if you are winning or losing on your team FIG. Each week, the team can record their actual performance and their performance against their target for the week. This enables the team to answer the questions instantly. Where are we now? Where should we be now? From the achievement dashboard, you can instantly see that Susan and her team are winning at their team FIG, both in terms of numbers and the green status color. For MO component number 3, the lead indicators and targets for week-to-week performance. You see only what you need to know for each lead and lag measure. You know where you are now, where you should be, and where you ultimately must get to. The indicator is green, yellow, or red based on where you are relative to where you should be. Continuing to the right, you see the 2 lead indicators Susan's team is acting on to drive the achievement of their team FIG. Complete 2 quality site visits per associate per week. Upsell our premium bar package to 90% of all events. The actual results on the lead indicators are entered each week, so the team knows if they are winning or losing on them, and, what is even more critical, if the lead indicators are predictive of moving the lag measures. From the achievement dashboard, you can see that For MO component number 4, enter commitments and indicate whether those commitments are fulfilled. Team members can review their commitments last week and account to the team for their follow-through. Automating for MO across the organization. I have intentionally limited the discussion of technology supporting for MO to the capabilities most essential to you and your team. For MO component number 5, immediately summary tracking on FIGs, lead indicators, FIG sessions, and commitments. However, let us emphasize that the need for automation is even more vital when multiple teams within an organization are launching for MO. Without these capabilities for at-a-glance assessment of process adoption and results, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to drive results effectively. You will need graphics-based summary reporting that instantly shows the entire organization's achievement dashboard to meet this requirement. Sessions held, as a percentage, how many team members are attending FIG sessions? Commitments made, how many team members are making weekly commitments? Commitments kept, how many commitments are executed? Lead indicators, where are the lead indicators relative to where they should be? FIGs, where are the lag measures about where they should be? In a few seconds, red, green, and yellow status signals let you see whether you win or lose for your entire organization. From an organizational perspective, the leader's job is to get the red out, starting from the right with FIG sessions and moving to the left toward achieving the FIGs themselves. If this scoreboard is entirely green, all teams in your organization fully follow the FOR-MO process and achieve the results you set out to achieve. Suppose participation rates are high, but achievement percentage rates are low. In that case, people try to identify the activities that drive their scoreboards but do not follow through. Leaders, when they identify areas of achievement deficiency and provide support, can experience a profound sense of accomplishment. Two of the most significant drivers of success in FOR-MO are simplicity and transparency. With the right technology, you can have both. This means getting a clear line of sight across the organization and showing results for every team in real time. It also means seeing the status of FIGs from the top level to the frontline teams, including everyone's lead and lag measures. Most importantly, with the FOR-MO system, you can instantly see where you are winning and losing, providing you with immediate and clear feedback to make informed decisions and take control of the situation. Section 3: Installing FOR-MO in your organization. In Section 1 of this book, you learned about the 4 modus operandi of achievement as an operating system for achieving the goals you must achieve. Section 2 was about installing FOR-MO in a work team. I now want to expand our scope to install FOR-MO in an organization of more than one team, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose, whether you are a small business, a multinational corporation, or something in between. In Section 3, you will discover what some outstanding leaders have accomplished with FOR-MO concepts. They will tell you how FOR-MO concepts have transformed not only individual work teams, but entire corporations and significant agencies of government into high-performance organizations. Their experience shows that FOR-MO concepts are not just another program, but a transformative operating system for any organization. Here, you will also learn the specific steps for focusing people on FIGs and rolling out FOR-MO across the entire organization. The FAQ chapter provides answers to the questions people most frequently ask me. Like Section 2, this section is designed to be a field guide for leaders. Turn to Section 3 whenever you need direction and insight into the great challenge of moving a whole organization to execute excellently. Best practices from the best. Throughout this book, I have presented concepts and methods for implementing the 4 modus operandi, representing the best I have learned when working with thousands of leaders. Chapter 25. Real-world leadership. Without the opportunity to hear from some of these leaders and to read their own stories in their own words, this book would not be complete. In this chapter, I have chosen 4 leaders, not only because they are each exceptional in their skills and experiences, but also because they have utilized the 4 modus operandi to achieve extraordinary results, often on a vast scale. I want to note directly that these stories of leadership and goal achievement are merely those that I have located that have applied the concepts outlined in this book. They did not directly take this book and apply it. This is merely to show real-world examples that these concepts do function effectively. These stories show a real-world view of the challenges and the rewards that can be achieved when your team applies these powerful principles, providing a perspective that can be conveyed fully only by those who have implemented them. Alec Covington and Nash Finch. Alec Covington is President and Chief Executive Officer of Nash Finch, the second largest publicly traded wholesale food distributor in the United States regarding revenue, serving the retail grocery industry and the military commissary and exchange systems. Nash Finch, 2024. Annual sales are approximately $5.0 billion. The team at Nash Finch implemented the concepts of the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement by focusing on improving their communication with frontline workers and using the 4 Modus Operandi to set clear daily goals. They saw a 30% increase in productivity within 6 months. The following are Alec's insights into 4MO concepts and his description of that experience. I have now come through more than 6 months of implementation, and as I look at the results, I can only say that it is fantastic. It is almost unbelievable how well our team has performed against their goals. The process has been followed, the meetings have been conducted as they should have, the regular updates have been there, and finally, the scoreboards are exciting, easy to read, and easy to understand. Today, I have a great story about how our leaders use the 4 Modus Operandi to make a difference and leave their fingerprints on our company. Over my years in this business, I have often said that transformative change is almost impossible without a crisis. You automatically have everyone's attention when you enter a business a few days after bankruptcy. Customers and employees are worried about their job security, and vendors are anxious about their payments. However, in the face of this uncertainty, our team's adaptability is a source of confidence. Customers are open to change, and employees are ready to embrace new ways of working, not just tomorrow but today. So, the crisis aligns you with a sense of urgency, and you immediately narrow your focus. Even if you have 100 problems, you know you cannot possibly solve them in the time it takes to solve a crisis. That is why a crisis is a catalyst for change. However, when the crisis is over, the next challenge is charting the long-term path. I always dread that period because it creates frustration, stress, and disappointment. During that period, the whirlwind always outweighs the strategic plan. It is not a phenomenon unique to Nash Finch, it has been steadfast in every company I have worked for. Despite these challenges, I have been able to move our strategic agenda forward, but it requires a different approach in the absence of a crisis. What is the X to Y by when? Nash Finch has deployed this beautiful program well and will chart the path of change within the company for many years. With the 4 Modus Operandi, you have a process that clearly outlines what needs to change and helps hold everyone accountable for accepting and adapting to those changes. It also lets you take the lessons from one way of working and apply them to other parts of the business. This is what makes the 4 Modus Operandi powerful throughout the company. When I can do those kinds of things, it is compelling. Another thing that I would encourage you to think about, as you are engaged with the 4 Modus Operandi, is to look for future leaders as you attend FIG sessions. You will see people growing up in your organization and becoming leaders. Maybe they drive forklifts, receive trucks, or are inventory control people today, but you will see them firsthand through this process. Now, I cannot say that without looking at the other end of the spectrum, because the FIG session does not just identify the people doing exceptionally well, it also identifies those who do not show up for the meetings and those who do not make their commitments. These people are holding you back and keeping you from reaching your goals. Ultimately, the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement will enable you to identify, promote, protect, and retain the people accomplishing their goals. Moreover, it will help you identify those who are not. The most significant results I have seen come from teams with the most vivid and recognizable scoreboards that the broadest group of people can easily understand. Seeing how creative people are is fantastic when I walk into some of these places. Out of 100 employees, somebody will be an artist. I have proven that repeatedly. If you have a problem, look at your scoreboard and ask yourself these questions: is it visible? Does it connect with the people that need to see the score? Is it simple and easy to understand? Did the people who will use it help create it, or was it created for them? A scoreboard is a compelling thing. Some of the ones you will look at might seem like the goofiest things in the world, but they may also be the most powerful because they mean something to the people who need to see them daily. It does not matter that you do not like it. It really does not. My last advice is not to thank the senior leaders when celebrating your accomplishments. Please. The senior leaders did nothing. I have never seen a senior leader accomplish a single FIG. Let me tell you how it works. The senior leaders found the tool. They admitted that things were not working and devised a process that would help. However, the leaders and teams below in your organization embraced it, learned it, used it, and delivered remarkable results. The senior leaders do not need to be thanked, they need to thank the leaders and teams below on the front line. Senior leaders are like golf caddies. If the leaders on the front line tell you they need a 9-iron, your job is to give them a damn good 9-iron. If they need a new driver, your job is to get one that will hit the ball farthest. Furthermore, that is precisely what happened with the 4 modus operandi. This program has provided a means by which I can pitch the ball, and because of the modus operandi and the organization around it, I know that someone accountable on the other side will catch it. It is beautiful. It has also provided a means for leaders and teams to get the ball and run with it, to be held accountable for it and recognized when they do a great job. It is mighty. Dave Grissom and Marriott International Incorporated. Dave Grissom, president of the Americas for Marriott International, began by implementing the concepts of the 4 modus operandi in 8 pilot hotels. Marriott, 2024. These 8 hotels produced results so significant that Dave and his team went on to conduct 2 progressively larger pilots and ultimately implemented the concepts of 4 modus operandi in more than 700 Marriott hotels over the next 2 years, which is one of the largest and most significant implementations of the concepts of 4 modus operandi worldwide I have been able to locate. The following are his insights and description of that experience. Let me start by explaining that Marriott, a leading hospitality company, has nearly 3,700 properties across the globe and approximately 129,000 employees in company-operated hotels. The Marriott family established the core values and culture of the organization 85 years ago, which are instilled in the employees today. J.R. Willard Marriott believed that if you take care of your employees, they will take care of your guests, and the guests will return. The spirit of service reflected in this philosophy is the cornerstone of the company's strong culture, high employee satisfaction, and continued growth. I continue to look for ways to innovate and improve our operations while enhancing our culture. It was as if someone had watched our operation and designed a customized process for what I needed. The best evidence is that it is one of those processes people run toward instead of away from. I have yet to ask a single hotel to participate, they all come to us and ask to be part of it, with 8 pilot hotels. By the end of the pilot, every one of them had achieved remarkable results. Perhaps the best example comes from our largest company-operated hotel, the Marriott Marquis, in New York City. In the first year of implementation, the team achieved the highest guest satisfaction scores in this great hotel's 30-year history. Along with this achievement, they recorded their highest ever revenue and profit results. As most leaders know, achieving record sales, profit, and customer satisfaction in the same year is quite an achievement. Based on this success, I implemented it in over 700 hotels in North and South America, aiming to become the preeminent lodging company on both continents. I began by establishing a team of experienced Marriott leaders who would form the core of our infrastructure and provide guidance and accountability. Grissom said, establishing this internal team was an essential investment for us. Once that was in place, they were ready to implement it systematically in each hotel in our significant markets. As you can imagine, this was a large-scale effort that required a significant investment from our leaders at every level. He continued. However, in city after city, the leaders are committed and passionate about the power of these concepts and their ability to use them to achieve their goals. Over 2 years, almost 4,000 leaders in over 700 hotels, our national sales teams, and many centralized corporate teams, such as human resources and information technology, were all certified in this process. During this time, about 10,000 employees began using the process and recorded 1 million commitments toward our goals. This illustrates the high level of engagement and dedication to the process, as well as the scope of the implementation. While the plans for further implementation continue, they can now see clearly that they have given us an operating system for focusing large numbers of people on precise goals and sustaining that focus until they are achieved. This achievement platform allows hotels to create targeted goals aligned with the company's vision. Grissom detailed. With this clear vision, employees understand how their day-to-day activities relate to the company's overall business results. Moreover, they feel that they are working toward a common goal. As a result, I have a level of adaptability, focus, engagement, and reporting that is unique in our industry. As I look back and consider the advice I might offer to other leaders reading this book, I want to offer a few key lessons that I believe are important. First, design your implementation to fit your culture. While these concepts will work in any culture, the implementation method will vary based on the unique attributes of your organization and your people and what resonates best with them. It would not have worked in our culture if I had mandated it at every hotel. While this might have been the most efficient method, in our culture, what was needed was buy-in. To help us gain this, I had the leaders from the 8 original pilot hotels, many of whom have decades of experience with us, gather with leaders from the other hotels at a regional meeting. It was priceless when the general managers from each pilot hotel stood up and acknowledged that it had brought their team a better way of focusing and achieving results. Moreover, when they said, "I will never go back to the way I executed before," it became contagious. As a leader, you are always tempted to implement the ideas you believe in passionately. However, you must realize that if you offer the concepts as just another good idea, you will not generate the level of commitment needed to succeed. I have implemented ideas where it seemed that I had buy-in initially but later realized that the organization allowed them to die a quiet death. This does not happen because people are against the idea, it happens because they are busy in their whirlwind. Generating buy-in takes longer, but the result is that it works. You can mandate speed to market any new program, but the real test is whether they are doing it. Leaders who are struggling are ready to accept anything that will help them. Successful leaders need the time and opportunity to assess an idea and test its worth. The pilot's results, our service culture, and our belief that success never finally helped cultivate this leadership buy-in. Understanding your culture and leaders and how to implement new ideas are other aspects of why a careful rollout is essential. Third, the senior leader must focus on holding all leaders accountable. In other words, they must be all in once they are in. To do this well, you need the tools the concepts provide, such as reporting systems and regular responsibility. When the leaders who report to you understand that this is important enough for you to watch every week, they will see that it is accurate and not going away. The system rolls up to me, and each week, I review performance. The most straightforward way you demonstrate that this is how I now execute is by holding them accountable for the results. When you let one leader off the hook, everyone else gets the message and their focus declines. Looking back, this was one of the most important decisions I made. In addition to talented leaders, I knew I needed the right tools, systems, and training to support the effort. I branded the program to show our company's commitment to this process and make it part of the culture. I also designed and built reporting tools to track participation and results and used virtual training. Great business or life skills encompass holding yourself and others accountable and executing better. Leanne Talbot and Comcast. Leanne Talbot is the Senior Vice President of Comcast's Freedom Region, which includes Comcast's headquarters in Philadelphia and the surrounding areas. Comcast, 2024. Before that, she was Senior Vice President of the Greater Chicago Region, GCR, responsible for marketing, sales, and operations in Central and Northern Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southwest Michigan. The GCR was one of Comcast's largest operating regions and one of the most challenging in performance. In Leanne's words, while the potential was there, the region had not been able to change the trajectory of its performance. 2 years later, Leanne and her team moved the Greater Chicago region from last place out of more than a dozen regions to second place in the company's internal rankings and rising. The following are Leanne's insights and her experience implementing 4MO throughout the region. Do what you did in your previous region in Chicago, take it to the first place. That was the mission the president of Comcast Cable gave me as I interviewed for the Greater Chicago region leadership position, a region known for two important characteristics: it was one of the largest, representing 10% of the company, and it was not performing well. Over the past 9 years, the region has remained last in virtually every metric Comcast uses to measure performance despite a succession of leaders. Simply put, this was not a happy place, and talented people did not want to risk moving to the Chicago region because they thought it could negatively impact their careers. The stage was set. It was clear that I needed to improve our results quickly and show that this critical region was on track. Furthermore, because of the region's importance, I also got a significant level of attention, what I refer to as the love, that added additional pressure. Simply put, I needed a modus operandi plan to execute excellently, and I need it now. I began by ensuring that the right leadership team was in place, one that would create a culture of diverse thought, respect, and accountability. This ultimately meant that 70% of the people in leadership roles had to change as I worked to create a visibly engaged team of leaders. Next, our team needed to believe they could win, so I looked for every opportunity to celebrate a success, no matter how small. At first, they are hard to find. However, over the next several months, success brought more success, and our team slowly began to believe in themselves. I also had vital champions in the company who were engaged with us. They helped to echo our success throughout Comcast, reinforcing the team's new mindset. With these foundational elements in place, I knew I needed to find the one focus that would be our primary catalyst for dramatic improvement, a difficult assignment when so many areas of our operation needed attention. Laozi, in the Chinese classic text, Dao Tiuqing, states when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear. Dao Tiuqing, for carat, th, century BCE. This is precisely what happened to me. I could not wait to get started. My team was trapped in its whirlwind, and I was convinced that the 4 modus operandi were the way out. There was only one problem: I was not yet achieving our regional goals. As a new leader, I faced the difficult decision to justify the money spent on a new program while eliminating all but the most critical expenses. More personally, I also worried whether making this investment might mistakenly signal that I did not believe my team could turn the region around. In the end, I took the risk. I truly believed the 4 modus operandi would give us the structure and the focus I needed. I never saw the 4 modus operandi as a training or management program throughout the implementation. Instead, the 4 modus operandi is an operating system for enabling us to sustain our whirlwind while moving the needle on our most important objectives. In essence, the 4 modus operandi would allow us to systematically work on the plan I had created and ensure I delivered results despite the urgent demands of our day-to-day operations. I began quietly with a pilot in Chicago. As the 3rd largest city in the country, Chicago is a unique environment. Running a cable system there is a significant challenge that has resulted in some of our lowest performance metrics. Despite all our efforts, I could not seem to get traction. Chicago was the ideal environment to prove the 4 modus operandi because I knew they would work throughout the region if they worked there. What happened next, to our results and, more importantly, in the team's engagement, drove the decision to implement the 4 modus operandi throughout the entire region. A key metric in our business is that I cut our repeat rate by almost half. Repeats are when I must revisit a customer's home to address an issue I have attempted to address at least once prior. In addition, I doubled the number of customers saved, meaning when customers wanted to cancel their services, I was able to convince them to stay, along with a host of other operating metrics that are all moving in the right direction. Our small investment in the 4 modus operandi helped us reduce costs by over $2 million in only 5 months. Beyond these operating results, the effect on the team was dramatic. I saw tech supervisors, big guys, walking through the halls wearing pink figs to their ferociously important goal, FIG, sessions. I saw them in their meetings holding teddy bears, laughing, and working together. Frontline technicians were huddled around the scoreboards every week, waiting for their results to be posted. Moreover, the needle moved substantially on our FIG through it all. Because I acknowledged the whirlwind with our teams, I gained needed credibility. I honestly say that our day jobs will always be there, the whirlwind does not disappear. Nevertheless, I also promised and proved that the 4 modus operandi would allow us to progress in key areas, ultimately helping to diminish the whirlwind. I also learned how critical having a 4 modus operandi coach with the teams was. Building that resource into the organization is instrumental to the success of the 4 modus operandi and helped us to grow our internal experts. Our coaches were HR partners already teamed with the groups, who expanded their responsibilities to fulfill the coach role. They ensured FIG sessions were held each week, teams found their tempo, scoreboards were created and updated, results were celebrated, and team members were accountable for fulfilling their commitments. I also saw an additional benefit emerge as the already launched teams started to pay it forward by helping newer teams. Those just launching IA are invited to attend FIG sessions and the summit meetings of more seasoned teams. Those who were veterans of the process acted as consultants for other teams. Ultimately, I chose the 4 modus operandi to help us achieve financial and customer service goals, and the results I produced were extraordinary. However, the cultural impact of the 4 modus operandi on our teams was icing on the cake. Leading the Greater Chicago region to success did not happen solely because I launched the 4 modus operandi. I put a solid leadership team in place, quickly assessed our gaps, and developed an action plan to drive results. However, it all came together when I found the 4 modus operandi of achievement operating system that enabled us to navigate the journey to winning. Today, we are near the top of the rankings and continue improving our financial and customer service performance. I have started to receive recognition as an employer of choice, including being recognized as a top 100 workplace for 2011 by the Chicago Tribune. I would not have thought all this progress could have happened so quickly when I began our journey. I think of the 4 modus operandi as the frame of a house, but I always remember it is a house that could not have been built without talented people, drive, hard facts, support from above, strong leaders, and a champion to steer the entire operation. B. J. Walker and the Georgia Department of Human Services. Beverly B. J. Walker has served in the administrations of 2 governors, Illinois and Georgia, and the mayor of the city of Chicago. Walker, 2024. In 2004, she was appointed by Governor Sonny Perdue to run the Georgia Department of Human Resources, a massive human services agency with a combined budget of over $3.2 billion and almost 20,000 in staff. Perdue, 2024. The agency had oversight of virtually all the state's human services. In 2007, she began using the 4 modus operandi of achievement to help move forward reforms across the agency, particularly in areas where errors in frontline practice might result in severe injury and death for their clients. Under her watch, several key indicators in child welfare, child support, welfare to work, and food stamp eligibility continued to make significant and sustained progress. The following are her insights and description of that experience. In 2007, when Governor Sonny Perdue asked me to use the 4 modus operandi of achievement, I steadily improved a troubled and crisis-ridden agency. However, I am clearly struggling to achieve consistency in our performance, fully convince our massive bureaucracy that I am targeting the right priorities, use metrics as a day-to-day tool in our practice on the front line, and weather the storm of what seemed like constant media and political scrutiny. Many days, I felt challenged and burdened by the need to make many changes with so little time and few people and resources. Implementing the 4 modus operandi of achievement was a game changer. First, it convinced me that results are most significant when the game is played as a team rather than focusing on the talents of a few individual superstars. Second, it convinced me to stop waiting for reports filled with lag measures to determine whether I was winning or losing data that always arrived far too late to do anything about it. I played softball for many years, and I learned that losing an entire game is less painful than enduring failure inning by inning. Chapter 26. Ensure you have both lead and lag measures. When you operate using only lag measures, it is like posting the score only after each inning is over. You can see that you are losing, but by then, it is too late to change your game, and the losses keep coming. Particularly in a human services organization, rationalizing is easier by saying things like, I am doing good work. I am helping people. I am swamped. Nevertheless, when you do this, you are just playing the game you know and waiting for the final score. If you lose, it is only a moment of pain instead of your lead indicators' day-to-day, week-to-week pressure. The good news is that when you apply focus to your lead indicators, you see them move. Furthermore, you start winning on your lag measures when your lead indicators move. Tragically, most public sector organizations have never had the experience of seeing a winning score every week and, as a result, seldom think of themselves as winning teams. I made it my responsibility to monitor the score every week and make it public. Ultimately, I sustained this focus and created a team that became used to winning instead of losing. Third, perhaps most importantly, it convinced me that I had to be willing to learn new behaviors. Specifically, I had to learn to lead from a position on the field, as ill as from that of a senior executive, to step off the pedestal of mission and into the arena of practice and to move nimbly and intentionally between the leader's view at 30,000 feet and the team's view on the ground. Implementing the 4 modus operandi teaches you to lead differently because you want to win. The 4 modus operandi of achievement will change how your team moves the needle on their highest priority goals. However, it is up to you to determine how to embed them into your organization. We all know how hard it can be to get people to buy into our mission and goals, mainly because they are ours and not theirs. However, when you implement the 4 modus operandi of achievement, you learn to do something different, to use involvement to generate commitment, empowering you to steer the course of your organization. This begins with cultivating a precise, and for some, a very different, relationship with your frontline teams, those who move the transactions that produce results. Whether it is your sales team, customer service representatives, production operators, or case managers, your first job in implementing the 4 modus operandi is to stimulate an organizational hunger for success on the overall FIG. This was particularly challenging for our team because there was never much appetite to talk about death, even though severe injury and death were the forces preventing us from successfully executing our mission. It was a war I could not escape. Day after day, I worried about failing, and I also worried about being blamed. So, when I implemented the 4 modus operandi, I pulled our FIG out of the heart of our fear, reduced by 50% the number of incidents that can lead to death and serious injury for people in our care, custody, and oversight. Once it had been said out loud, everyone on our team could openly acknowledge it as our fundamental mission, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose. Interestingly, it was always the work the team wanted to do, and for many, it was the compelling reason they returned daily. However, creating our global goal allowed us to take ownership of our core mission, preventing bad things from happening to vulnerable children and adults. Furthermore, that ownership made a significant shift in our approach. Instead of waiting to respond after bad things happened, I now proactively planned ways to keep them from happening. Ultimately, I used the 4 modus operandi to make us publicly accountable for reducing death and serious injury, and, as a result, I began to work as a team to ensure I was successful. People often ask me what specific aspect of the 4 modus operandi made the most significant difference for my team. My answer is always the same: the weekly FIG sessions. In these powerful meetings, the tempo, the rhythm of asking your people what commitments they are willing to make to move the score forward is the process that erases most of the distance between leaders and the actual day-to-day work in government. The tempo constantly brings to the surface policy and practice issues that are otherwise invisible to, or hidden from, executive leaders. In addition, the FIG sessions allow the knowledge and experience of the front line to be shared throughout the organization, eliminating the gap between what an organization is ultimately accountable for and the actions of the front line that are driving it. In government, any outcome of significance is almost always a lag measure, whether from federal or state entities, governors, or mayors. It is also usually a result that has not been achieved recently. Therefore, leaders are unlikely to know what behaviors would promote success in achieving it or, alternatively, are causing them to fail. They feel accountable but are unsure what it will take to move the needle. FIG sessions close that gap between the leader's vision and the work of the front line by putting everybody in the same room. The flow of data about lead indicators and weekly commitments forces leaders to regularly see and hear from the front line. Conversely, it provides the front line with unprecedented access to the eyes and ears of executive leaders when they are in a similar FIG session with them. I assure you that this effect is more significant the more pro and bureaucratic the organization. Many private sector business leaders would be surprised at how easy it is to run a sizable public sector organization without understanding the day-to-day work, let alone being involved. The 4 modus operandi compels even the most senior leader to stay in the room with the frontline and the work. The second most impactful aspect of the 4 modus operandi was what I referred to as my second job, creating an environment where exemplary work could be done the right way and for the right reasons. That work is principally seen in modus operandi 2, act on the lead indicators. This modus operandi became the glue that connected the frontline to the overall fig I needed to achieve and to the team leaders. It was not hard to get the frontline to see the importance of their day-to-day work. They knew how much it mattered. It was not easy to convince them that the leaders shared their perspectives and understanding. In a human services agency where the threat of death and serious injury is always present, it is hard for frontline workers to trust distant leaders. The unspoken question is, who will be thrown under the bus if something goes wrong? Building trust is a large part of leading the 4 modus operandi successfully. The best way for leaders to build that trust is by putting them in the middle of the work. Each week, those leaders are accountable for making commitments that help their team, reporting the results of the team's efforts to senior leaders, and clearing the path of significant obstacles for their team. That is what I call putting leaders in the middle of the work. For the leaders on my team, these became 3 absolute requirements. As a 4 modus operandi leader, I must stay the course on our figs. Frontline teams love a sure-footed leader, mainly when the stakes are high, and nothing rattles the confidence of a team like changing the rules in the middle of the game. As a 4 modus operandi leader, I must give the front line what they need. This means playing the team already on the field. I quickly learned that a high-functioning team will care for its underperformers. While low performers and those who resist change will initially slow down the team's efforts, it will not last long. In 4MO, there is no place to hide because of the evident accountability of results. This also means fixing the bureaucracy when it stands in the way of the front line getting the job done. Often, this means fighting the political battles to change a policy, remove a restriction, confront an issue, or even get more funding. Teams have little use or respect for a leader who cannot clear the path for them. As a 4 modus operandi leader, I must deliver our messages. This meant that the first person to talk about death and serious injury on our team had to be me. If I wanted the teams to do something different, I had to begin by saying it was safe to change our practices and even to operate outside the boundaries of the existing policy if it would reduce the number of incidents leading to death or severe injury. As you know from the opening story in this book, we are ultimately successful in exceeding our global goal, reducing repeat cases of child maltreatment by a stunning 60%. From that experience, I want to end with the most important things I learned, things that will help any leader implementing the 4 modus operandi. Embed the language of the 4 modus operandi in your culture. One of the easiest ways for people to dismiss accountability is to say they are already doing things like the 4 modus operandi. The 4 modus operandi are precise. You do not see the real benefit unless you implement them. Most importantly, when the senior leader stops walking and talking about the 4 modus operandi, the entire organization immediately stops believing that she is serious. Ensure that your leaders are clearing the path. If you do not hear a clear the path commitments commonly from the front line, you should immediately look for a breakdown in achievement. Remember, non-moving lead indicators on the front line mean non-moving figs for the organization. Communicate openly and often to the front line. Every team member needs to see and hear your commitment to the 4 modus operandi and the achievement of your overall FIG. I sent weekly and often daily emails directly from my inbox to the front line with no layers of leaders in between filtering my message. Make sure people know that the work on the front line matters most. Your team needs to know that the FIG must be achieved. Leadership matters. However, at the same time, they need to know that their work on the front line is what produces bottom-line results. Do not allow the 4 modus operandi to be about you. Make it clear that the 4 modus operandi are about their ability to win even if you leave. Focus on raising the performance of your B-level leaders to that of your top performers. The single most powerful way to do this is by consistently and faithfully holding your FIG sessions. Use this modus operandi to show them how the 4 modus operandi accentuate their leadership and how the team's success comes from them. Mid-level leaders, particularly in large bureaucracies, are often unaccustomed to leading a winning team. It is often their job to distribute and monitor policies set by others, whether they work or not, and to manage the organization through periods of transition up and down the chain of command. They need the 4 modus operandi. Be willing to hold the leadership high ground. Initially, some will criticize the 4 modus operandi as being all about the numbers and not the people involved. When this happens, you must hold strong on why the numbers matter. This was particularly true in human services, where the numbers always concern vulnerable people and effectively help them live better and safer lives, but the principle is true everywhere. As the senior leader, you must be willing to support the laser focus on performance that the 4 modus operandi brings to your work, whether it is about helping children or making widgets. I faced the most significant career challenge when I was introduced to the 4 modus operandi of achievement. My 20,000 employees were demoralized under constant media scrutiny because of deaths and accidents involving children, and I was the 6th leader in 5 years. Because of this powerful modus operandi and the hard work and dedication of everyone who dedicated their lives to this mission, I knew that the children in our care were safer and better protected. I could not have asked for a more fantastic or more significant outcome. Chapter 27. Focusing the organization on the ferociously important. These 4 stories show that each leader faced the challenge of focusing the minds and hearts of literally thousands of people on a set of global, ferociously important goals. When they created focus, their organizations accomplished genuinely extraordinary things. In Section 1, I introduced 4 rules to help you narrow the direction of your entire organization. Rules for modus operandi. 1. No more than 1 to 3 figs per person simultaneously. 2. The battles must win the war. 3. You can veto but do not dictate. 4. A fig must have a finish line, from X to Y by when. While these rules may seem straightforward, even simple, following them requires tremendous commitment and modus operandi. Creating focus is never simple for any organization, it only looks simple once accomplished. However, the results are worth the effort. In fact, every successful implementation of 4MO begins when leaders take on the difficult challenge of narrowing the organization's focus. In this chapter, I will expand on these 4 rules and show you, step by step, how to translate your organization's complex strategic agenda into a set of focus figs with clear finish lines. I will also show you, with actual examples, how to translate those figs to the front line. The result is clarity at every level of the organization and dramatic results at the end of the process. Translating organizational strategy into figs, the case of Opryland. When I first met the leaders of the Opryland Hotel in Nashville, Tennessee, Opryland, 2024, the largest convention hotel in the United States outside Las Vegas, they had dozens of urgent priorities, including introducing new marketing and advertising programs, planning for a 400,000 square expansion of their 2,000-room property, launching several initiatives designed to improve their occupancy rate, controlling expenses to improve their bottom line, engaging in multiple new programs to improve the satisfaction of their guests, revamping their convention services, identifying ways to help their guests more easily navigate the 56-acre property. Like most leaders, they had their hands full. You likely have your own list, and no matter how often you try to simplify it, this dizzying list of priorities feels overwhelming. I want you to know that you are not alone. As the executive team at Opryland began the 4MO process, their crucial first step was focusing the entire hotel on the wildly important. This is never automatic, particularly in larger organizations. It takes work, and that work begins by answering the question, if every other area of our operation remained at its current level of performance, which one area would I want to improve the most? Remember to avoid asking, what is our most important priority? This question will only result in a never-ending debate. As each executive team member expressed their ideas about the one area they wanted to see improved the most, guest satisfaction rose to the top as the most impactful. The primary reason for this is that the guest's experience literally impacted every other aspect of their business, from revenue to market share. Every hotel employee could contribute to this focus. As their emphasis became more apparent, Arthur Keith, the general manager, recommended improved guest satisfaction as the highest level FIG for the hotel. At this crucial stage, the leader's role is pivotal. They must be open, genuinely listen, and explore alternatives while preparing to step in at the right moment to guide the team's decision. The leader's ability to balance these roles, actively participating in the discussion and advocating a position, when necessary, is akin to carefully selecting a high-level FIG for the entire organization. Choosing a high-level FIG is not a hasty decision. It is like buying shoes, you must walk around them to see if they fit. Rushing the team to decide on the FIG is not the way. Instead, take the time to select the exemplary FIG and allow the leaders to wear it as they develop supporting FIGs for its achievement. They can always choose a different FIG if it does not feel right. Choosing a high-level FIG is a significant commitment for any organization, and leadership teams often approach this decision cautiously. This is why many organizations struggle to maintain real focus. However, empowering your team to make and reconsider their choices enables them to take this step confidently. Before we proceed with Audiobook, let us examine the origins of most organizational FIGs. 3 sources of organizational FIGs. I have noticed that almost every leadership team, regardless of industry, size, or geography, chooses the highest level FIG from one of 3 areas: financial, operational, or customer satisfaction. Financial FIGs are measured in dollars, whether top-line revenue, bottom-line profit, or some key measure. Surprisingly, less than a third of our clients choose a financial FIG as their priority, even though financial results are consistently among the highest priorities. Operational FIGs focus on production, quality, efficiency, or economies of scale. Most leadership teams focus here initially. These FIGs often focus on key operational measures such as production volume, quality improvements, increased market share, or expansion into new areas. Customer satisfaction FIGs focus on closing the gap between the current level of performance and the level that represents excellence, whether to customers of a business, patients in a hospital, or guests in a hotel. Unlike financial and operational FIGs, these measures depend on the customer's preference. From mission to FIG. The highest level FIG for your organization is not your mission statement. It is also not your vision, nor does it often represent your entire organizational strategy. Your highest level FIG is a laser focus point. You will give it disproportionate energy because it requires changing human behavior. This diagram helps you see your FIG in the context of the overall organization. If you are like most organizations, you have a defined mission or purpose statement that clarifies why you exist. Once the mission is limited, many leaders articulate what success will look like at some point, usually 5 or more years, in the future. This is your vision. Your mission and vision are aspirational statements or ideas of what you want the organization to become. You then create a strategy to determine how your vision will become a reality. I believe that there are usually 3 components to an effective strategy. The first component is what I have termed the stroke of the pen. These are initiatives that, if you have the money and the authority, you can make happen simply by deciding to implement them. They are often critically important, as are many of the initiatives already underway at Audiobook when they began the 4MO process. The second component is the whirlwind. This includes everything your leaders must manage to have confidence that the day job of their teams is being done effectively. While leaders use 4MO to execute critical strategic priorities, they must focus on effectively running the core operations. These business elements can be monitored through tools such as Norton and Kaplan's Balanced Scorecard, Norton, Kaplan, 2022. This brings us to the third component of your strategy, initiatives that will require a change in people's behavior to implement successfully. These are by far the most challenging in any strategy and the primary target of 4MO. 4MO applies to the FIG, key battles, and the lag and lead indicators. This holistic view of your strategy map is helpful because it shows all your strategic imperatives in their proper place. It also reinforces the critical importance of the whirlwind. Most importantly, the map warns you against blurring the important boundary around for MO territory. As you see for MO's effectiveness in producing results, you may be tempted to bring more initiatives inside this boundary. However, doing so will cause you to lose the narrow focus that is the key to 4MO's effectiveness. Chapter 28. Turning Strategy into Finish Lines. Once Audiobook 2024 leaders chose guest satisfaction as their highest level FIG, they needed to set the finish line defining success. The measurement system for guest satisfaction at Audiobook tracked only perfect scores, which they refer to as top box scores of 5 on a 1 to 5 scale. This was a demanding standard, far beyond the normal guest satisfaction measures. They asked themselves what the highest achievable top box score they could get. Their top box score from the previous year was 42%, meaning 42% of guests gave them a perfect rating, while the highest ever recorded was 45%. After much debate, they decided to go for a lag measure of 55%. Having set the high-level FIG, which I sometimes call the war, Audiobook leaders were ready to move on to the lower-level figs that would ensure victory, which I referred to earlier as battles. Once the war is set, defining the battles becomes the leader's fundamental responsibility. The metaphor of wars and battles is helpful for several reasons. First, you should ideally fight only one war at a time. Second, all lower-level figs, battles, must be aimed at winning the war rather than at any other objective. After all, the only reason to fight a battle is to win the war. And third, you isolate those figs that are most essential for success. Leaders must ask, what is the fewest number of battles necessary to win the war? A team's energy level always jumps to a new level when they begin to work on this question, a result I saw clearly at Audiobook. The leadership team at Audiobook had never wrestled with this question. Why? Because they had never forced themselves to narrow their focus to a single war. Like most leadership teams, they engaged in so many wars that they never even came close to defining battles. Moreover, as they tried to identify the battles needed to win the war for guest satisfaction, they found so many candidates that the effort was almost overwhelming. Every leader listed dozens of possible battles, but then they realized we were not asking how many candidates' battles they could identify, I am asking how few are needed to ensure success. This is the question that requires real strategic thinking from the leadership team. Ultimately, the leaders at Audiobook decided 3 critical battles had to be won to raise guest satisfaction to a top box score of 55, arrival experience, problem resolution, and food and beverage quality. Arrival experience. This battle was essential. Their research showed that negative opinions about a hotel formed in the first 15 to 20 minutes, and they are almost impossible to change. The higher the quality of that first experience, the better the overall impression of the hotel. Problem resolution. The leaders knew that things would still go wrong regardless of their efforts. Improving guest satisfaction is not a question of whether a problem will occur, it is about what you do when it occurs. The response of their teams to guest problems could make or break the guest's entire experience. They wanted their teams to be world-class at resolving problems related to food and beverage quality. Because Audiobook is such a large property, guests are less inclined to travel to restaurants outside the hotel. In addition, most of the hotel's restaurants are considered fine dining and are priced accordingly. As a result, guest expectations of the quality of the food are exceptionally high. Meeting those expectations consistently would significantly raise guest satisfaction scores. The leadership team at Audiobook believed that if they could put the energy of the entire hotel behind these 3 critical battles, they would change the game. Winning those 3 battles would win the war, and as soon as they realized this, reaching a top box score of 55% began to seem possible. This is the real power of a leadership team determining the fewest possible battles. It enables them to see if their war is winnable. Choosing the battles, however, was only half the work. Now, they had to set a finish line, from X to Y by when, for each battle. They had to figure out the top achievable score for each battle and ensure those scores would add up to winning the war. If the battles do not win the war, you have not created an effective strategy or a winnable game. Remember the critical principle of leverage: the lever must move a lot for the rock to move a little. The carefully defined battles that would win Audiobook's war for higher guest satisfaction. The Apraland leadership team spent an entire day defining the war and battles and setting the finish lines for each. When the day was over, Danny Jones, the head of quality and guest satisfaction, said, "Now that we are done, it looks so simple, like something I could have written on the back of a napkin over lunch." He was right, but he also knew that the plan's simplicity and clarity would be the keys to its effectiveness. Arthur Keith, the general manager, echoes Danny's thoughts. "This was the most valuable day I have ever spent together as a leadership team. For the first time, I can articulate in just a few sentences the direction and strategic bets of the entire hotel." Although the excitement of the leadership team at Apraland was a strong endorsement, the real impact of this work is seen in the teams. At Apraland, 75 operating teams across the hotel can now leverage the clarity and direction the leadership team had provided by choosing their team FIG, which would ensure victory in one of the three battles. For example, the battle for a better arrival experience was mainly in the hands of the front desk team, whose team FIG was to improve the speed of check-in. However, this battle wasn't theirs to win alone. The guestrooms team had a closely aligned team FIG to increase room availability for guests needing early check-in, which was essential to speed up the check-in process. The team that caught our attention was the bell stand team. For years, this team had struggled to deliver guest bags more quickly. However, faced with antiquated systems and a massive 56-acre property to cover, they are still averaging a delivery time of 106 minutes per guest. That is right, guests had to wait an hour and 46 minutes for their bags. The bellstand team knew that, even if the room was available and the check-in was fast, their failure to deliver the bags quickly would ultimately hurt the arrival experience score. They chose Team FIG to reduce luggage delivery time from 106 minutes to 20 minutes. After only a few months of intense focus on Team FIG, they exceeded their goal by reducing luggage delivery time to 12 minutes. The graphic illustrates the 4MO architecture I have just described for winning that arrival experience battle for guest satisfaction in the context of the hotel's war. It is important to remember that these teams still spent most of their time in the whirlwind, managing the hotel, serving guests, and responding to dozens of unexpected challenges each day. However, the game has changed. Each team had a global goal they could focus on amid their day-to-day responsibilities. Furthermore, because Team FIG had a finish line, they were accountable for it and wanted to win. Each FIG team also defined lead indicators, created a compelling scoreboard, and met weekly to make commitments that would drive those scoreboards, as I described in Section 2. You can do something extraordinary when you get 75 teams all driving toward the same overall goal, which they did. After 9 months, Apraland's top box guest satisfaction score was 55%, exceeding its goal of 61%. Remember, they had never scored higher than 45%. They have achieved almost a 50% net improvement in only 9 months. Although Gaylord's oldest property, Apraland now led every other Gaylord hotel in guest satisfaction. Although I had been optimistic, I did not anticipate this level of improvement could be achieved so quickly. The Apraland story powerfully reminds us of the untapped talent and potential in even the best-run organizations when they move from a vague strategic intent to a set of specific finish lines. Too many organizational goals are hazy and imprecise, leaving people wondering what they are supposed to do and how they are supposed to do it. They need clear, unmistakable finish lines so people know exactly what success looks like. Translating FIGs through functionally similar organizations. The 75 teams at Apraland are very diverse in their functions, including engineers, housekeepers, front desk clerks, bellhops, and restaurant teams, as well as support services such as finance, accounting, and human resources. Other organizations, like retail chains, manufacturing facilities, or sales teams, consist of similar units performing the same functions. The same 4MO principles apply to them, however. In multi-unit organizations, FIGs translate to the front line quite differently, as I will see. Take our experience implementing 4MO with a large retailer with hundreds of outlets. As at Apraland, their overall FIG focused on improving the guest experience. In their case, it was to increase likelihood to recommend, LTR, a customer loyalty measure devised by business strategist Fred Rye Held. Rye Held, 2024. Their research had shown a strong correlation between the profitability of their stores and the likelihood that people would recommend them to their friends. With this FIG in place, the leadership team spent an intensive day defining the fewest battles to win the war and finally isolated the 3 most critical. Improving customer engagement was, of course, essential to increasing the willingness of customers to recommend the store. This battle focused primarily on whether their associates were available and eager to help customers find what they needed as soon as they entered the store. Reducing out-of-stocks was also critical. If a customer wanted a product sold out, not only would the sale be lost, but the customer would also be less likely to recommend the store to others. Increasing the speed of checkout could make a huge difference. In the speed-driven world of retailing, getting customers checked out and on their way has a disproportionate influence. If the last thing customers remember about the store is a frustrating checkout, it will influence their perception of the whole shopping experience. You might think the battles they chose are apparent. However, as with Arpraland, the leadership team, many of whom had spent decades in this industry, evaluated dozens of candidate battles before settling on these 3. They drew simplicity out of enormous complexity. It took time, tremendous energy, and a little fighting before they landed on this simple but powerful plan. When you begin this process, remember that the closer you are to your operation, the more complex it is, and often, the harder it is to narrow your focus. In the end, does this war and battle structure look simple? Yes, and simplicity is one of the keys to a successful implementation. Remember, the greatest challenge is not developing the plan, it is changing the behavior of the frontline teams that must execute it while managing the never-ending demands of the whirlwind. Let us see how this multi-unit organization translated the FIG to the front lines. For the sake of simplicity, I will describe how one region of the company translated the FIGs to districts and how each district translated it to the stores. Unlike the functionally diverse units at Arpraland, these units all performed the same functions, therefore, they all adopted the same FIGs and battles. Still, they had leeway in defining the finish lines. The battles are selected to increase customers' likelihood of recommending the store to others. So, the region is chosen from X to Y when the finish lines are specific to their region. Then, the district leaders, who had helped develop the overall war and battle structure, assigned unique from X to Y by when finish lines to represent the performance objectives of the district. The region leader did not dictate the finish lines to the districts, the district leaders took ownership of this responsibility. Regional leaders are free to ask for adjustments if they disagree with the numbers. Ultimately, the region leader ensured that districts defined a winning game for the region. Store FIGs are the same as district FIGs, but are unique from X to Y by the measures for each store. However, at this level, there was a twist. With oversight from the district leader, the stores were given the choice to choose the battles that represented the most significant opportunities for the store. If the store was already exemplary in out-of-stock or customer engagement, it could narrow its focus to another battle. In this way, 2 things were accomplished. Store leaders who could choose their battles would naturally be more committed to them and able to focus on the battle that mattered most. A clear and executable strategy. In this chapter, I have described an intense but rapid process for achieving a profoundly simple result. At Arpraland, with its diverse teams, and the retail chain with similar teams, high-level FIGs are defined within a day. The result was a clear and simple strategy, but more importantly, it was a strategy that could be executed. Remember that, for an organization, for MO is not for your stroke of the pen initiatives. It also does not define all the measures for monitoring the operation's day-to-day well-being, the whirlwind. It is for driving behavior changes that must happen. Because so few leaders and organizations have this kind of modus operandi, your ability to focus the entire organization on what is ferociously essential might become your most significant competitive advantage. Rolling out for MO across the organization. The chapter you are about to read was the most challenging for us to write. We intend to describe a proven method for installing for MO with your team and multiple teams across a larger organization. I have spent years developing this method. In our first 3 years of working through for MO with our clients, I refined the modus operandi to the point where I knew they were right, not only in principle, but also in the practice of producing outstanding results. However, rolling for MO across an entire organization had us scratching our heads. From the beginning, my clients embraced the concepts quickly, and in virtually every implementation, I saw pockets of success, which I called campfires. Some isolated pockets of excellence I encountered were a group of aerospace engineers, an individual retail store here and there, a team of software developers, and a manufacturing plant. These pockets almost always had leaders who caught the vision of what MO could mean for the team and them personally. It drove them to produce great results. Nevertheless, replicating this success across a larger organization, turning campfires into wildfires, was evading us. I knew that our installation process needed the same level of refinement that I had brought to the modus operandi, but first, I needed to understand why it was not working. Chapter 29. What does not work? For nearly 30 years, I have been training through many organizations in the US. Given this, it was inevitable that I would first offer the 4 modus operandi as a training solution. It was also wrong. As Bernard Baruch, 2024, reportedly said, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Instructor-led training was what I knew how to do, and I did it well. In my earliest offerings, I pulled dozens of leaders out of the whirlwind for a few days to teach them the concepts of 4MO, and they validated the training as highly relevant and engaging. At the end of each session, leaders expressed real passion for what they had been taught. However, I had to learn that embracing a concept is not the same as applying it. The problem is that the whirlwind awaits you when the training session ends. When you catch up on the backlog of issues while in training, the excitement and momentum you feel for the new concepts are often lost. It is also challenging to implement new concepts when the people you work with do not have the same understanding that you do, especially if those concepts are counterintuitive. You can find yourself trying to install a modus operandi that no one is excited about and that runs against your team's natural tendencies. Finally, even though the 4 modus operandi are easy to understand, they are still modus operandi. Making them an established part of an organization's operation and culture takes real work. Dr. Atul Gawande, 2024, expresses this challenge nicely. Modus operandi is harder than trustworthiness and skill and perhaps even selflessness. We are, by nature, inconstant creatures. I cannot even keep from snacking between meals. We are not built for modus operandi. We are built for novelty and excitement, not careful attention to detail. Modus operandi is something I must work at. Despite these challenges, I often encountered influential leaders who adopted 4MO and produced extraordinary results. However, they are only a few of the leaders I trained. I realized that enabling an entire organization to produce large-scale results would require a system of implementation that ensured a wildfire of organizational success. What does work? As I studied the leaders and teams where I had been successful, I began to develop a very different system for implementing the 4 modus operandi. The following are the critical aspects of our approach. The 4 modus operandi must be implemented as a process, not an event. In this chapter, I will show you 6 steps to launch the 4 modus operandi successfully across an organization. These 6 steps apply whether you are implementing the 4MO with your team or across a more significant segment of your organization. The 4 modus operandi must be implemented with intact teams. Rather than working with isolated leaders from different parts of an organization, I work with all the leaders necessary to achieve the overall global, ferociously important goal. This is critical because achieving your overall FIG almost always requires the combined efforts of multiple teams. However, this does not mean you should simultaneously introduce the 4 modus operandi to an entire organization. In large organizations, I have often found it most effective to work with 10 or, at most, 20 teams at a time. Suppose the overall FIG is to increase revenue, for example. In that case, I may begin with 10 sales managers and their teams, 10 retail stores, or even 10 departments within a large production operation. Once the initial teams begin to succeed, interest from other portions of the organization increases, making the continuing implementation easier. The leader must implement the 4 modus operandi. Our most remarkable breakthrough came when I realized the most successful method of implementing the 4 modus operandi was through the leaders closest to the front line. Instead of relying on one of our consultants to introduce and launch the modus operandi, I changed our process to focus instead on equipping and certifying leaders to launch with their teams. From this point, I will refer to this process as leader certification. This change significantly improved our results for several reasons. When you are learning something, you know you will ultimately have to teach, you truly learn it. The most powerful way to learn anything is to teach it to others, which is a principle I have seen at work firsthand in hundreds of implementations. When you teach something, you automatically find yourself becoming an advocate. When one of our consultants taught the process, it allowed the leader to stay on the sidelines, but when the leader brought the 4 modus operandi to the team, he or she had to commit fully. In other words, when you advocate modus operandi, you must be all in, or you know they will not work. If you advocate the 4 modus operandi, you are accountable to live them. No credible leader would introduce the modus operandi and knowingly violate it by consistently failing to follow through. When you introduce the 4 modus operandi, you generate a different level of response from the team because of your credibility. When the modus operandi comes from a consultant, an internal trainer, or even a more senior leader within the organization, there is a tendency for most teams to wait and see if this is real. Usually, the person they watch first to determine this is you, their leader. Moreover, if you teach, advocate, and launch the process, they immediately know it is accurate. When I describe this implementation method in our programs, the leaders immediately grasp the benefits. However, some are concerned about their ability to communicate and launch many changes effectively. A successful launch requires careful preparation. However, I want you to know that I have seen thousands of leaders at all skill and experience levels create excellent launches. Chapter 29. The 4MO installation process. The following 6-step installation process leads to results and, more importantly, to adopting an operating system for repeatedly achieving your most important organizational goals. Since most of our clients prefer the speed and efficiency of launching multiple teams simultaneously, I will present an overview of how the launch process works with 10 teams or more at once. In this multi-team process, which I use to certify leaders in 4MO, leaders work together for a few days to draft team figs and lead indicators, and then share those results with their teams to get confirmation and buy-in. Step 1. Clarify the overall FIG. If you are leading multiple teams, you must determine your overall global goal. Step 2. Design the team figs and lead indicators. This step usually requires 2 full days. Leaders learn 4MO concepts at a deep level, reviewing case study videos and working through real-world examples, all designed to give every leader a firm grasp on the 4 modus operandi and how they are applied. This diagram depicts the 6 steps of 4MO installation and a recommended timeline for the process. Next, following the process previously, each leader chooses a team FIG that will represent the team's most significant contribution to the overall FIG. Senior leaders play a critical role because they must ultimately decide whether the combined team figs will lead to achieving the overall FIG. In this role, the senior leaders may offer counsel or even veto a team FIG, but they must not dictate what the team FIG should be, only the team leader should choose it. When team figs are set, leaders tackle the most challenging part of the 4MO process, defining FIG lead indicators. As we saw on previous pages, few leaders have done this work. Developing predictive and influenceable lead indicators is a complex task requiring multiple attempts. When all the team figs and lead indicators are in place, every leader has a clear line of sight from the overall FIG to the contribution of his or her team. It is a powerful, and often unprecedented, moment of clarity. Please remember that the team FIG and lead indicators are not final until the team has validated them during a team launch session, which I will cover in Step 4. You will have a hard time getting a total commitment from team members who have no opportunity to give input. Remember, no involvement, no commitment. Step 3. Leader certification. In this critical step, which usually requires a full day, the leaders learn how to launch 4MO with their teams. Scoreboard design. Leaders learn not only how to build effective scoreboards but also how to facilitate the team's involvement. Fig session skills. Leaders learn essential skills before holding a first FIG session, in particular, how to hold team members accountable in front of their peers. Some leaders struggle in their first few attempts at practical FIG sessions, so I practice by running mock sessions with other leaders. Launch meeting preparation. The final stage of leader certification is preparation for the team launch meeting, which is essential to the success of the FIG. Leaders are first prepared to teach their teams a high-level understanding of 4MO. They practice with each other using teaching videos, guidebooks, and presentation slides. In addition, they learn to communicate the overall FIG clearly, along with the draft team FIG and lead indicators, and then facilitate meaningful feedback from the team and make any needed revisions. When Step 3 is completed, the leaders are certified to launch for MO with their teams. This certification also marks the end of the working session with other leaders. Step 4. Team launch. Leaders schedule and conduct a team launch meeting that lasts about 2 hours. They will present an overview of 4MO for about 45 minutes and then review the overall FIG, the draft team FIG, and lead indicators. The team then gives feedback and finalizes the team FIG and measures. In this session, they also design the team's scoreboard and assign responsibility for its completion. The meeting concludes with a practice FIG session in preparation for the sessions that will begin the following week. This practice session allows the leader to discuss the format and ground rules as the team begins pursuing team FIG. Particularly for inexperienced or reluctant teams, it is good practice to attend FIG sessions or summit meetings of more seasoned teams, as Leanne Talbot of Comcast, 2024, recommended. For MO veterans can then answer questions about the process. Step 5. Achievement with coaching. Steps 1 through 4 represent the launch phase of implementing the 4 modus operandi, and although they are critical, they are still the plan for a game that has yet to be played. Step 5 is where the game begins. The leaders and their teams begin the weekly process of driving lead indicators to achieve the team FIG, which requires modus operandi and accountability. Week by week, the team evolves and matures, making higher impact commitments and improving their follow-through in FIG sessions. As the lead indicators begin to move, the team can see that their focused efforts are moving the lag measure, and with each movement, they can see that they are winning. In our experience, leaders typically need experience guidance for about 3 months as they foster new behaviors and encounter unexpected challenges. 4MO coaches help leaders adhere to the 4MO process, succeed with lead indicators, and prepare for quarterly summits. Our experienced consultants coach leaders while developing strong internal coaches for the organization, a role described in more detail in the following sections. Step 6. Quarterly summits. The summit is a meeting at which the leaders report to their senior leaders on progress and results in the presence of their peers. A quarter generally provides enough time to see the lead indicators moving and the impact those leads are having on the lag measure. The more senior the leaders who attend the first summit, the greater the urgency to produce results, which is essential to making the team FIG and lead indicators a high-stakes game. For many, it will be their first meeting with senior leaders. It is the first time they have got to talk about how their ideas have contributed to the company's goals and to be recognized for their contribution. As Alec Covington of Nash Finch, 2022, September 5. In Wikipedia. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/nash_finch_company observed, it is a very different experience from receiving orders on tablets of stone and being held accountable for goals you do not understand. When the governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue, attended the first summit for 5 state government agencies, he observed as leaders explained their team's FIGs, lead indicators, and results. There was tremendous energy in the room, not only because the governor was present but also because the leaders who were reporting could see that they were making a difference. At the end of the meeting, Governor Perdue stood to give a spontaneous closing message. He said, "When I leave the office, I do not want any statues made or buildings named after me. I want my legacy to be the employees of this state." As he turned to leave, he told a staff member, "Clearly, I want every leader in the state to go through this process." Because quarterly summits combine the power of accountability with the opportunity for recognition, they become a driving force in the leader's implementation of 4MO. A summit is always only a few weeks away. Chapter 30. The powerful role of an internal coach. I have found that designating an internal 4MO coach makes a big difference in the success of the installation. I often say that if accomplishing a global goal is like driving a Formula One race car, the 4MO coach is the head mechanic. Like a mechanic, the 4MO coach does two things. First, the coach helps with repairs on operational breakdowns in 4MO. The coach guides leaders who encounter difficult resistors, need counsel on the quality of lead indicators, or could use help in establishing a tempo of accountability. Also, the coach helps with preventive maintenance, ensuring that the teams adhere to the process and identifying early warning signs of a team falling prey to the whirlwind. I strongly recommend that two individuals share this role to compensate for scheduling conflicts or unanticipated turnover. Internal coaches benefit the organization in the following ways. Responsiveness. By assigning and developing individuals in this role, the organization creates a significant knowledge resource and immediate frontline support to 4MO leaders. There is no need to bring in resources from outside. Independence. The more experienced and capable the internal coach is, the less need for ongoing guidance from outside. Continuity. As new leaders are hired or promoted, the internal coach can play a crucial role in quickly orienting them to the 4MO process. Although the internal coach is not full-time, selecting the right individuals is crucial. A strong 4MO coach will have solid business knowledge, good communication skills, and the ability to develop and sustain good working relationships. The effectiveness of a coach is primarily through influence rather than formal authority. Over the years, I have seen excellent coaches drawn from many areas: operational management, fast-track leadership programs, quality assurance, Six Sigma, and lean manufacturing. Beyond any other characteristic, some traits are typical to the best coaches: interest in and capacity for the role. Coaches with high interest but no capacity beyond their whirlwind responsibilities may be passionate about 4MO but cannot invest the time and energy to ensure its success. Those with capacity but no interest can slow down the implementation of 4MO and the achievement of results. As one of our clients recently said, if they are too available, they are probably not too valuable. In our experience, an effective coach has supported every highly successful 4MO implementation. Although achieving your global goal requires the combined efforts of the leaders and their teams, the 4MO coach is essential to successful implementation and sustaining exceptional results. Watch out! Finally, be on guard against 3 potential failure points. If you encounter any of these, it might be better to postpone the implementation of 4MO until they are resolved. The absence of a goal that matters. 4MO is a robust process for achieving your most important goals, but it is a means to an end, not the end itself. The more critical the overall FIG, the more committed the organization and its leaders will be to achieving it, and, as a result, the faster they will embrace the modus operandi. Without this focus, the modus operandi will not be as effective. The lack of total commitment from the senior leader. If the most senior leader is not fully committed to 4MO, the organization will never fully commit. We are not necessarily referring to the CEO, but to the most senior leader responsible for the initiative. Implementing the 4 modus operandi requires complete commitment, no matter what part of the organization is involved. If 4MO is seen as an option for interested leaders, your implementation will fail before it begins. Certifying leaders at the wrong level. It is critical to certify leaders responsible for teaching and driving the 4MO process. You cannot win without them. If you certify leaders at a high level, the game plan will never reach the frontline team that produces results against the lead indicators. In contrast, if you certify leaders at a level that is too low, they will too often lack the experience to create the best team FIG and lead indicators or the authority to hold the team accountable for results. A helpful guideline is to certify the lowest level of full-time leadership above the front line. For example, in a grocery store, the bakery manager would be too low because those who fulfill this role usually work as individual contributors and would not be considered full-time leaders. The store manager, one level above, would be the right level. In contrast, the plant manager in a manufacturing facility might be too high, making the shift supervisor the right level. Also, consider the amount of discretionary time the leader can put toward for MO. Leaders who control their schedules can generally lead a FIG team. It is also essential that team members have enough time to make, schedule, and fulfill weekly commitments. In this chapter, I have described, in general, the process I have been through and the issues I have faced hundreds of times in installing for MO. I have tried to benefit you from our trials and errors. Implementing the 4 modus operandi with 10 or more teams simultaneously, as I do almost daily in some parts of the world, involves several careful considerations. However, the ability to focus multiple teams on consistently driving lead indicators toward a critical goal is powerful. It is vital in creating extraordinary outcomes and raising an organization's performance and effectiveness. For MO frequently asked questions here, you will find answers to people's questions about implementing for MO. I have grouped the questions under these topics. How to generate buy-in and commitment to 4MO. How to sustain 4MO. For MO process tips and traps, I have also answered questions about applying 4MO to certain distinctive types of teams, although the issues discussed should interest any reader. Manufacturing teams. High-tech and scientific teams. Sales teams. Government and military teams are generating buy-in and commitment to 4MO. What are the most common mistakes leaders make in implementing 4MO? The 2 main mistakes leaders make in this process are a lack of participation and patience. First, leaders often unwittingly presume that the success of 4MO rests with those individuals who have undergone manager certification. While the role of the certified managers is crucial to FIG and lead indicator success, the active involvement of leaders to whom the certified leaders report is mandatory. Leaders hold FIG sessions with their direct reports openly and actively recognizing the contributions of the certified managers and their team members in this process, reinforcing the principles of the 4MO and removing barriers to FIG success and lead indicator performance. Second, all leaders are results-driven and want results as soon as possible. However, they often ignore that FIG's success depends upon consistent, ongoing performance against the lead indicators. Suppose good lead indicators have been developed, and the teams are performing to these lead indicators. In that case, the lag measure associated with the FIG should move unless external circumstances make FIG attainment impossible. It takes time. The leader must patiently reinforce the process instead of giving up on it. How do you handle the resistors on a team? First and foremost, understand why they are resisting. Once you have determined that, you can formulate a solution. Some resistors have unexpressed concerns about issues outside of 4MO. They need to be heard. More often, however, you encounter resistors whose attitudes you will not change by hearing them out. They may be skeptical about any change, cynical about new ideas, fiercely independent, or convinced that 4MO is excess bureaucratic overhead rather than a results-oriented operating system. If they continue to resist, you need to require their support as members of a team that is larger than themselves. Usually, they will begin to see the results the rest of the team members are experiencing and then, sometimes reluctantly and silently, fall in line with the rest. What are the most common challenges of running 4MO every week? How do you deal with them? Teams often face 3 challenges: performing consistently on lead indicators, keeping the scoreboard current, and attending FIG sessions regularly. First, team members must mentally decouple the FIGs from the lead indicators, meaning they must focus on the lead indicators' consistent and successful performance before they see the lag measure move. It is like going to the gym every day. You need to exercise patience before you see the changes that result from exercise. If team members are sporadic about their performance against lead indicators, they will not see the impact on the lag measures. Second, team members may feel that keeping a scoreboard current is unnecessary busy work. Unless the scoreboard is updated, nobody knows the score. They cannot see if the lead indicators affect the lags. Moreover, FIG sessions lose their power without the results of teamwork being visible. Third, FIG sessions get postponed or cancelled, and team interest disappears. Without regular FIG sessions, people lose focus and no longer feel accountable for their commitments. The FIG session must be sacred. Team members must contribute to the quality of the FIG meeting by making commitments that impact the lead indicators and FIG success. Increased interaction and communication earlier in the development process. Sharing of knowledge with others. Midstream process checks. Key stakeholder discussions to assess changing requirements with development underway. Chapter 31. How can FOMO help us execute our new sales process? FOMO is exceptionally effective in helping people adopt a new sales process. It allows them to focus on specific high-leverage aspects and get those embedded before moving on to something else. For most professionals, sales is so intuitive that laying a process over it never feels comfortable. The first time it does not work out well, they often abandon the process and return to what they think works for them. The problem is that they usually try to eat the whole elephant at once. FOMO provides a vehicle for coaching and accountability and helps a salesperson get good at the process one bite at a time. How do you get a sales team to commit to a weekly meeting? Unless the sales team is held consistently accountable, middle performers will not dial up their game. Salespeople especially need the structure FOMO provides. The process gets sales teams to share insights into what works, which is essential in a profession where everyone believes they are already doing all the right things. Don't most sales teams already have some form of lead indicators? In our experience, while most sales teams measure aspects of their sales pipeline, existing sales measures do not work as viable lead indicators because the team does not directly influence them. Sales managers are often focused on measures that will give them better forecasting, predictability, but these are not usually in the control of the sales force. A predictive but non-influenceable measure does not give a sales team the necessary leverage. Sales managers are the most intensely focused on lag measures, quarterly volume, weekly bookings, and yearly revenues. Too often, their idea of management is to call team members on the phone and demand the numbers. Therefore, of all people, they are the most in need of effective lead indicators. Once equipped with them, sales managers can make a difference. They can coach, train, and mentor people on the behaviors that drive results. Government and military teams. Does FOMO add value to a military culture based on a high degree of modus operandi and achievement? The military has already written a book on the art of achievement in combat. They know how to win battles and stay radically focused despite the fog of war, the whirlwind. However, the garrison military, out of combat, is swamped by bureaucratic rules, resource constraints, and family demands. They are driven to serve dozens of merely urgent tasks while disregarding critical goals, such as team readiness or personal development. Many military clients say, it is ironic that a unit in combat can produce miracles, but the same team in peacetime becomes disengaged. FOMO is an effective system for re-engaging the military. These are people who want to serve. They are mission-oriented. The concept of the wildly important goal energizes them, and accountability is second nature to them. How do you set FIGs in a government organization with many outside stakeholders pulling it in different directions? Government operations do not always seem designed to maximize results. At every turn, there is a tendency to be risk-averse. One of our clients recently remarked, "Our government is designed to make change tough and rewards behavior you might call good enough for the government." Often, the various checks and balances make setting FIGs seem almost impossible. Impassioned leaders may have visionary strategic plans and announce them in town halls. However, sustained behavior change is challenging when employees return to their day jobs and face the whirlwind. Leaders in public service must spend much more time promoting the FIG to all stakeholders, especially the employees. Involvement in defining the FIGs helps engage their minds and hearts once adopted. Once the employees are engaged and can sharpen and validate the leader's intent, the FIGs must be shared with the customers who receive the services. It is much more work, and there is risk in being so bold, but it is a formula that produces dramatic results, as I have seen in the story of B.E.J. Walker and the state of Georgia. Chapter 32. How can implementing FOMO increase employee engagement? FOMO is a system for reaching big goals and increasing employee engagement and satisfaction. Usually, employee engagement is gauged through surveys about the workplace, leadership, and culture. Let us see how 4MO principles affect these typical employee engagement measures through a story from Jamie Walker. My children and my husband were strengthened. From toddlers to teenagers, everyone could walk with me, so I grew closer to each other. For example, I spent much time walking and talking with my youngest daughter. We talked about her difficulties with her friends, what college she wanted to attend, and how her boyfriend treated her. My other children taught me about their joys and struggles, their thoughts about having a large family, and how they felt about a new baby. My youngest and I established a strong bond, which I cherish today. When talking with my husband about the 4 modus operandi, he often referred to the ancillary benefits of following them. However, I never realized how significant that would be in my life. Ultimately, I achieved my global goal, gaining fewer than 36 pounds. In the process, I took 1,751,250 steps. More importantly, I strengthened family relationships, and on October 4th, I delivered a healthy baby boy. As you read this remarkable story, I hope you can spot some insights I noticed. First, Jamie was brilliant in narrowing her focus to only one lead indicator. She knew she needed to focus on diet and exercise to achieve her goal of not gaining over 36 pounds. However, watching what she ate was unnecessary because she already ate a healthy diet. So why track it? It would only add complexity. Instead, she chose to focus on a single new and different behavior. She thought she would make a difference, walking 10,000 steps daily. There is a good lesson here. Sometimes, the best thing is to focus on the single thing, lead indicator, you need to do differently that will make all the difference instead of the many. Next, the key ingredient on her scoreboard was the where I should be column. It is hard to tell if you are winning or losing if you do not know where you should be at any given moment. Always knowing where you are and where you should be is one of the critical aspects of a compelling scoreboard. As Jamie also learned, finding the right scoreboard, a motivating, simple, and easily updated scoreboard, is not easy. In our experience, this is where most people get stuck. They develop an excellent FIG, define a lead indicator or two, and never pay the price to put up the scoreboard. Then, the whole thing falls apart. Do not let that happen to you. Finally, there is power in public accountability. Jamie's husband was her official accountability partner, but her kids were equally involved. Whenever you set a personal goal, your chances for success go way up as soon as you involve others in your goal and have them hold you accountable. One of our clients tells the touching story of his 5-year-old son Clay, who could not overcome a bedwetting problem. The family had tried many things, but the problem persisted. He would wake up at night and not reach the bathroom, his dad said. After going through 4MO training, I had a light bulb go off. That evening at the dinner table, Clay and I started discussing how I would help him through the night without wetting his bed. I would make a calendar for every day of the week and go for a month at a time. I put the calendar on the refrigerator so his mother and brothers could see the results. Every morning after that, Clay would come down for breakfast and report whether he was it or dry. I had a green crayon and a red crayon. Clay would draw a green smiley face or a red frowny face, depending on how he had fared the previous night. Of course, the first morning, he drew a green face. The whole family made a big deal of it, and he was given high fives. After a week of greens, I made it memorable by going for ice cream. Within 30 days, Clay was sleeping through the night and was dry. It seemed so simple, but the fact that Clay posted a scoreboard and would report to the family every morning, in a tempo of accountability, made it so important to him that he took it very seriously. Here is a fun scoreboard created by one of our clients who wanted to lose 80 pounds 6 months before his son's high school graduation. His lead indicators: walk 5 miles per day. No eating after 8 in the evening. Limit intake to 2,500 calories per day. He achieved his goal and then set another FIG to drop 15 more pounds before his beloved hockey season so he could get out and play with his kids. Of course, 4MO is about more than just turning around a challenging situation. It is also about achieving your highest goals and aspirations. One of our colleagues sets 3 figs for himself at the beginning of each year, 1 professional, 1 family, and 1 personal goal. He carefully identifies his lead indicators, tracks his scoreboard, and spends 30 minutes each week evaluating progress on his prior commitments and setting new commitments for the coming week. Through this practice, he can stay balanced and accomplish a great deal. I know people who have used 4MO to achieve all life goals, running a marathon, finishing a degree, learning a new sport, or even blending 2 families. Some of the figs I have heard about are profoundly personal. Another colleague has several young grandchildren. He has a deeply felt personal FIG, and they should all know that he loves them and that they can turn to him for anything. Of course, the lag measure is kind of hard to pin down. When asked, he laughs, "I can tell I am winning if they run up and hug me instead of running away from me." His lead indicator is evident, however. I have a strict personal policy of spending time with each one of them every week. On weekends, he might watch them play at the dinosaur museum, the playground, or the soccer field. Every year, he takes them to buy pumpkins for Halloween and to the amusement park and the Renaissance Fair in the summer. He never misses birthday parties. Sometimes, he shows up in the evening to read a bedtime story or 2. His strategic bet is that careful attention to this lead indicator will reap dividends forever. The lag measure already moves, you should see it move. He says, "Whenever they see me, they scream, giggle, and throw themselves at me. Do you think anything in this world is more important to me than that?" Another friend of ours, married with children, relates how he worked on a personal FIG of improving his family's culture over an entire year but felt like he made little progress. He had several lead indicators, but none seemed to be working. In a moment of clarity, he recognized that the best way to improve the feeling in his home, the culture, was to love their mother. In other words, he needed to show his kids better how much he adored his wife, their mother, through kindness, gentleness, and small acts of service. So, as he relates, this single measure became his focus, and it immediately made all the difference. Seeing the love I had for each other as mom and dad seemed to cascade good feelings upon the kids and a home in general and resolve many other everyday challenges our family was facing. So many ferociously important things never get the attention I should give them because they are not urgent. Caring for our health, helping our children, getting more education, strengthening our marriage, these things tend to take second place in the whirlwind of urgencies that require our attention right now. According to Dr. Ray Levy, founder of the Global Medical Forum, 80% of our healthcare budget is consumed by 5 behavioral issues: smoking, drinking, overeating, stress, and not enough exercise. The cause of most diseases, he says, is very well known and, by and large, behavioral. Just changing these 5 behaviors would eliminate our healthcare crisis. Even after life-threatening heart attacks and strokes, people generally do not change their behavior. It has been studied over and over repeatedly. Thus, we are missing some links in there. Even though they know they have an awful disease, and they know they should change their lifestyle, for whatever reason, they cannot. Could the missing link be an operating system for changing human behavior, a system like 4MO? Do I think 4MO can apply to your personal life? My answer is a resounding yes. This book's principles can help you achieve any great purpose you have in mind. 33. Chapter 33. 4MO Operating System. So, now what? Now that you have finished reading the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement, your mind might be spinning. If you are like most people, so much about the 4MO operating system is not in your DNA. To most people, it is counterintuitive to manage things this way. To some people, 4MO seems too simple, and to others, it is too complex. However, I believe you will benefit dramatically from experimenting with 4MO. I believe that once you understand the 4 Modus Operandi of Achievement, you will never lead in the same way again. Years of trial and error have convinced us that the art of achievement comes down to this book's handful of principles and practices. I hope your mind is spinning with possibilities. The question is, now what? I invite you to try a few simple thought experiments. They will not take long. Modus Operandi 1. Focus on the ferociously important. If you have not already done so, try your hand at drafting a wildly important goal and lag measure for your work team. Ask yourself these questions: if I achieved that FIG, what would it mean to my team? To my organization? To myself? Modus Operandi 2. Act on the lead indicators. Try drafting lead indicators that would drive your FIG to accomplishment. Ask yourself, how would this new understanding of lead indicators change how I operate? Modus Operandi 3. Keep a compelling scoreboard. Sketch a scoreboard complete with FIG, a lag measure, and lead indicators. Ask yourself, what difference would it make if I focused our best efforts on moving the numbers on that scoreboard? What impact would it have on the team? On our business results? Modus Operandi 4. Create a tempo of accountability. Visualize your team holding a FIG session around the scoreboard. Ask yourself, how would regular, frequent FIG sessions change my operations? How would our focus and engagement change? Finally, envision for yourself the day you report the achievement of your wildly important goal to your leaders. What would that day be like for your team? For you? Now, imagine that day never comes. Imagine you forget everything you have read in this book. Consider spending the future amid a relentless whirlwind where everything is always urgent and essential priorities are forever postponed. The great management scientist Peter Drucker, 2024, July 2nd. In Wikipedia. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Peter_Drucker observed, I have seen many people who are magnificent at getting the unimportant things done. They have an impressive record of achievement on trivial matters. Nevertheless, you do not want to be magnificently trivial. You want to make a real difference. If you want to make a high-value, high-impact contribution, the 4 modus operandi of achievement can take you there. If I can help you move forward in any way, I am ready. Nevertheless, achieving your global goal is not the only objective here. For MO gives you the knowledge and skills to do something far more critical in the long run, to reignite your team's passion, bring focus and modus operandi to their efforts, and ultimately help them see that they are winners. In your career, you will never leave a more extraordinary legacy than this. Instilling this sense of winning in the people you work with will not only drive a new level of performance in your organization. However, it will also equip these people with the skills and confidence they need to become winners in every phase of their lives as they accomplish every imaginable dream. About the author. Joe Carter has been an accomplished leader, business owner, and operator in over 10 industries and multiple Fortune 100 companies for nearly 3 decades. He has a master's degree in business management and analytics from Alameda University. His passion is helping entrepreneurs and business owners achieve their personal and professional goals through training and implementing programs and initiatives that support the team's growth and development. He works closely with key stakeholders and operational leaders to align learning and talent systems with business goals and strategy. His mission is to live far beyond his reach and to leave behind a legacy of positive impact and value. He is an avid learner and a leadership enthusiast who has read thousands of books and attended countless seminars and trainings. He is motivated by the opportunity to help others grow and succeed. He has traveled the country, teaching leadership and operational excellence seminars and workshops for nearly a decade. He is also the co-founder of Twin Flame Realty Investments and the Twin Flame Group. Joe lives in the Dallas area with his wife and family. www.twinflametex.com